Boss, spare her life. Jack hurriedly pleaded on his girlfriend's behalf. I'm not planning on killing anyone. Klein turned his head expressionlessly and said, I'll let you down first. As he ate the black vine fruit, he untied the spider silk for the two of them. After the two of them untied themselves, they stretched their limbs and heaved a sigh of relief. It felt pretty good to have survived a disaster, of course. They were still not out of danger yet. Big Shot Klein's temper was unpredictable, so they didn't know what he was going to do for the time being. Big Shot, these are runes. Jack squeezed out a smile, unwilling to hand over 2 runes. Sigh. He was blackmailed by the Big Shot. There was no other way. The situation was better than being killed. Furthermore, he had indeed been saved by Klein. With that thought in mind, Jack felt much more comfortable. At the very least, the other party didn't directly kill him and steal his treasure. Klein took the wind and fire runes. After checking the goods, he put them into his bag. I said that I'm trading with you. After all, I'm an honest and fair businessman. You don't have to trade with me, and I won't force you. The shiny runic blade danced in front of the two of them. Based on the current market price, I'll give you 2 pieces of meat, or 1 piece of meat with 400 milliliters of water. Choose one. Klein planned to use the single-horn sandhound meat from the meat farm to trade 2 pieces of meat for 2 runes. The other party would lose out a little. There had to be some compensation for saving his life. Jack nearly thought that he had misheard. After pondering for a while, he chose meat and water. Jack finally snapped out of his daze when he saw the meat in his hand. Holy yes, the boss wasn't bluffing. Looking at the piece of meat again, the score was quite high, and the taste wasn't bad either. Although it seemed like he was trying to force a deal, he wasn't angry at all. Klein ignored the two of them and took the little fox to the side to rest. The runic egg was naturally taken away by Klein, so Jack and Angela didn't dare to have any objections. He finished eating the black vine fruit before heading to the next catacombs. He continued digging to the left. Klein observed the mud wall on the left without leaving a trace. The map indicated the presence of crypt creatures. There's a bronze treasure chest in the catacomb on the left. Now isn't the time to enter. There's a sand troll patrolling its territory. Don't easily provoke it, or it'll keep chasing after you. It'll smash you into a meat patty. Sand troll. Klein's heart skipped a beat. There seemed to be a record in the illustrated handbook. Open the illustrated handbook and search for sand trolls. The interface immediately switched to the illustrated list. An ugly creature with a big nose appeared on the interface. Sand trolls. Tough skin, with a strong body and terrifying strength. The weapon they use is usually a large iron rod or a large wooden rod. They can easily beat the crypt creatures into meat patties. They possess an extremely strong territorial awareness, and they often patrol a few territories. If they encounter an intruder, they will not hesitate to charge, and one side will definitely die. Their big noses allow them to have excellent tracking. Their ability allows them to find traces even if the enemy burrows into the soil. With their inborn accuracy in throwing, even flying creatures will not be able to gain an advantage in front of them. Ability: hardening skin. Weakness: boorish brain, isn't very bright. Danger factor: 48. Check the details of the ability. Hardening skin instantly makes the skin extremely hard. Lasts for 1 minute. Cooldown time: 60 minutes. Klein only looked at the danger factor, and his brows were already knitted. It was more dangerous than any crypt creature he had ever encountered. If the sand troll didn't have the ability to throw, Klein could rely on a floating propeller to deal with it. Since there was a hint of danger, it was best not to act rashly. He would wait for the sand troll to leave the crypt before going in. Klein made up his mind. For the next hour or so, Klein kept his eyes on the left crypt. The sand troll hadn't left yet. The other two had just had a soul-stirring experience and only wanted to rest for the time being. The two of them quietly observed Klein. Just now, Klein had already dug a tunnel, but there had been no movement after that. The two of them didn't understand what Klein wanted to do. Suddenly, Klein stood up. The sand troll's is left. His eyes flashed. The golden words prompted him that the sand troll had dug a layer and disappeared from the left side of the catacomb. Little Fox, let's go. Klein rushed into the tunnel. Little Fox quickly chased after him. Through the black membrane, they arrived at the 36th catacomb. Klein quickly scanned the area. There were no signs of excavation on the earth walls in the 5 directions. That it was likely that the sand troll had returned to its original place after passing through the black membrane. There were large footprints all over the ground. It was impossible to tell where the sand troll was heading. There was no bronze treasure chest on the ground, but there were some supplies up there. Klein noticed a large protruding rock above him. He could vaguely see the bronze treasure chest. Phew! The air propeller brought with it the wind. Klein arrived in the sky. He grabbed the bronze treasure chest and threw it into the runic base. He quickly returned to the ground and continued digging at the earthen wall in front of him. The passageway continued to extend. There was a silver treasure chest in the next catacomb. The black membrane appeared. Klein checked the prompt as per usual. There's a silver treasure chest in the catacomb ahead. Now isn't the time to enter. There's a sand troll patrolling its territory. Don't provoke it easily, or it'll keep chasing you. Klein's eyelids twitched as the sand troll had entered the catacomb in front of him. Now he could only continue waiting if the sand troll suddenly returned to this place. Klein's face sank that he had to think of a foolproof plan. The sand troll had an excellent sense of smell. This wasn't easy to handle. Klein retreated as his mind spun rapidly. There had always been a question that if the two of them dug from both sides of the wall at the same time, would they meet halfway? Klein had also thought of another scenario that it was possible that the black membrane didn't mean that they had dug through that it was just a teleportation portal dot, or perhaps both sides had entered the black membrane at the same time and couldn't touch it at all. Klein wanted to go, but he was unwilling to leave by digging another catacomb. He coveted the silver treasure chest. At the same time, he thought of making a trip to the abandoned Earth Dragon nest. Why don't I take a risk and give it a try? Klein thought about it and felt that this method wasn't reliable. The main reason was that he hadn't tested it. Lure the sand troll away, or try to fight the sand troll? Klein took out the runic crossbow and calculated the chips in his hands. First, he had an anesthetic, a runic crossbow, and the ability to fly. Second, he still had the skeleton potion that he hadn't produced, and he still had a pet that he hadn't released. If he produced the egg, he could add another helper. Perhaps it would be a particularly awesome pet. Klein didn't hesitate any longer. He immediately sliced open his finger and dripped his blood onto the runic egg. Just like the day little fox was born, the silver-white patterns on the eggshell emitted light. The runic egg shook violently. Klein placed the runic egg on the ground and simultaneously paid attention to the catacomb where the sand troll was located, indicating that there hadn't been any changes. More than 10 seconds later, the eggshell shattered into pieces under the silver light. The outline of a new pet gradually took shape. Pangolin. Klein was taken aback. The little thing looked a little like a pangolin, but it was more gas-filled and mechanical. Its outer layer looked like it was covered in a hard mechanical armor with sharp edges and corners. Yay. The little thing's crawling speed wasn't slow at all. In a flash, it came to Klein's feet and circled around him. Klein opened the pet interface, but he looked at the details of his new pet. Tornado pangolin. Name, unnamed. Status, healthy. Ability, assault hammer. Terrain modification. He looked at the details of his ability. Assault hammer. Instantly increases its speed and uses its hard head to hit the enemy. Lasts for 1 second. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. Terrain modification. Changes the existing terrain that it can be used to create traps or buildings. Two abilities. Point one was offensive, and the other was related to the terrain. Klein flipped through the crypt biology guide again. Tornado pangolin. It has a hard outer shell. As long as it curls up into a ball, it will be invulnerable. The claws of most crypt creatures are unable to harm it. When it charges, the rocks will shatter. Living in the soil all year round, it can easily excavate and change the terrain. This fellow's weakness was that he was overly curious. The risk factor wasn't high, less than 30, however, compared to Little Fox. The tornado pangolin was more useful if he set a trap in advance, and the sand trolls returned. Klein already had a good idea. He thought for a moment before saying, I'll give you a name too. From now on, you'll be called Little Wind. I'll still extract a word from the original name. Lazy naming method. Yay. The tornado pangolin bounced on the ground, his pair of eyes turning into a crescent moon, but he seemed to enjoy it very much. Little Fox sized up the tornado pangolin. She raised her chin proudly with a hint of disdain. Fill the soil back first. Klein filled up the tunnel he had just dug with sand. Then he took the two pets and flew to a protruding rock that was more than 10 meters high. He set up a fire. He opened the production list. Excellent skeleton potion. Poison spotted grass 12/3. White bone flower 10 halves. Bloodstained grass 9 halves. Water 7800 m/100 m. Fire source. He took out a stone bowl and chose to make 4 portions. System notification. Poison spotted grass 12. White bone flower 18. Bloodstained grass 18. Water 400 ml. System notification. Skeleton potion successfully produced. A sticky potion appeared in the bowl. Klein forged a few more sets of crossbow bolts that he smeared all of them with poison. Then he took out an anesthetic and smeared it all over. After doing all of this, he brought Little Wind back to the surface. The reason why he had gone up to the surface to produce it was mainly because he was afraid that the sand troll would return during this period of time, that it was just to be on the safe side. Klein looked at the notification in the catacomb ahead again. There's A silver treasure chest in the catacomb ahead. There's a sand troll patrolling its territory. If you try your best, you might be able to defeat it after paying a certain price. The notification changed. It meant that there was a chance to defeat it with the addition of a pet, as well as the preparation of poison arrows and tranquilizer arrows. Klein thought for a moment and said, "This is the probability of victory for entering the catacomb ahead. If I set up a trap here and wait for it, the success rate will definitely be higher, as long as I can hit more than a dozen arrows. I don't believe that the sand troll can withstand a large dose of poison and tranquilizers." Klein turned around and gave Little Wind an order. He requested that the large piece of sand in front of him be transformed into a soft, quicksand terrain. Little Wind did as he was told. He drilled into the ground, and in less than 3 minutes, he drilled out of the soil again. This piece of sand has a loose structure and belongs to the quicksand terrain. Be careful of sinking into it. After Klein observed it, a notification appeared. Everything was ready except for the east wind. If the sand troll didn't turn back, all the work would have been in vain, but Klein could go straight to the next catacomb. After everything was ready, Klein took a deep breath and prepared to enter the catacomb. Now he had a second pet, Little Wind. He was definitely stronger than before. Little Wind was the first to enter the catacomb. Its speed was very fast, and Klein felt that it was the most suitable for him to test the sand troll. That if he couldn't beat it, he could immediately retreat. After Little Wind entered the catacomb for about 10 seconds, he called out a few times. When Klein heard that, he immediately entered the catacomb. Following that, Little Wind entered the catacomb. After taking a few steps, the two of them heard the low growls of a beast behind them. Is it here? Klein's mind focused, and he quickly determined the location of the sand troll through the sounds. The low growl came closer and closer, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps approaching. When Little Fox and Little Wind heard the sound, they stood on both sides of Klein. Lure him into the trap and capture him. Klein ordered Little Fox and Little Wind. The two pets cried out one after another and followed their orders. Little Fox was responsible for provoking and attracting the attention of the sand troll that he asked for. Little Wind, he was responsible for protecting Little Fox and sharing his energy. With his hard shell, it was a good choice to become a target to share her energy. The sand trolls was quickly overwhelmed by Little Fox and Little Wind. It immediately roared loudly and attacked the two with its hands. However, because Little Fox was really agile, and Little Wind wasn't bad either, the sand troll didn't hit a single time, and the sand troll's endurance was limited. Soon, its temper became more and more irritable. It revealed more and more flaws. Furthermore, it was unknowingly lured into a nearby trap by Little Fox and Little Wind. This was a good opportunity. Klein quickly aimed at the sand troll's eyes and released poison. Meanwhile, Little Fox and Little Wind, who had a tacit understanding, immediately chose to retreat. The sand troll, whose eyes had been poisoned, roared in pain. The final strike, Klein, Little Fox, and Little Wind attacked together. They took advantage of the sand troll's greatest weakness to strike directly at its abdomen. That was its most vulnerable spot. A huge hole was instantly torn through the sand troll's abdomen. Following that, a lot of blood gushed out. However, this thing was really tough. Even so, it was still able to bring its huge body and slam into the spot where Klein and company were. And it was exactly what Klein had expected. That was because behind him was a trap that had been set up long ago. The sand troll quickly fell into the trap and struggled nonstop. However, all of this was in vain. It only sank deeper and deeper. Furthermore, there was a huge wound on its abdomen, and it was bleeding nonstop. Under such circumstances, its blood would only flow more and more. In the end, due to the excessive loss of blood, the sand troll fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Following that, it roared a few more times and never got up again. It was dead. He succeeded. Klein heaved a sigh of relief. Little Wind and Little Fox also looked at each other, their faces filled with joy. The flesh of this sand troll was a pretty good ingredient. At the same time, it could feed Klein and the others for several days, and of course, they had to remove the parts above the brain. After all, there was a lot of poison in it. Klein spent a lot of effort to deal with the corpse of the sand troll. The catacomb was temporarily safe after it was dealt with. Klein planned to stay in the catacomb for a while with Little Wind and Little Fox after the battle with the sand troll. Everyone had used up a lot of their stamina. It was necessary to take a good rest and replenish their stamina. After all, the enemies in the catacombs would only get stronger and stronger. It was obviously impossible if he didn't replenish his stamina in time. Klein knew this very well. Furthermore, Little Wind and Little Fox had performed very well this time. They should be given some rewards. With this in mind, Klein muttered in his heart. Soon, a small metal ball emitted a golden light in his hand and turned into a base. It was still much more comfortable to rest in the base. I'll cook barbecue for you tonight. Klein smiled and said to Little Fox and Little Wind. When Little Fox heard that there was food, she was extremely happy. Haha, what two gluttons? Klein said dotingly as he looked at the drooling faces of Little Fox and Little Wind. Grills, fire runes, sand troll meat. Klein was already familiar with the grilling technique. Soon, a fragrance spread throughout the base. Little Fox and Little Wind ate happily. Using the water condenser, Klein prepared enough water for both of them. Following that, Klein also ate the sand troll's barbecue meat. The taste was quite good. It tasted much better than the previous few crypt creatures. And the meat felt quite tender. They ate until they were full. Klein burped contentedly. Then, as usual, he opened the world chat channel to see if there was anything new. Wow, it's really too difficult here. There's so many crypt creatures that's really too difficult to hold them. I haven't eaten fresh food for a long time that it's really difficult. I still have food, but there's no water. I haven't drunk water for almost 2 days that it's really too difficult to hold them. How long will it take for these days to end? It's really unbearable. Every day, I wonder why we haven't returned to the original world. When did we need to worry about food and water? I used to have everything I wanted. Why did it become like this? I really can't take it anymore. A week ago, I fought with the crypt creature and lost an arm and a leg. Previously, 2 members of my team died in front of me. They were devoured alive by the crypt creature. This is really unacceptable that I'm having nightmares every day. Furthermore, I no longer have the ability to take care of myself, that I'm also running out of resources that I'll be going with them soon. Our doomsday is approaching. Sigh. It's good to leave as soon as possible that I won't have to suffer the torment of this world. Klein looked around and saw that it was all news with negative energy. However, Klein quickly brushed it aside. After entering this world, Klein's personality had long become much colder. As long as he didn't violate his principles and kill innocents indiscriminately, other matters that didn't have anything to do with him wouldn't cause Klein to have any fluctuations. It doesn't seem like there's any valuable information, Klein thought as he flipped through the information. He had nearly flipped through the information in the world channel. However, most of them were complaining about the world. The rest were for trade. However, Klein glanced at the items for trade. There was nothing he was interested in. These items were too cheap for him. I'll come back in a few days to take a look. As Klein thought to himself, he closed the world channel that moment. Klein looked at the Little Fox and Little Wind. The 2 little fellows were already asleep. The roast meat and water had been completely wiped out. Klein immediately fell asleep. The next day, Klein felt as though something furry was rubbing against his face. He opened his eyes. He realized that it was Little Fox that moment. Little Fox was looking at Klein coquettishly. It's so early, Little Fox. Klein smiled and patted Little Fox's head. He looked at Little Fox and spoke with a smile. Little Fox looked especially happy after being stroked by Klein. However, to Klein's surprise, Little Wind seemed to be jealous. Upon seeing this, he actually ran over and wanted to act coquettishly with Klein. However, looking at his hard outer shell, Klein didn't dare to touch it. He could only say with a smile, Little Wind is also very good. You have to keep up the good work in the future. Little Wind nodded in satisfaction the moment he heard that. His expression was one of satisfaction and happiness. It wasn't any happier than when he ate meat yesterday. For a moment, Klein even felt like he was taking care of children, that he was clearly surviving in the catacombs. But he felt like he was experiencing the feeling of being a father. It was quite amazing when he thought about it. After putting the base back, it was time for Klein to continue moving forward. In this catacombs world there was no time to rest until he could walk out. Klein got up and circled the catacomb once again. He didn't discover anything else. From the looks of it, this catacomb no longer had any value to be dug out. It was time to leave this place and enter the next catacombs. This moment, a notification suddenly entered Klein's line of sight. There's a man and a beast nearby. They're very close to you, and their strength isn't low. Please be careful. After Klein saw it, he instantly raised his guard. The main reason was that the man and the beast had surprised Klein. I never expected that other than me, there would be someone else who had subdued the crypt creatures. Klein muttered to himself. Although he had 2 crypt creatures, strength wasn't determined by numbers alone. Strength, it was also very important. Although Klein was very confident in Little Fox and Little Wind, before confirming the strength of the enemy, it was best for Klein to be careful. Soon, the notification changed again. 1 man and 1 beast are getting closer to you. Klein immediately instructed Little Wind and Little Fox. The enemy is here. Get ready for battle. When Little Fox heard that, she instantly entered combat mode. Suddenly, a stone wall exploded. Little Fox and Little Wind looked at the shattered stone wall and suddenly roared. Klein knew that the enemy was already here. Is there anyone else here? A fierce-looking man walked out from the thick smoke. His eyes were fixed on Klein and his two crypt creatures. Sheldon looked at Klein and spoke seriously. Behind him was an extremely large and ferocious-looking beast. Is this your crypt creature? Klein stared at Sheldon. Yes, as you can see, this is a crypt creature that obeys me. It's a gigantic wolf-shaped beast. I named it Silver Wolf, Sheldon said. You're Klein, right? You're a famous person in our catacombs world. I never expected to meet you here, Sheldon said with some amusement. Just now, his silver wolf had sensed the presence of a living person nearby through its keen sense of smell. He came over to take a look. However, he never expected to meet Klein. Furthermore, there were two crypt creatures beside him. As expected of Klein, you managed to subdue two crypt creatures so quickly, Sheldon praised. Sheldon smiled and said, I spent a lot of effort to obtain this silver wolf. For that, I even paid a painful price and lost 3 fingers. Sheldon looked at his broken right hand and looked at Klein. However, I didn't expect you to be able to obtain these two crypt creatures unscathed. Little Fox and Little Wind looked tiny in Sheldon's eyes, and they didn't seem like they had any combat strength. But for Sheldon to be able to survive for so long and even subdue a crypt creature, his accumulated personal experience wouldn't make him underestimate his enemy. Underestimating your enemy was a taboo for a fighter in the days since he came to the catacombs world. Sheldon had deeply understood this principle. He would never forget this lesson from the bloody experience. Point 1 had to go all out when dealing with any enemy. Yours isn't bad either. With such a large body, it's even bigger than 2 of mine combined, Klein said with a smile. After he said that, the two sides were in a stalemate for a few seconds, and no one made a move. There was a slight silence in the air. However, the pets of both sides were still in combat mode as they glared at each other. Do you want to team up with me, Klein? Sheldon finally spoke that he needed a partner. To be honest, with his own strength, it wasn't difficult for him to survive. However, just surviving wasn't Sheldon's goal. His goal was to find a way to leave this world. Therefore, it was far from enough to rely on him alone, that he needed a partner. As for the others, to be honest, Sheldon didn't think much of them, that if they were too weak, they would be holding him back. And right now, Klein was undoubtedly a very good candidate. His strength was definitely the best in the entire catacombs. As his teammate, he was undoubtedly the most suitable. No, I refuse, Klein said with a cold gaze. He didn't need any time to think. So decisive? Sheldon didn't seem surprised, but his tone turned colder. Are you sure? Of course. Sheldon narrowed his eyes and stared at Klein for a while. In the end, he could only smile faintly. Sheldon smiled and said, if it were anyone else, I would definitely choose to silence them and take away all of their belongings. But if the opponent is you, I wouldn't be so foolish as to do so. If Sheldon had previously thought that Klein was just a very strong survivor with strong survivability, he wouldn't have been so foolish. But after a few minutes of contact, Klein's calm reaction made him admire Klein a little. Furthermore, he had two crypt creatures with unknown strength by his side. If they were to really fight, Sheldon really didn't have the confidence to win. After all, with his personality, if he couldn't guarantee a 100% success rate, he would never do it. You're smart. Otherwise, you'd be dead, Klein said coldly. Sheldon has seen a lot of cruelty in this catacombs world, but he was stunned by Klein's words for a few seconds. Then he recovered quickly, turned, and left. Before he left, Sheldon said to Klein, we'll meet again in the future. Although your strength is undoubtedly at the top in all aspects, you won't be able to go far by yourself. With that said, Sheldon and his silver wolf disappeared in front of Klein. Klein naturally didn't care about Sheldon's words. As long as he could see the hint, he would definitely be able to persist to the end by himself. Furthermore, he wasn't alone at the moment. Instead, he had two living beings accompanying him to survive in this cruel underground world. After resting in the catacomb for a while, Klein decided to set off again. As he walked, he checked if there were any new hints nearby. Soon, a new hint appeared in front of Klein. There are some extremely disgusting, strange insects in front of you. These strange insects are far more disgusting than a sand troll. Please be careful and don't lose your life. Even the sand trolls aren't willing to provoke them. Klein's heart sank when he saw this, that it was already difficult enough to deal with a sand troll, if they were stronger than the trolls. Let's check the information on the mutated insects first. Klein opened the illustrated handbook. A simple search. The information appeared. Swarm mutated insects. Large insects covered in rotten flesh. They have fat bodies. They can survive even if they are cut into a dozen pieces. They tumble among the root shavings, searching for anything edible, even the droppings of their own kind. When it encounters an enemy, it will release a disgusting stench that will fester the skin of the enemy upon contact. Ability, putrid odor. Weakness, Intelligence is almost zero. Danger factor, 23. Putrid odor rapidly ejects green gas. Upon contact with the odor, the skin will fester. The ejection range of 10 meters. Duration of 3 seconds. Cool down time, 5 minutes. Klein felt a chill when he finished looking at the image in the illustrated handbook that IT was somewhat like the enlarged and fatter version of an earthworm. It's not that powerful, it's just disgusting. Its vitality is tenacious. Klein heaved a sigh of relief. Who knew how many of these things were in the abandoned Earth Dragon nest? With a low IQ, it'll eat anything. Klein thought an idea and muttered, I wonder if I should make it eat poison or anesthetic? As long as he could paralyze them and not give them a chance to spray their stench, he could easily obtain the treasure chest. He thought for a moment before saying, I'll station them in place and make some bait. When I enter in the afternoon, I'll sprinkle it on them to eat. Klein pondered for a moment and decided to do so that if he couldn't turn the medicine on them, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him even if he flew in the air. Klein could simply dig a tunnel and leave. He would only lose the meat and anesthetic. It was almost noon. The runic base unfolded. Klein didn't cook immediately. Instead, he went to the balcony to take a look. The fragrant rice tree had already borne fruit this morning. At this point, it was unknown whether it had matured or not. A portion of it has split open. Klein was pleasantly surprised to find that a few fragrant rice tree fruits had cracks on their skin. This was a sign that the fragrant rice tree fruits were ripe. The bread tree was still growing. The sweet fruits had already bloomed and had yet to produce any fruit. Only these few are ripe. The rest aren't. Klein picked 6 round fruits. Through the cracks, he could see the white rice grains inside. Klein took a wooden barrel and smacked the fruits. The white and plump rice grains fell down one by one. Tisk, it's really not that different from real rice. That IT smells even better. Klein couldn't help but swallow his saliva. 6 fruits, and the rice grains that were revealed from the shaking could fill 3 stone bowls. He could eat quite a few meals. I've decided I'll have lunch and prepare some meat dishes. Klein's fingers moved. It had been a long time since he had white rice, and he missed the taste. He soaked the rice and cut the meat. He put it in the pot and roasted the meat in less than half an hour. The rice and meat were already prepared. It was divided into 3 portions. He opened another bottle of pure milk and gave it to Little Fox and Little Wind. Klein took out the only bottle of Coke. Woo! Little Fox looked at Klein when she saw the novelty of a drink. The pure milk in the bowl was no longer fragrant. It was Little Wind's first time drinking pure milk. He was engrossed in licking it and didn't pay attention to the matter at all. Klein looked at her and said, Little friend, no, it's something that you crypt creatures can't drink. That IT affects your growth. With a straight face, Klein said in all seriousness, if you crypt creatures drink this, you will die. We humans could drink it. So be obedient and drink your pure milk. Woo woo woo. Little Fox was dubious as she gestured with her little paws, as though she was saying to take a small sip. No, go drink your pure milk. Klein carried the bowl of rice, took the Coke, and went to the side to slowly taste it. The fragrant white rice was plump and emitted a delicate fragrance. 1 mouthful of rice, 1 mouthful of roasted meat, and another mouthful of Coke. Awesome. Every cell of his body was dancing. Lunch ended. Klein continued selling anesthetics. Not long after, people came forward to trade at AS for the healing medicine. It was no longer exchanged for plants. Instead, it was only exchanged for runes. Furthermore, 1 portion of the healing medicine was exchanged for 1 rune. Klein also used meat and water. Similarly, he only traded runes. 2 pieces of meat or 800 milliliters of water were exchanged for 1 rune. During this period of time, Klein smeared the sand troll blood on his body. He smeared it twice. The blood gradually disappeared, and the hardness of his skin increased once again. Klein spent some more time making bait. First, he made a total of 30 portions of anesthetic. Then, he cut up some of the flesh of crypt creatures that he wasn't prepared to eat. Some of the flesh of crypt creatures wasn't easy to cut, so he wasted some time. After tossing it back and forth, he poured in the yellow sand octopus blood that was previously useless. Finally, he poured in all the anesthetic and stirred it thoroughly. This bait should be enough for the mutated insect to have a good meal. Did I wonder if it'll work on them? Klein looked at the basin full of minced meat bait and wasn't completely confident. Little Fox and Little Wind were by the side and kept sniffing. They seemed to have been attracted by the yellow sand octopus blood. Klein smiled and said, Don't eat this, that it's laced with anesthetic. Klein said with a smile, Let's go downstairs and see if the fishing machine has harvested anything that's already been more than an hour. If it's really as effective as described, we should be able to harvest something. The requirements to forge the fishing machine were easier to satisfy. It only required 2 earth runes, as well as some copper and iron blocks. In the morning, he left a copper treasure chest in the base, but didn't open it. in the afternoon. He opened it and replenished it with 2 earth runes. After dinner, Klein buried the fishing gear under the sand outside the rune base. He set off for the next catacomb to retrieve the fishing gear. Klein had marked the place where the fishing device was buried. He took out a shovel and dug down. About 2 meters deep, he saw a square iron box that was completely khaki in color, similar to the color of the sand. There were some patterns on its surface, and 2 symbols that were identical to the earth runes could be clearly seen. Klein picked up the iron box, and sand constantly flowed out from the fine holes below. There was an entrance to the front of this thing. Once the sandfish entered, they would be trapped inside. To check if he had caught any sandfish, he could check through the peephole above. Klein lowered his head and approached the peephole. As the sand inside decreased, he gradually saw some figures. They were indeed fish. There was more than one. He carried the fishing device back. He lifted the lid above and saw 5 different types of sand fish jumping around. They did not smell fishy, and the smell of the soil was heavy. 2 of them had purple backs, and their fins were long. The jades looked like fish, and their bodies were yellowish-brown. 2 of them were round, and their tails looked like hammers. System notification. Purple back sandfish +2. System notification. Long sandfish +1. System notification. Hammertail sandfish +2. Their names were simple and unadorned, and they were close to their physical characteristics. Purple-back sandfish. Meat is fresh and tender and looks good. Current consumption of satiation index is 1 star. Overall score 43. Long sandfish. Meat is slightly smelly, no nutritional value. Soft mouth, toothless. Current consumption of satiation index is half a star. Overall score 32. Hammertail sandfish. Meat is chewy, rich in trace elements. Current consumption of satiation index is 1 star. Overall score 45. The 3 types of sandfish, from satiation index to overall score, lag behind the crypt creatures. I wonder if sandfish can give souls? Just as Klein thought of this, he had already chopped up the purple-back sandfish. The system didn't give him any feedback. It seemed like not all crypt creatures had souls. Perhaps it was because the sandfish were too weak. Klein thought for a moment before saying, "Let's keep these fish for now." Klein walked to a corner, and beside the meat field, he used a slate to build a more spacious container. He then poured sand into it and placed the other 3 sandfish down. When the 3 sandfish touched the sand, they immediately dived down. They seemed to have an affinity with the earth element similar to that of a gold-digging dwarf, so the sand didn't pose much of a resistance to them. Klein watched for a few minutes and sprinkled a handful of rice grains on top. Occasionally, he could see the rice grains sink. They were probably dragged down by the sandfish and eaten. I wonder if anyone likes the long sandfish? Let's try putting it up. Klein originally wanted to use the long sandfish to make fertilizer, but after some thought, he decided to put it up on the trading market. After all, it was a living thing so far. No one had placed a living thing in the trading channel. Perhaps it was a rare commodity. If some people were too lonely and didn't meet a player, they might need a pet to accompany them. There were many people who raised fish in the real world in the trading channel. Seller, Klein 182.56, trade item, long sandfish. Requirements. Any rune. Inventory. 1. Seller's message. Live fish. You can feed it by simply finding a container and putting sand in it. I suspect that it has good room for growth. IT will be a good partner for you in the future. In order to increase the selling point, Klein casually made up a paragraph. The sandfish was successfully put on the shelf. Klein put away the runic base and set off for the abandoned Earth Dragon nest in less than half a minute. The World Channel was already discussing the matter of the long sandfish. Holy yes there's fish in the catacombs world? I also just discovered that Big Brother Klein had a live fish put up. The description says that it's not delicious, that if anyone is lacking a partner, they can buy it and keep it. Didn't you guys notice Big Brother Klein's message? This fish might be extraordinary. Who wants to lend a rune to me? I want to buy it and cultivate it. Hasn't Klein already domesticated crypt creatures? His seller's message has a certain level of trust. Why can't we catch sandfish? Does Klein have fishing tools or fishing techniques? Please tell us, Big Brother. Did you hear? Someone met Big Brother Klein this morning. This fellow is too fierce that he killed a large spider with a single slash, just like Superman. That's normal that I can even deal with crypt creatures. Big Brother will definitely have it easier. I don't look at Big Brother like an ordinary person. They're all very impressive. Big Brother Klein is one of the best. I'll buy that fish. IT has temperature and is quite useful. Big Brother Klein isn't wrong that IT can indeed help. There's a pervert among us. With just a live fish, Klein once again attracted attention and was hotly discussed by many people. Even the matter of Klein saving the 2 players this morning was revealed. Yesterday, Klein was still a sinister and terrifying figure, but today he had become a big brother who helped out. At this moment, Klein was digging a tunnel. With another shovel, a black membrane appeared in front of him. Klein put away the shovel and patted the sand on his body. System notification. Long sand fish. System notification. Transaction completed. Wind rune +1. So fast. Klein didn't expect that someone would buy it less than 3 minutes after it was put up. It was indeed a rare commodity. What surprised him even more was that the long sand fish attracted buyers not because they could eat it, but more because the long sand fish were alive. The most important thing was that the long sand fish did not have teeth. It could be used to do many interesting things. It could not be helped. Some people held back for too long and looked at everything with strange looks. The fish were selling much better than he had imagined. Klein was very satisfied with this. The runes he exchanged for could allow him to continue living in the catacomb caves without any worries for a long period of time. For Klein, the food resources he had now no longer made him feel anxious. After all, as long as Klein was willing, he could eat meat if he wanted to and drink water if he wanted to. But for other things, such as runes, he still had far from enough. It could even be said that Klein didn't refuse anyone. The more these things, the better. He looked at the trading mall again, but there was nothing that Klein was interested in. However, there were still a few fish, and Klein decided to trade all of them. Anyway, these fish were nothing to Klein. He could fish as many as he wanted. Klein's surprise. The dozen or so fish he placed on the market were all successfully traded in less than 10 minutes. Klein once again obtained some runes that he wanted. Klein kept these runes well. The next time he needed them, Klein would take them out and use them. Closing the trading market, Klein closed his eyes. His mind began to recall some of the recent events. Different from before, Klein had encountered humans several times in the past few days, and these humans were all working together without exception. It was an organization. This made Klein hesitate. Did he need to form an organization as well? However, after hesitating for a few seconds, Klein gave up on the idea. Finding a partner now wasn't beneficial to him. First of all, the issue of trust was enough to give Klein a headache. How could he be sure that the other party wouldn't betray him? After all, there were quite a number of people with two faces in this subterranean world. If Klein accepted someone as his teammate, then he would have to live with them in the catacombs world. It wasn't easy for him to develop a relationship, allowing it to grow. If in the end they backstabbed him, then Klein wouldn't be able to say anything. Therefore, Klein didn't have any thoughts of looking for his teammate. Besides, he had Little Fox and Little Wind now. Although these two weren't humans, they were still alive and conscious. Wasn't this better than humans? Furthermore, Little Fox and Little Wind were raised by him. They were absolutely loyal to him. They wouldn't betray him at will. Therefore, Klein didn't need to worry about betrayal or anything like that. Furthermore, any one of the Little Fox and Little Wind could probably instantly kill most of the humans in the present catacombs world. Even if they were crypt creatures, the Little Fox and Little Wind could be considered mid-level. Klein was very certain of this. But then again, it seemed like he should give the two fellows some more training, especially Little Wind. Ever since he obtained it, he hadn't had any in-depth exchanges. Furthermore, he didn't know what terrifying monsters he would encounter up ahead. Klein decided that he could use this free time to properly train the two of them. Klein stood up and said to the two fellows, Little Fox, Little Wind, we're not going anywhere today. I'll be here to properly train with you. When Little Fox and Little Wind heard this, they instantly perked up. One had to know that they couldn't wait to get closer to Klein. This was especially true for Little Wind. Ever since he came to this world, the first person he saw was Klein. In his heart, he had long treated Klein as his father. However, there wasn't much interaction between them. Therefore, Little Wind could only hope to have more opportunities to interact with him in the future. Now that the opportunity had come, Little Wind was naturally overjoyed. He hurriedly circled around Klein's feet. Klein also patted Little Wind's head lovingly. Haha, although you have a pile of hard armor on you, you are very cute. Upon hearing Klein's words, Little Wind was instantly overjoyed. He spun even faster. When the Little Fox saw this, she was extremely jealous. She hurriedly ran over and rubbed against Klein's feet with an aggrieved expression. She hoped that Klein wouldn't forget her. Klein could only use his other hand to pat Little Fox's head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Don't worry, Dad, of course. I won't forget you. The two of you are my most beloved treasures. The fox's heart instantly felt much better after hearing that. However, when she took a glance at Little Wind, she couldn't help but feel depressed at that moment. She must be wondering why Master Klein doted on him so much, even though she was the one who came first. It would be great if he could only dote on her. But since there was Little Wind, there might be other pets joining in the future. All the Little Fox could do was to perform well so that Klein could always dote on her. Klein smiled and said, "All right, then I'm going to train the both of you. Are you ready?" After Klein said that, he looked at Little Fox and Little Wind. Little Fox and Little Wind nodded, indicating that they were ready. Then, the training began. Taking into account that the previous enemies were all strength-based, speed naturally had to be trained. Klein knew very well that the advantage of Little Fox was its speed. Furthermore, it wasn't born to walk the strength type. Therefore, the direction had to be determined. Little Fox only needed to train its speed to the extreme before Klein came to this catacombs world. He was also a loyal fan of video games. He had played many video games, and Klein had his own set of experiences with video games. That was, speed was always the most sought after. Any powerful opponent would reveal a flaw in front of speed. Little Fox, what you need is faster speed. The current you hasn't broken through your limits, Klein said to Little Fox. Little Fox nodded after hearing that. She knew very well that her speed could be faster, other than eating. Something that could improve her strength. The rest needed to be improved through a certain amount of training. Therefore, Little Fox nodded and immediately walked out. She was already prepared for training. Klein said to Little Fox, "Now, use this catacombs as a circle and run back and forth. That'll help you remember your time and see if you can make a breakthrough." It was just like what the PE teacher had told them in high school, that if one wanted to train their speed, all they had to do was run. They had to constantly push their limits. Only by doing so could they improve. Everything else was illusory. After Little Fox heard this, she immediately began running. Her speed was extremely fast. Klein could only see streaks of white light darting back and forth in the catacombs at the same time. Klein turned to look at Little Wind. Even if you train in hardness, your hard armor can be even harder. Little Wind nodded after hearing this. Oh, Little Wind. It was very difficult to increase his speed. At the very least, it was absolutely impossible for him to reach Little Fox's level. After all, he was carrying a layer of heavy hard armor on his back. However, his advantage lay in his indestructible hard armor. This was his strongest shield. If he could nurture Little Wind well, he could completely become an indestructible strongest shield. Therefore, Klein planned to develop Little Wind in this direction. Klein pointed a stone in front of him and said, "Try to shatter the stone in front of you as fast as you can." Little Wind nodded and began to ram his entire body into the stone. Bang! There was a huge tremor. A huge crack instantly appeared on the stone. Then, with another collision, the stone instantly cracked. With another collision, the stone instantly turned to dust. 3 strikes to completely shatter a stone. From the looks of it, Little Wind still needed to improve a lot. Klein analyzed in his heart as he watched Little Wind's performance. Soon, Klein asked Little Wind to choose another stone. This time, the stone he chose was much weaker than the previous one. Klein had his own system for teaching. Previously, Klein had raised a dog. Klein had raised this dog from a puppy that knew nothing to a well-trained dog. Therefore, for Klein, he only needed to use the same method to raise Little Wind. Although there would be differences in methods. After all, one was an ordinary dog and the other was an armored beast. However, he could use the previous method to summarize a similar theoretical system. Klein was very clear about this. Therefore, he only needed to summarize it based on these. Then, he would make an analogy. Klein was very clear about this. This was undoubtedly the most effective method. As expected, the stone he chose this time was able to completely shatter it with a single strike. Little Wind himself had become much more confident. Klein nodded and said, "Very good, let's do it slowly. Let the hardness of the stone will increase. That way, the hardness of your hard armor will increase as well." Little Wind nodded like a tea that moment. He was completely filled with fighting spirit. He had to work hard to improve himself and help his master. Only then would it not be in vain for what his master was doing for him. And over here, after half an hour of training, Little Fox's stamina had clearly decreased by quite a bit. Her speed gradually slowed down. Klein made Little Fox stop and said to it, "Stamina is also a very important part that you need to improve." One had to know that the enemies in the future would become more and more troublesome. That time, they would definitely fight a protracted battle. Therefore, it was equally important to increase Little Fox's stamina. Klein said to Little Fox, "Rest for 10 minutes, then continue training and force yourself to break through your limits. Only by doing so can you improve." Klein added, "If you can break through your limits, you can have barbecued meat for dinner." The moment he said that, Little Fox and Little Wind's tired eyes instantly flashed with enthusiasm. They became very energetic again. Continue to work hard and strive to eat barbecue early. In the next few days, Klein wasn't in a hurry to leave the catacombs. Instead, he continued training Little Fox and Little Wind. Klein knew very well that he didn't care about this little bit of time. After all, if he could raise the strength of Little Fox and Little Wind by a level, then it would save Klein a lot of time in the future. Therefore, he had to spend this time. Furthermore, in just a few days, Little Fox's speed and stamina had improved tremendously. Previously, when Little Fox ran back and forth in the catacomb caverns, one could still see white light. Now, you could only hear sounds that it was so fast that you couldn't even see a shadow. This all meant that the training over the past few days had been very effective. This also gave Klein a lot of confidence. This meant that his training method was completely correct. All Klein needed to do next was to continue using this training method. That way, Little Fox and Little Wind would definitely be able to continue improving. And other than Little Fox, Little Wind's improvement was undoubtedly very obvious. Now, it only needed one strike to smash the hardest rock in the catacomb into smithereens. This was something that Little Wind could never do before. Seeing his improvement, Little Wind was overjoyed. There was a hint of pride in his expression. He just looked at Klein, hoping that Klein would praise him. Klein walked over and squatted down, stroking Little Wind's head once again. "Well done, Little Wind. Keep up the good work. You can still become stronger." At the same time, Little Fox instantly appeared in front of Klein. So fast, I couldn't react at all. Klein was stunned for a moment. Even though it wasn't the first time Little Fox had appeared in front of him at such a fast speed, Klein still couldn't react. This made Klein unable to hold back his joy as he smiled and patted Little Fox's head. "Little Fox is also very good. Haha, continue working hard. Next, what you need to do is to lower the sound you make when you move." Little Fox's speed and stamina were much better than a few days ago, of course. She hadn't reached its limit yet. She still needed to continue training in these two areas and constantly break through the limit. However, during the past few days of training, Klein also noticed another point. That was that Little Fox's sound was very obvious when she moved. This was a huge flaw when facing an enemy. Your speed was very fast, making it impossible for others to see clearly. With the increase in stamina, it would be difficult for the other party to gain an advantage in a prolonged battle. However, if the sound was very loud, although the other party couldn't see you, they could still use their hearing to track you. That way, they would still be caught in a bitter battle. Therefore, what Klein needed Little Fox to do was to hide her sounds. The genes of crypt creatures were much higher than those of the world Klein was in. Furthermore, Little Fox and Little Wind were carefully nurtured by Klein. They were even better than most crypt creatures. Therefore, it wasn't impossible for Little Fox to conceal her sounds and do her best to move silently. Klein smiled and said, "Little Fox, as long as you can move silently and at high speed, I'll reward you with twice the amount of barbecued meat." Little Fox's eyes widened when she heard that. Twice the amount of barbecued meat. It could be said that Little Fox had been eating barbecued meat every day for the past few days. Therefore, even though it was very hard to train normally, but when Little Fox thought about having barbecued meat to eat, her heart was instantly filled with endless fighting spirit. Now, having twice the amount of barbecued meat was a fatal temptation for Little Fox. How could Little Fox let go of this opportunity to eat twice the amount of barbecued meat? Naturally, she had to train hard and follow the instructions of her master to maintain her high speed and silence. Little Fox didn't rest and immediately began training. However, in order to move silently, she naturally had to slow down. Little Fox began testing again and again. However, there were still sounds. However, it was much smaller. Little Fox wasn't discouraged. She knew that it was impossible to succeed in a short period of time. She could only persevere. Klein felt very gratified when he saw this scene. Meanwhile, Little Wind walked in front of Klein. His gaze was very determined. "Are you trying to improve yourself in other areas?" Klein looked at Little Wind's gaze and guessed. Little Wind instantly nodded. Klein was delighted, but he immediately began to think carefully. Little Wind was a pangolin. Wait, a pangolin. Was the pangolin's function to drill underground tunnels and gather information? With this in mind, Klein instantly had an idea. "Little Wind, try digging a tunnel. The first thing is to increase your speed. The second thing is to increase your ability to gather information." In this catacombs world, he could encounter enemies at any time. Then, gathering information was very important. Although Klein could have hints weren't omnipotent. At this point in time, it would undoubtedly be more beneficial to Klein if he could get Little Wind to gather more information. With this in mind, Klein told Little Wind about the idea. Little Wind nodded and began developing his new ability. However, Klein wasn't stingy with Little Wind. It was also twice the amount of roasted meat. Half a month passed in the blink of an in the catacombs world in the 33rd catacomb. Klein would watch the World Channel every day. During this half month, although Klein didn't receive any new resources, with the abundant resources he had accumulated previously, Klein had a very comfortable half month. Furthermore, the fish in this place seemed to be endless. Klein would fish nonstop every day, and he would catch more than a dozen fish every day. As for these fish, Klein would leave a few for himself, Little Fox, and Little Wind to eat. As for the rest, Klein would naturally put them on the market, and no matter what time it was, as long as Klein placed a fish on the market, there would be people snatching them almost instantly. There was even a time when most people would definitely be asleep. The moment Klein placed a fish on the market, it was gone in an instant. Furthermore, it was the kind of fish that could be snatched by a single person. Back then, the other party had even asked if Klein still had more, that he didn't think it was too much. This also made Klein realize that although most people in the catacombs world weren't doing well, there were still some people who had decent resources. Although they definitely couldn't compare to him, they could at least get by. However, in the end, Klein still rejected that person's suggestion that in fact, if Klein wanted to continue trading, he could have fished a few more fish on the spot. However, Klein didn't choose to do so. There were two reasons. First, there were very few types of resources that the other party could trade with him. Klein obtained some fire, water, and wind runes from them. All that was left was a treasure map. However, this treasure map was a long distance away from where Klein was that IT wouldn't be of any use in the short term. Klein didn't feel the need to take too many things that couldn't be of any benefit in the short term. Secondly, if Klein were to trade with someone unilaterally for a long period of time, it would be very easy for the other party to obtain stable resources and grow stronger. This wasn't worth it for Klein, who was acting alone. This was also why even if they had something they wanted, but if he had already made a few deals with them, Klein definitely wouldn't choose to continue making deals with them. Even Alice, the woman who had made a few deals with Klein, he would definitely not allow her to do so if she came to him too frequently. However, the resources that he had traded with the fish over the past half a month still allowed Klein to obtain many useful things at some point in time. Klein even thought that it wouldn't be bad if he could stay in the catacombs and fish every day, of course. This thought was rejected by Klein in the next second. The fish would eventually be fished out. Furthermore, people could enter the catacomb at any time. All the unstable factors couldn't satisfy the conditions to stay in the catacombs for a long period of time. Furthermore, Klein's goal was to reach the end of the catacombs and become the first person to leave the world. Even if the resources here were always abundant and no one else would invade, Klein would definitely not continue staying in the catacombs at that moment. Klein stood up and stretched. Let's all take a break. Just as Klein said that, a beautiful fox appeared in front of Klein. The ground in front of Klein instantly developed a hole, and a pangolin instantly jumped out of the hole. Klein looked at Little Fox and Little Wind and said with great satisfaction, "Both of you have improved a lot in the past half a month." On the surface, the half a month had not been wasted. It had been worth it. Little Fox was now completely capable of moving at high speed without a sound. When the Little Fox and Little Wind heard Klein praise them, they were very happy. They could also clearly feel their growth. Compared to half a month ago, the strength of Little Fox and Little Wind had increased by at least a few levels. With that, they were confident that they would be able to play an even more outstanding role in the following battles. As for Klein, he took out a barbecue grill, fish, and some meat from before the barbecue. After eating the barbecue, they were about to leave the catacomb. Before leaving, the three of them needed to replenish their stamina. Perhaps they would encounter a very formidable enemy the moment they left the catacomb, be it humans or crypt creatures. It was the same. However, at least Klein was now filled with confidence. They were already very strong half a month ago. Half a month later, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that Klein felt that no one could defeat them. That's how confident he was. Soon, the roast meat was finished, and Klein ate it very comfortably. Little Fox and Little Wind burped as well, expressing their satisfaction. Although the training over the past half a month had been hard, there was roast meat to eat every day. They enjoyed it very much. After packing up everything in the catacombs, Klein, Little Wind, and Little Fox left the place and headed to the next catacombs. A new journey began. After leaving the 33rd catacomb, Klein, Little Wind, and Little Fox had been walking along a small path in the underground world that, of course, after half a month of training, even without any hints, Klein could rely on the pangolin's ability to obtain information about the area. Immediately to that moment, Klein ordered the pangolin to go down and dig a tunnel to detect the surrounding information. After Little Wind obeyed, he instantly dug a hole in the ground and went straight in. Little Fox didn't sit idle either. She used her sense of smell and hearing to observe her surroundings. Klein probably felt that there shouldn't be any danger in the vicinity. After all, he kept looking around without any hints. Therefore, it was a good choice to have the opportunity for the two of them to engage in actual combat. Soon, the pangolin returned. He didn't discover any biological information in the vicinity. It seemed like the Little Fox's result was that there were no other creatures nearby. In other words, Klein and company didn't have any possibility of being threatened. Then, the three of them continued walking forward. He constantly looked at his surroundings, wanted to see if there were any new hints. After walking for a while, Klein finally saw a hint. Attention, there's a Cerberus ahead. It has a very tenacious vitality. It can be revived no matter how many times it dies. The only way to stop its revival is its tongue. Only by cutting or destroying its tongue can it be prevented from regenerating or reviving. It was here. Klein's heart tightened. According to the description of the hint, Klein knew that the Cerberus was definitely not weak. The crux of the matter was that the ability to constantly resurrect was too much of a bug. However, Klein was also very clear in his heart that if he could defeat the Cerberus, he might receive a rich reward. Coincidentally, the Cerberus could test the strength of the Little Wind and Little Fox. Little Wind had also detected dangerous creatures nearby, so he barked at Klein a few times. Upon hearing this, Little Fox immediately became alert and looked around. There's a Cerberus in front of us. It can be resurrected indefinitely, and if we want to stop it, we can only do so by destroying its tongue. Klein's mind spun rapidly. Soon, he came up with a countermeasure. Following that, Klein voiced out his thoughts. He told Little Fox and Little Wind, this moment, in a cave not far from Klein and company, that a Cerberus was resting with its eyes closed. It didn't know how long it had been in the cave. All three heads had their eyes closed. Suddenly, one of the heads opened its eyes. It had the best sense of hearing. Just now, it heard movement nearby. Soon, the other two heads woke up too. The whole three-headed dog stood up and looked in one direction. The movement was getting bigger and bigger. In other words, the other party was getting closer and closer to it. The three-headed dog couldn't help but be ready for battle. Suddenly, a large part of the ground in one of the directions caved in. Then a hole appeared. The Cerberus instantly jumped up and pounced towards the hole. Boom! Immediately, smoke and dust flew. Countless fragments were sent flying. However, there was nothing in the hole. The Cerberus was suddenly shocked. Then, in another direction, the ground also suddenly caved in. The Cerberus suddenly turned around and pounced on another hole. However, there was still nothing under the hole. Then, another hole appeared in a different direction. Then, more and more holes appeared. However, there was still nothing. The Cerberus became anxious and let out an angry roar. This time, something suddenly drilled out from one of the holes. The Cerberus didn't see it clearly. It didn't even make a sound. The Cerberus's three heads thought that they had seen wrongly. It was probably because it had pounced back and forth, causing its eyes to blur. However, in the next second, the Cerberus suddenly felt that its back was slashed by a sharp blade. A gash instantly appeared on the Cerberus's back. Fresh blood flowed out. The Cerberus let out a blood-curdling scream. Howl! The Cerberus was completely enraged. The three heads tried their best to find the target of their attack. The underground cavern instantly became quiet and no shadows appeared. However, following that, a few more gashes appeared on different parts of the Cerberus. The Cerberus still couldn't find the other party. It could only feel the immense pain on its body. The Cerberus's eyes were bloodshot. It growled. It swore it would kill them. Suddenly, the Cerberus felt something moving beneath it. Then, before the Cerberus could react, its forelegs sank into the ground at the same time. The lower half of the Cerberus's body sank into the ground. It couldn't move at all. The Cerberus kept struggling, but it was sinking deeper and deeper. There was a hint of despair in its eyes. Who were these guys? The Cerberus was in a terrible mood. It felt the attacks from the black shadows, but it was powerless to resist. The three heads all roared. They were expressing their anger. At that moment, a black shadow walked out in front of them. It's really as the hint said, a three-headed vicious dog is like a creature from hell. Klein walked over and said coldly as he looked at the Cerberus. The moment the Cerberus saw someone approaching, it glared at Klein. Its eyes looked as though it wanted to devour Klein. However, it was still stuck deep in the soil and couldn't do anything. Klein sneered and said, I advise you to be more obedient. The more you move, the deeper you will sink. Klein snorted coldly. That was indeed the case. Now, the Cerberus's entire body had sunk into the ground. This made it feel extremely furious. However, if it continued moving, it would sink into the ground completely. Then, it would suffocate to death. The thought of this, the Cerberus was extremely unwilling. However, it could only watch helplessly as Klein walked past it, unable to do any harm. The moment, the Cerberus shouldn't be able to do any harm to him. Then, what Klein needed to do now was to take a good look at what was in the catacomb. At the same time, Klein asked Little Fox and Little Wind to help him see if there was anything worth excavating in the catacomb. Logically speaking, it was impossible for such a powerful crypt creature to appear without any treasures in the catacombs. However, after a round of searching, Klein didn't find any treasures. Even Little Fox or Little Wind couldn't find anything. Could it be that there's really nothing in here? Klein frowned as he pondered over the answer. Klein didn't know why, but he had a nagging feeling that things weren't that simple. Following that, Klein's gaze focused as he looked at the Cerberus. He suddenly had an idea. He walked up to the Cerberus and asked, "Is there anything here?" Although the Cerberus was still very angry at Klein, it clearly didn't have the same feeling as before. The Cerberus turned its head away. He didn't say a word, of course. It couldn't speak either. Even if it could speak, Klein guessed that the fellow wouldn't help him. Suddenly, a new notification appeared in front of Klein's eyes. The notification appeared on the Cerberus. There's a surprise in the Cerberus's body. You could try to kill it and dissect it. After Klein looked at it, he was suddenly delighted. That was the case. That it looked like the treasure was hidden in the Cerberus's body. Then, all he needed to do was finish off the Cerberus. Little Wind, Little Fox, the two of you attack directly. Klein ordered his two pets to attack the Cerberus directly. When Little Wind and Little Fox heard that, they were shocked. They quickly charged at the Cerberus. The Cerberus roared, as though it wanted to use its voice to intimidate the two pets. However, it was completely useless to Little Wind and Little Fox. After half a month of training, Little Wind and Little Fox were no longer at their previous levels. Even when faced with this level of intimidation, they were completely unaffected. Little Fox and Little Wind climbed onto the Cerberus's body and started to bite on its back crazily. Little Fox's claws were very sharp and quickly scraped off a layer of the Cerberus's thick skin, and Little Wind was not inferior at all. He used his hard outer shell to slam against the Cerberus's back. The Cerberus soon cried out in pain. The skin on its back was gradually torn open. Blood flowed out. However, Little Fox and Little Wind would not stop so quickly. They continued to start from the back and extend to both sides. Then, wherever Little Fox and Little Wind passed by, blood marks would appear on the Cerberus's body. The Cerberus howled in pain. Its body continued to struggle. In exchange, it sank deeper and deeper. After nearly an hour, the Cerberus didn't move at all. It was dead. However, what gave Klein a headache was that the dead Cerberus's body had completely sunken. That's right, it had sunk into the ground. For Klein, it would be a little troublesome to deal with it. Therefore, after much thought, Klein decided to let Little Wind dig up all the soil below. Then, Little Wind let his body sink completely into the ground. Then, he polished the surrounding soil and dug out a round pit. After another hour, with the efforts of Little Wind and Little Fox, Klein was able to begin the dissection of the Cerberus. Begin the dissection: 10 pieces of Cerberus skin, 100 pieces of Cerberus meat, 10 pieces of Cerberus skeleton, 5 water runes, 5 fire runes. Klein listened carefully to the rewards obtained after the dissection. 1 mysterious treasure chest. Klein was delighted when he heard that. That's it. Klein was overjoyed. He immediately ignored everything else and decided to open the treasure chest. The treasure chest has been successfully opened. The power of fire has been obtained. Could it be? When Klein saw the red flame in front of him, a terrifying thought surfaced in his mind. Following that, the red flame immediately flew into Klein's body. Klein felt a ball of fire burning in his body. Could it be that I've obtained the ability to burn? Klein endured the burning of the flames in his body while feeling excited. This feeling was very contradictory. After a full 10 minutes, the burning sensation completely disappeared. Klein took a deep breath. He even felt that his breathing was burning. It was as though he was about to burn. Then, let's test it out. Klein muttered and pointed at a rock not far in front of him. He waved his hands. Instantly, a huge ball of fire was released from Klein's hands and charged at the rock. Boom! The entire rock shattered. It turned into ashes. This is really, Klein was somewhat shocked. The strength of this flame was too strong that it actually turned the stone into ashes in an instant. Following that, Klein released another series of flames. Boom! This series of flames directly hollowed out a stone wall in front of him. This time, Klein was completely certain that his current strength was a dimension higher than before. After all, having been in the catacombs for so long, Klein originally thought that it was impossible for him to obtain such a superpower. But he never expected to actually encounter it. However, Klein felt that he couldn't be said to be lucky. That was because he had obtained the reward after defeating the Cerberus. One had to know that although Klein seemed to have easily dealt with the Cerberus, it was all thanks to Klein's outstanding nurturing of the Little Fox and Little Wind over the past half a month. It had improved the various functions of their bodies. That was why the Cerberus was placed in a dangerous spot. And even so, it still took the Little Fox and Little Wind several hours to completely take down the Cerberus. Of course, if Klein's fire ability was included, it might be a lot easier. With Klein's fire ability, it should be very easy for him to deal with crypt creatures, unless he was not immune to the fire attribute. But since he had obtained the fire ability, would he have other abilities? With this in mind, Klein suddenly became excited. However, Klein didn't have high expectations on this matter. After all, this was the first time Klein had discovered such a reward. Klein even wondered if this reward was something that only he could obtain. After all, back then, Klein only knew that the Cerberus had such a treasure in its belly when he saw the hint. If it were anyone else, there was a high probability that they wouldn't know. It could even be said that they wouldn't know. Furthermore, Klein was already very satisfied just to have the ability to use fire. It was difficult for a human heart to never be satisfied. It was important to learn how to be satisfied in time. Beside him, Little Fox and Little Wind were also shocked by the fire ability that Klein had just displayed. Not only were they happy that Klein had obtained such a powerful ability, they were currently jumping around Klein's feet. They were very happy, and their performance today made Klein very satisfied. It could be said that without the cooperation of Little Fox and Little Wind, Klein would never have been able to finish off the Cerberus. Therefore, Klein decided to give the two little fellows a good reward. Klein took out the barbecue grill and used the fire and water runes to quickly roast the meat. As for the meat, it naturally came from the meat of the Cerberus. It had to be said that although the Cerberus was very fierce, the meat was quite good. Furthermore, it was very nutritious. After eating just one piece, Little Fox and Little Wind felt that their energy had completely recovered. And when Klein saw this, he felt very amazed. Could the meat of the Cerberus really be that powerful? With this thought in mind, Klein also ate a piece. Not long after he ate it, Klein felt a surge of heat surging through his body. The fatigue he had just experienced seemed to have been swept away. His entire body was filled with strength. This feeling was too wonderful. Klein felt that it wouldn't be a problem even if he were to deal with the Cerberus again. It was that terrifying. After eating his fill, Klein thought about how he had only been focused on discovering the mysterious treasure chest and hadn't looked at the other rewards in detail. With a thought, he began to look at the other rewards he had just obtained. Soon, all the information appeared in front of Klein's eyes. Rare lightning crossbow, wind rune 9/4, fire rune 8/4, water rune 11/4, earth rune 7/4, iron 118/12, copper 120/6, gold 12/4, beast bone 38/8, 5 crossbow bolts, iron 118/2, copper 120/2 details. This is a combat rune device. It can shoot extremely fast arrows with electric light. It has a certain numbing effect. It has 2 shooting modes. Perfect rune honeycomb, wind rune 9/1, earth rune 7/1, wood 108/10, iron 118/15 details. This is a daily rune device that, if is hung outside the rune base, the smell it gives off will mislead the sand bees within 5,000 meters. The sand bees will treat it as a honeycomb. They are willing to gather honey for the honeycomb. It cannot be used when it is stored. For the time being, he could only choose to forge the lightning crossbow and runic blade. Klein hesitated for a moment before deciding to forge the lightning crossbow first. Compared to close combat weapons, long-range weapons were cheaper. Furthermore, the lightning crossbow had a paralyzing effect. If he applied anesthetic on it, the effect would definitely be good. Decompose the golden treasure chest. Forge the rare lightning crossbow. Klein selected it and confirmed its manufacture. System notification. Gold +4. System notification. Wind rune 4, fire rune 4, water rune 4, earth rune 4, iron 12, copper 6, gold 4, night whistlebone 8. System notification. Rare lightning crossbow successfully created. A crossbow appeared in Klein's hand. It was about the size of a perfect runic crossbow. Its structure was somewhat similar as well, and it also had a switch mode button. There was a trigger, and behind it was an ammunition magazine. There were more patterns on its body, and there were patterns of 4 elements. The arrowhead was like an eagle's beak, and its design was more stylish than a perfect runic crossbow. Klein made another 10 sets of crossbow bolts. The 2 crossbow bolts were about the same length, but there was a difference in the design of the arrowheads that if he wanted to shoot, he still needed to inject a soul. System notification. Soul 3. Rare lightning crossbow 105/105. A soul could only be fired 35 times, and the consumption was about 3 times that of a perfect runic crossbow. Klein injected 3 souls at once before loading the runic crossbow with arrows that he aimed in any direction that he shot. Shoo! Rays of light flashed. With a soft sound, the arrow had already pierced into the rock wall. What speed? That's at least 3 times faster than a perfect runic crossbow, or maybe 5 times faster. Klein could only rely on his senses at this speed. He only heard a sound before the arrow flew 10 meters away. Klein came to the spot where the arrow had been shot. A hole appeared in the hard demonstration. and the tail of the arrow couldn't be seen outside. It's also much stronger in terms of power. Klein tried the multiple shot mode again, .5 secondary crossbow arrows. All of them had sunk into the rocks, and the armor-piercing ability was evident. If I had such a lightning crossbow, I wouldn't have needed poison or anesthetic. With it, I would still be able to kill the sand troll. Klein played with it fondly a moment later. He opened the trade channel that he was selling a perfect runic crossbow. He was using a second-hand runic crossbow to replenish his inventory so that he could forge the Firestorm Saber. Seller, Klein 182.56. Trade item. Perfect runic crossbow plus 30 crossbow bolts. Requirements. 2 wind runes, 2 water runes, 2 earth runes, 2 fire runes. Inventory. 1. Seller's message. Don't miss it. This is 90% of a new long-range runic weapon that I used it to kill a large number of crypt creatures that, if you buy it, I won't panic when you enter dungeons in the future. Your hands won't be shaking, that you'll be able to easily kill monsters and steal treasures. In addition, I'll provide crossbow bolts for sale. All you need to do is provide iron blocks. Producing a perfect runic crossbow required 2 wind runes that I in addition. The 30 crossbow bolts required 12 iron blocks. Klein's price was set at 8 runes. It was a little steep, but many people would probably want a high grade long-range weapon. Klein smiled and said, "Next, the 2 of you will take the blood pill. This time, it's an excellent blood pill. I wonder if Little Fox will be upgraded." Klein took out the round blood pill, but he looked at Little Fox and Little Wind with a smile. Would they be able to learn new abilities during this upgrade? One had to know that Little Fox and Little Wind had fully developed their current abilities. If they didn't borrow other powers, it would be very difficult for them to be upgraded. This was also something that Klein was very concerned about at the same time. The chat channel was filled with discussions about the perfect runic crossbow. Long range weapons. Big Brother Klein is selling long-range weapons that there any little brother willing to lend me runes. God, Klein is actually selling a perfect runic crossbow. I don't even have ordinary crossbows that he's already selling runic crossbows. There are only 2 situations where a perfect runic crossbow can be sold. The first is that he has a second one. The second is that he might have better long-range weapons. Calm down. He even put up a bowl of fragrant rice in the afternoon that we can't be compared to him. The more we compare, the angrier we get. Is there any rice? I'll go take a look. I haven't tasted it in a long time. Just thinking about it makes me drool. The boss is the boss. There are so many good things. While everyone was discussing, many people went to the exchange market to buy runes. They either exchanged them with blueprints or used runic weapons. There was only one goal. The perfect runic crossbow. Not many people had runic crossbows. Not to mention the perfect runic crossbow. Alice had a list of perfect runic crossbows, but she did not want to expose it to the public. It was better for both of them to keep it a secret. In the future, she could also sell runic crossbows at a high price. Secondly, she was familiar with Klein. After all, they had traded a few times. Although Klein was a black-hearted businessman, he had indeed helped Alice survive. Furthermore, she might have to trade with Klein in the future. She couldn't afford to offend him. Don't fight over it. 1 for each of you. Klein fed Little Fox and Little Wind the excellent blood pills. Last time, Little Fox had successfully gained a tail after taking an ordinary blood pill, and she had mastered a brand new skill. Little Fox was familiar with the process. When she saw that it was a blood pill, she opened her mouth and swallowed it. Little Wind also smelled it and chewed it a few times before swallowing it all. It was almost identical to the last time. Little Fox's hair stood on end, and the heat in her body kept surging. Little Wind curled up into a ball, protecting the soft parts within the hard shell. The 2 pets transformed. Klein didn't slack off either. He held a low-grade strength enchantment scroll in his left hand and a low-grade agility enchantment scroll in his right. Klein first used a low-grade strength enhancement scroll. In the end, the system notification said that he had already used it. It seems like I can only use each scroll once. Klein had no choice but to put it away. He thought that he could stack them. Use the low-grade agility enchantment scroll. Klein softly read. This time, the agility scroll turned into ashes and fused into his body. A boiling hot spot appeared at his waist. He lifted his clothes and saw a strange character slowly condensing on his waist. Agility character. A stream of air seemed to form between his legs. His entire body became lighter. 3 minutes later, the effect of the blood pill finally wore off. Little Fox grew another tail. However, the newly grown tail was shorter. Perhaps it was because the effect of the medicine was insufficient. Little Wind's changes were also more obvious. The hard armor on his body was more flamboyant, more inclined towards mechanical. System notification. Pet Little Fox has completed metamorphosis. Strength increased. Additional ability. Alloy claws. System notification. Pet Little Wind has completed metamorphosis. Strength increased. Additional ability. Amplification. Both pets had obtained new abilities. Klein could roughly guess at the two brand new abilities that he opened the pet interface. Tail Fox name. Little Fox status. Healthy abilities. High-speed movement, copper skin, and iron bones. Alloy claws. He checked the details of the skills. Alloy claws. Claws have been greatly enhanced if a single claw can shatter rocks. Tornado Pangolin. Name. Little Wind. Status. Healthy ability. Assault hammer. Terrain modification. Amplification. Check the details of the ability. Amplification. Able to increase the size of the body by 10 times. Last for 30 minutes. Cooldown time. 180 minutes. Not bad. After Klein browsed through the new ability, he couldn't help but imagine the size of Little Wind's body after he had increased by 10 times. It seemed like he could be used as a mount. The spot in the middle of Little Wind's back was just right for him to lie down. There were bumps on his left and right that could be stepped on. He should be able to be used as a mount. After Klein ransacked the nest, other than rocks and sand, he casually swept through some of the other resources and left in a hurry. The main reason was that he wasn't sure how long the effects of the anesthetic would last against the swarm mutated insects. If he was stuck at the entrance of the cave and had a stuffy fart, there was no need to say anything about how sour it would be. I'll slip away first. Klein squeezed out of the cave entrance. The effect of the swarm mutated insect hadn't reached its peak, yet he heaved a sigh of relief and flew into the air with his two pets. Remaining number of excavations for the day. There are only 4 options left for the next catacombs. Unless there's something good in the catacombs below, I don't want to stay beside the swarm mutated insects to dig. It's no different from a dung pit. Klein looked in 5 directions one by one. Digging down, apart from being in the feces of the swarm mutated insects and having a fecal bath, you'll also receive a copper chest. Digging up, there are some good plants to gather. Continuing to dig forward, there's a hot spring that's about to dry up. You could take a beautiful bath. In the catacombs to the left, the night whistler is hiding under the sand. There's a copper treasure chest beside it. In the catacombs on the right, you can find food and water. Search carefully, and there are some decent resources. The 5 directions were not rich in resources. The danger level was also average. Let's go to the hot spring and take a good bath. Klein sniffed his body and decided to dig ahead. From the moment he entered the catacombs, Klein had only used water to wipe his body. He had yet to take a hot bath to his heart's content. There was a limit to the amount of water he could produce every day. He had only produced the second water condenser yesterday. Based on the current consumption and storage ratio, he could probably take a bath every few days. This time, he had encountered a hot spring, which could save him a lot of fresh water. Klein flew in the air with a shovel in hand that he first dug out a passageway that could allow him to stand. And the rest was much simpler. He continued digging forward. It was about 50 meters before he arrived at the next catacomb. The 39th catacomb. The ratio of sand and rock coverage was about 1 to 1. In the middle of the catacomb, there was a large depression in the rock. From time to time, a wisp of white gas would float out. Klein was delighted when he saw this and quickly walked forward. The depression was the size of a bathtub. The depth of the water was about a meter. A mouthful of the hot spring that is about to dry up doesn't taste good. Drinking it will give you a stomachache, but it's perfect for bathing. Klein reached out to test the temperature of the water. It was all right for him. The main reason was that his skin had been strengthened and was able to withstand the high temperature. If a normal person were to go down, they would definitely lose a layer of skin. All right, I'll bathe here. Klein opened the runic base, and the door faced him that if someone or danger appeared, he could hide in the base as quickly as possible. Klein turned around and said, "The two of you, turn around and help me guard." Klein turned the heads of Little Fox and Little Wind. With the 2 pet guards, he felt more at ease. Then, he took off his clothes and entered the hot spring. Hiss, it's comfortable. Klein grinned and praised. The water temperature is just right. It was exhilarating. He took out a towel and soap and began to wash himself. He washed from head to toe. The originally clear hot spring immediately turned turbid. Klein looked at the spring water and smiled awkwardly. Even if it didn't dry up, it would still be polluted by him. The underground hot spring continued to rise. The turbid spring water and bubbles continued to flow to the edge. It wasn't easy for Klein to find the hot spring, and he didn't want to leave after washing. He immersed himself in the warm water and enjoyed a moment of leisure. System notification. Perfect runic crossbow. 1. Set of crossbow bolts. 30. System notification. Transaction completed. Wind rune +2. Fire rune +2. Water rune +2. Earth rune +2. Klein was enjoying this moment. The runic crossbow that was put up for sale half an hour ago had been successfully sold. Klein was surprised. He opened the transaction channel and looked at the transaction history. The buyer was called William Ritchie. 18.6. Klein had some impression. of this guy. He was also an influential figure. He had once been a special forces soldier from a major country a few days ago during a certain period of time. Later, everyone unanimously believed that Klein and company had dug out more before William was taken off the list. Only such people can afford it. Klein muttered. The seller's private message popped up. Klein opened it and saw that it was indeed William. From the photo, he looked mighty even without being angry. Mr. Klein, can you tell me the list of crossbow bolts? 2 iron blocks can be made into 5. All right, can you help me make some now? I'll give you 30 iron blocks. A moment later, Klein obtained 30 iron blocks. Then he forged all of them into crossbows and traded them back. Mr. Klein is an honest person. Thank you, the other party replied. They were probably worried that Klein would swallow the iron. Klein replied with a smile. Just as the message was about to be closed, another message came from the other side. Mr. Klein, on account of me buying your runic crossbow, can you tell me how many catacombs you have dug up? In the regional channel I'm in, many people are asking about this. William's attitude was very polite and humble. Klein thought for a moment and entered a number. 39. The number of catacombs dug up was not a secret, so there was no need to hide it. The other party seemed to be shocked. Impressive, I've only dug up 25 catacombs, which is already more than most people. Mr. Klein's speed is terrifying. Klein closed William's chat box. Out of the corner of his eye, Klein saw that there was an unread private message from an acquaintance. He browsed through it. There were some who wanted to exchange items with Klein, and there were also some who wanted to ask for some information. Klein dealt with them one by one. He soaked in a hot spring for more than an hour. Klein felt comfortable anyway. The spring water had stopped increasing and had completely dried up. I can't waste this spring water. Klein scratched his head, wondering if he should keep it well and use it at night. Forget it, it's a little dirty after washing once. Why don't I put it on the exchange market? He had an idea. It would be a pity if he were to throw away so much water. If he were to throw it on the exchange market and buy it as secondhand bath water, there might be people who would want it. Klein put on his clothes again. When the impurities in the hot spring were almost settled, he would collect most of the hot spring water. The bottom portion was too dirty and would affect its value. System notification. Hot spring water plus 500 L. Klein didn't have a container that could hold it, so he directly sold the bath water. Seller, Klein 182.56. Item, hot spring water 100 L. Requirement. Any rune, inventory. 5 seller's message, secondhand bath water. The dirt has already been deposited and the water quality is still acceptable, but if you can wash it again, quickly auction it back. The water temperature is still warm. The shelf was finished. Klein yawned at tea that moment. It was put up for sale at noon. It was also successfully sold. IT was exchanged for a wind rune. As a result, Klein already had 8 wind runes. But it was a pity that the fire runes were only 6. The Firestorm Saber needed 8 wind and 8 fire runes. Klein packed his things and headed to the next catacomb. World Channel. Did you guys notice? Klein just put up a secondhand bath. Is there any warrior who wants to buy Klein's original bath water? It's best to give a tasting speech. Holy acid. Someone already bought one. He buying it to bathe or to drink. He's about to die, yet he's still taking a bath. Haha. Big news. I just received news that Klein has already dug into the 39th catacombs. What? 39 catacombs? Is this guy even human? Who can dig faster than him? No wonder there are so many resources, this bastard. The topic of everyone's discussion quickly shifted from secondhand bathwater to Klein's excavation records. Most of them stopped at a few catacombs, but a small number of them were more than 20 for the time being. Apart from Klein, no one had broken through to 30. At the same time, there were already people who bought the secondhand bathwater in private. Exchange it for a bath, but in fact, most people used it to drink, even if they knew it was bathwater or hot spring water. In order to survive, they still drank it. 100 liters could be drunk for a long time, and using runes to exchange for it was also blood money. The flaw was that the bathwater came from it would be great if it was a beauty. Klein thought for a moment before saying, my bathwater is really selling well. Klein had just dug up black membrane, and the secondhand bathwater had already been sold out that he couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps this was the charm of his personality. In this round of bathwater transactions, he had obtained 2 fire runes, 1 wind rune, and 2 earth runes. Before entering, I'll first forge the Firestorm Saber. Later, I'll use them to test the might of the crypt creatures. Klein opened the manufacturing list. Rare Firestorm Saber. Wind runes September 8th. Fire runes 8/8. Iron 115/20. Copper 107/20. Wood 125/4. Silver 9/4 selection. System notification. Wind rune 8. Fire rune 8. Iron 20. Copper 20. Wood 4. Silver 4. System notification. Rare Firestorm Saber has been successfully forged. A straight blade appeared in Klein's hand. The blade began to burn with revolving flames. The 40th catacomb. Klein held the firestorm saber and looked around. Little Fox and Little Wind followed closely behind. The blade of the firestorm saber was 1.5 meters long. It had many complicated patterns. It was light as a hole, and it didn't take much effort to hold it in his hand. The speed of the saber was increased. It could burst into flames. Like a whirlwind, it encircled the saber. Furthermore, Klein, who possessed the ability of flames, could add more flames to the saber at will. However, Klein wasn't familiar with it at the moment. Therefore, he couldn't add too much. He had to keep it within a certain range. Roar. There was a roar in front of him that a behemoth pounced at him. The only underground creature in this catacomb. The flowing sand lion. It was 3 meters long and huge. Its entire body was covered in a thick layer of sand armor. Its defensive ability far exceeded that of the rock armor crocodile. Its danger factor was 3-4. It had a fierce and violent temperament. And its ability was to condense sand armor. It could roll up the sand under its feet and condense in a sand armor in the span of a breath. If it could not break through the defense and kill it in one go, then it could continuously condense sand armor. It was very difficult to deal with that if he wanted to kill it. He would need a sharp weapon. Shoo! Lightning flashed. It was Klein who shot the lightning crossbow. The arrow pierced through the sand armor of the flowing sand lion. Roar. The flowing sand lion slowed down its movements, apparently because of the numbing effect. This arrow failed to kill the flowing sand lion. Quicksand constantly surged through the wound where the arrow was, condensing into armor once again. The flowing sand lion pounced at him again. Klein's movements were nimble as he quickly dodged to the side. Little Fox and Little Wind were instructed to watch the battle from the side as soon as they entered. With the enhancement of a low-level agility enchantment scroll, Klein's speed increased. In a flash, he had already circled behind the flowing sand lion. Klein put away the lightning crossbow. Actually, if he were to use the lightning crossbow to kite the flowing sand lion, he would definitely be able to grind the big fellow to death in a few minutes. However, he had to test the power of the firestorm saber. Klein held the saber with both hands. With a thought, a flame ignited on the blade. In an instant, the entire knife was covered in swirling flames. The surrounding air suddenly rose. Klein was the person holding the saber, so he didn't feel it clearly. Streams of air blew backward for the hilt of the knife, separating the heat from his body. The air streams gradually turned into white smoke. Like gray ribbons, they fluttered in the wind. Kill. Klein charged forward. The flowing sand lion had already reacted. It turned its head and pounced forward. In the face of the scorching flames. It was instinctively afraid, and the sand armor on its body was even thicker. As long as it could withstand one strike, it would definitely be able to destroy the intruder. The flowing sand lion was confident in its sand armor. Puffed. One strike. It was like cutting tofu. The firestorm saber easily sliced through the sand armor point one of the flowing sand lions. Forelimbs landed on the ground. Another strike. Following closely behind, it was as though the first strike had just landed when the second strike followed. The flowing sand lion was split into two. Its internal organs and blood flowed all over the ground. The quicksand that covered its body disintegrated. Klein sheathed his saber. He looked at the flowing sand lion on the ground. The wounds were either charred or melted. The sand armor from before seemed to be non-existent. Is this the rare firestorm saber? Klein revealed a satisfied smile. The high temperature could rapidly melt armor. The flowing sand lion's body was tough, but it couldn't withstand a single strike. System notification. Flowing sand lion meat plus 12. System notification. Flowing sand lion blood plus 1, 0, 0, 0 ml. System notification. Flowing sand lion bone plus 6. System notification. Flowing sand lion skin plus 1. Klein decomposed the corpse. There was more blood and meat to begin with. That a portion of the blood was burned, dried out a portion of the meat was charred. The flowing sand lion blood didn't have any special effects. There was meat, flowing sand lion meat. It tastes average and is often consumed. That a weapon forged with earth runes will increase your affinity with it. Current satiation index is 3 stars. Overall score is 68. If it's wind runes or fire runes, it would be better. Klein touched his wrist and said, however, the affinity earth runes aren't bad either. The strength bracers use earth runes. It was better than having no effect. Unfortunately, the meat didn't taste good. Klein came to a corner. There was an iron treasure chest in the catacomb. After checking it, he opened it. System notification. Iron treasure chest plus 1. System notification. 300 milliliters cola plus 4. System notification. Fire runes plus 2. System notification. Earth runes plus 1. System notification. Chili seeds plus 4. System notification. Perfect lead combat boots blueprint +1. Klein raised his eyebrows. Another runic equipment. He learned. Decisively. Perfect lead combat boots. Wind runes 1/2. Earth runes 8/2. Iron 95/8. Copper 87/5. Beast bones 36/6. Bee skin 9/12. Details. Wear it and feel like you're flying. Maybe you don't have an advantage in terms of speed, but you can jump up to a few meters. Hey, it's not acceleration. Klein shook his head, feeling a little disappointed at the moment. He had a floating propeller. He could jump as high as he wanted. The ability to transform into a flying combat boots was a little redundant. It's better than nothing that I got more from opening the box this time. Mainly Coke and chili seeds. Klein stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Naturally, he didn't need too much cola. There were 4 bottles in total, and he could enjoy them for a few days. Chili was one of Klein's favorite condiments that in the past, he didn't like anything that wasn't spicy. Although he had switched to chili noodles, he still missed the taste of ordinary chili. Even if it was just condiments and not necessities of life. It was worth it for him to make a planter that was specially used to cultivate chili peppers. Klein thought for a moment before saying, "There's still quite a number of resources on the ground. Let's search them thoroughly first." Klein noticed that there were more than 10 balls of plants not far away. If he wasn't wrong, this should be one of the ingredients for the antidote. The ball-rolling grass. If the antidote was produced by Klein, it would probably be in high demand if it was put on the market. Many of the crypt creatures were poisonous, or if they accidentally entered the poison chamber, they would need it. System notification. Iron +20, system notification. Copper +18, system notification. Wood +32, system notification. Silver +6, system notification. Ball rolling grass +12, system notification. Cold play grass +8. Apart from too much stone and sand, the rest of the resources were all plundered. Klein wanted to make an antidote, but he still lacked the ingredients to make one sweet fruit. By now, the sweet fruit tree had already passed its flowering stage. Its branches were filled with fruits. However, it still lacked a little time to ripen. A tea might have to wait until night, or it might wait until tomorrow. I wonder if the unripe sweet fruit can be used to make an antidote. Klein thought about it and didn't choose to make it right away. He wasn't in a hurry anyway. I'll put up the perfect runic speed blade and sell it first. Klein was quite satisfied with the performance of the Firestorm Saber, and it was also very suitable. Naturally, there was no need to use a runic blade of a lower grade in the trading channel. Seller, Klein 182.56. Item, perfect runic speed blade. Requirement, 8 wind runes. Inventory. Seller's message, a good knife that has seen blood. With it, you can increase your attack speed. Dealing with crypt creatures is like chopping melons and vegetables that, if you buy today, they will be delicious. Roast meat as a bonus. What are you waiting for? In order to promote his sales, Klein deliberately added a little discount. This time, he would only exchange for wind runes, as long as he had wind runes. He could create runic crossbows and speed blades, and he could put them back on the shelves. Klein noticed that in the private messages, there were players who wanted runic crossbows that seemed to be related to William. That guy had a runic crossbow and killed a powerful crypt creature with light injuries, proving the power of the runic crossbow to everyone. Seeing that the effect was good, some of the high-level players came to Klein to buy. There were also people who hoped that Klein could help them forge it and give them tips. Unfortunately, Klein didn't care about the commission fee at all. Other than the runic speed blade, Klein also put up the low-grade strength enchantment scroll on the trading channel. Item, low-grade strength enchantment scroll. Requirements, 15 wind runes, 15 fire runes, 8 water runes, 8 earth runes. Option 1. Any scroll. Option 2. Any runic device manufacturing blueprint above rare rank. Inventory. 1. Transaction settings. Seller's confirmation before transaction. Seller's message. After use, permanently increases strength. If you have divine power, you can communicate privately. You are allowed to use items plus runes to complete the transaction. Ordinary transactions didn't require the seller's confirmation. As long as the conditions were met, it would be completed. The reason why Klein set up the seller's confirmation was mainly because he didn't wish to exchange for useless items. For example, he had already used a low-grade agility enchantment scroll. He couldn't use a second one. As for the price, it was relatively high. In the short term, no one would be able to gather so many runes. Remaining excavation times for the day, 2. Klein was looking at the hints in 5 directions. There's nothing particularly needed in the 5 directions. The catacomb ahead is a poison chambers, and there are plant resources. I should be able to pick the ingredients for the skeleton potion. If I want to go, I have to create another poison prevention and purification mask for Little Wind. Klein made up his mind. Soon, a brand new poison prevention and purification mask was completed. The main ingredients were 2 earth runes, 1 crystal, and 1 silver block. Klein had too many animal hides, iron blocks, and the like that it was easier to collect them. The two beasts put on their gas masks and entered the gas chamber in front of them. It wasn't much different from the previous gas chamber. The grayish-white miasma floated in the air, so the visibility wasn't high. There were no boxes or crypt creatures in the catacomb. Most crypt creatures didn't like living in such an environment, unless they were poisonous. Poison spot grass, white bone flower, and bloodstained grass are indeed here. Klein put on his gloves and squatted down to collect. Poison spot grass plus 18, white bone flower plus 16, bloodstained grass plus 15. All the light. There were no seeds. Even if there were seeds, Klein couldn't grow them. They had to live in poisonous gas under extremely harsh conditions. Once the plants are collected, continue with the search for other supplies. And when it's all gone, Klein prepared to leave the place that he first checked the notifications in all directions. Continued digging forward. You will enter a swamp. Be careful of the creatures hiding in the dark. Dig down, there's a sand honeycomb. Smoke it with fire, and you will harvest honey that's so sweet that it's greasy. Dig up, there's a flowing sand lion and a copper treasure chest. In the catacomb on the right, there's a group of rotting corpses, jackals, and wolves. There's also some supplies that you need. In the catacombs on the left, a gold-digging dwarf is sleeping. If you secretly knock it out, you'll be able to harvest a lot of good treasures. Klein didn't think too much about it and directly chose the catacomb on the left. Honey could be obtained from runic hives, but gold-digging dwarves were hard to come by. The last time he encountered a gold-digging dwarf, he had exchanged barbecued meat for runes. It was a great profit. Klein still had a reputation trading card on him, so he could quickly confirm the trust of the gold-digging dwarf. Even if he wasn't planning on robbing him, he could still make a trade. Let's go. Klein took out his shovel and came to the left earthen wall with Little Fox and Little Wind. The tunnel was dug more than 10 meters and opened. The two animals entered the next catacomb. There was a fluctuation in space. Klein arrived at the 41st catacomb that he immediately searched for the gold-digging dwarf. He's indeed sleeping. Klein looked up and saw a gold-digging dwarf hugging a large bag and sound asleep a few meters away. However, after hearing the slightest movement, the gold-digging dwarf quivered and suddenly got up from the ground. This gold-digging dwarf had a square face, dark green skin, and an earth-shaking chin. When it saw Klein, it picked up the large bag in one hand and prepared to escape at any moment. Look at what this is. Klein shook the reputation trading card in his hand. The gold-digging dwarf was taken aback for a moment before rubbing its eyelids. Then looked at Klein and heaved a sigh of relief. After the gold-digging dwarf looked at the reputation trading card in Klein's hand, he suddenly had no intention of escaping. The two sides began trading. Klein used the roast meat as a bargaining chip again. The process was similar to the last time. This gold-digging dwarf didn't have any good stuff on him. Klein only. Exchange 5 runes, 2 wind, 2 water, 1 earth, and a special item. The common language of the catacombs world. It was a thick and unadorned book. None of the words on it could be read. It was like a distorted rune. The common language of the catacombs world rune teaching book, created by an upright walking crypt creature. It is suitable for most crypt creatures. After using it, one can immediately master the common language of the catacombs world. Klein was holding the teaching book in his hands. He raised his head and heard the gold-digging dwarf going, "Abba, Abba." He kept gesturing as if he wanted Klein to learn. Use. Klein recited silently. In an instant, the light-colored patterns on the surface of the rune teaching book gradually lit up. The gold-digging dwarf clapped his hands in joy. The rune teaching book transformed into rays of golden light that fused into Klein's brain. Klein was slightly absent-minded. A large number of strange symbols and sound were inserted into his memory. Hey. Have you learned it? Hey, can you understand what I'm saying? The gold-digging dwarf kept waving his arms and shouting from a few meters away. Klein snapped back to his senses and said with a faint smile, "I've learned it. It's not bad. Of course, the runic teaching book is a rare item that I'm only willing to give it to you because the meat you trade is very delicious. Most of the time, everyone needs to learn the common language bit by bit. It would take a few years to learn and finish the entire book." The gold-digging dwarf chuckled. "Look, can you give me the condiments he used just now?" "So there's a reason." Klein smiled. The last time he gave a bottle of black pepper to another gold-digging dwarf, he went to the exchange channel to exchange for it. "All right, not only will I give you black pepper, I'll also give you a portion of chili noodles. It's not bad to sprinkle it on." Klein handed over the black pepper and chili noodles and said with a smile, "It's fate that we met. Don't be in a hurry to leave. We're having barbecued meat tonight, so we can eat it in pieces." It wasn't that Klein was hospitable, but he wanted to gather more information. Information about the catacombs. No. Our race has a habit of leaving immediately after the transaction. Although your barbecued meat is delicious, I must abide by the rules passed down by the ancestors of the gold-digging dwarf. The gold-digging dwarf quickly packed the items before tying the bag. There weren't many good items left in the bag. Most of them were gold, silver, jewelry, or some food. Klein recalled that the gold-digging dwarf had left in a hurry. That was the reason. Even if the gold-digging dwarf was greedy, it would still abide by the rules passed down by its ancestors. Before I leave, can I ask you a question? What is the entire catacombs world like? Klein spoke quickly, almost reflexively raising the question that if the gold-digging dwarf stayed behind, he could ask about it in detail. Time was tight, so the question appeared vague. The gold-digging dwarf paused and curled his lips. The underground world is very large. Our current location is in the periphery that if you keep moving forward, you might be able to find the underground city. Only in the underground city can you see the civilization. There are only beasts in the periphery. I have to go. The gold-digging dwarf dug into the ground and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Underground city? Klein repeatedly pondered over the information the gold-digging dwarf brought him. Underground city civilization, periphery. The amount of information was a little large. The periphery is filled with beasts. It looks like even if they're crypt creatures, there's still a chain of contempt. Klein looked at Little Fox and Little Wind. The two little fellows didn't speak a common language. When they communicated with each other, it was mostly through body language or tone. Previously, he had naively allowed Little Fox to communicate with the gold-digging dwarf. Both sides were probably speaking a different language that it was no wonder that he had to spend so much effort to understand it. And the reason why his words could be understood by Little Fox and Little Wind was mostly because they were bound to each other. The number of excavations tonight had been used up. Klein spread out the base and camped at the same spot. There was still some time before dinner. Klein first went to the balcony to take a look. The sweet fruit had yet to ripen, but the bread tree had already blossomed. Looking at the situation, I can taste the sweet fruit tonight. Klein watered it and brought the fishing device outside. Some minced meat had already been placed in the fish catcher as bait. He dug a deep pit and buried the fish catcher. I wonder if I can catch a few more after being buried for a long time. Klein brought the shovel back, that on the way back he thought of the runic honeycomb. Now that he had enough runes, he could give it a try. The roasted meat was dipped in honey, and it tasted pretty good. On the balcony of the base, Klein opened the manufacturing list. Perfect runic honeycomb. Wind rune 3/1, earth rune 7/1, wood 154/10, iron 111/15. Selection of manufacturing. System notification. Wind rune 1, earth rune 1, wood 10, iron 15. System notification. Perfect runic honeycomb has been successfully constructed. A honeycomb-like device wrapped in iron plates appeared in front of Klein. The interior was mainly made of wood. There were some lines on the surface. There was a hook at the top of TO operate. One needed to add a soul. IT operated for 8 hours. Klein added a soul and hung the runic honeycomb above the balcony. There were flowers on the balcony that if the sand bees were attracted, they could also be used locally. Klein stayed on the balcony for a few minutes, but he didn't see a single sand bee that he couldn't help but doubt the efficacy of the device. Or was it still on the way? System notification. Earth rune 2, iron 10, stone 10, copper. System notification. Excellent runic planting pod has been successfully created. System notification. Excellent runic planting pod has been successfully created. Klein remade the 2 planting pots. He added soil into them. He buried the seeds of the pepper and fragrant rice tree, respectively. He had obtained 2 fragrant rice tree seeds last time, and he had buried them all. After Klein was done with this matter, he heard a buzzing sound. When he looked up, he indeed saw sand bees. There were 3 of them, and they were flying towards the hive. They were as big as a thumb, and when they flapped their wings, they were very noisy. Each of them had an earthy yellow surface and a pointy head. Their hind legs were filled with thick nectar. I wonder how these little things can travel through the world of the catacombs. Klein observed for a moment and didn't get too close that if he was stung, although it wasn't fatal, it would be painful enough. The sand bees flew into the runic nest and flew out a few seconds later. They landed directly on the plants on the balcony and picked the nectar on them. They went back and forth and were extremely busy. I'll ignore them and do something else first. Klein turned around and closed the balcony door to prevent the sand bees from entering by mistake. That he turned on both condensers. That he added 60 pieces of wood each. Then he opened the production list and chose to create the perfect leap combat boots. Total consumption. Wind rune 2, earth rune 2, iron 8, copper 5, bone 6, leather 1. The outside was metal and had patterns. The inside was soft animal skin, so it didn't hurt at all. Klein wore his leap combat boots and walked around the outside. The experience wasn't bad. The combat boots weren't heavy at all, and they were even very light. When he jumped, he could jump up to 3 meters. He sprinted and jumped, reaching a maximum of 3 meters. After a moment of experience, Klein realized that the leap combat boots had an advantage that he didn't have when he was in the air. From the beginning of the jump to the highest point, the speed was uniform throughout the entire process, allowing him to reach his maximum speed in an instant. The flying propeller was different. It required wind power to be injected, and only when the speed was slow would it increase. The speed was like the leap combat boots. If I combine the two types of equipment, Klein put on the flying propeller again, that he jumped with force in midair, the floating propeller spewed out wind power again. The initial takeoff speed increased. Klein flew to a mud wall, and with a stomp of his feet, he used the mud wall and the leap combat boots to accelerate horizontally once. Again, Klein's eyes flashed. With the help of the propelling force, he flew close to the ground. Suddenly, the tip of his foot touched the ground. Whoosh! Suddenly, he gained a speed boost from the leap combat boots and shot out like a cannonball. At the same time, the firestorm saber appeared in his hand. All right. Klein laughed. With a combination of the floating propeller and the flying combat boots, he could have a higher instantaneous burst. Coupled with the firestorm saber's power, all of this was just Klein's guess that on the way back to the base, the perfect runic speed blade was successfully sold. Klein obtained the 8 wind runes. The buyer was Rogers. Last time, Klein had made a small pit for Rogers, using roasted spiders and rotten snake meat to trade with Rogers. Rogers laughed and said, "Big brother, Klein, I'm waiting for your roasted meat." Rogers sent a message. "Now, if there's no rush, I'll give you the deal during dinner." "All right, then we'll wait for dinner." It's best not to roast it too thoroughly." Klein opened the world channel and searched for the chat records related to the scroll. Low-grade strength enchantment scroll. Have any of you used them before? Holy yes, it's scrolls. What high-grade stuff is this? Is this big shot, Klein? Sigh. Scrolls are too expensive. If anyone is willing to lend me runes, I can help you try them. Since it's a low-grade scroll, it definitely won't be of much use. I feel that Klein is playing with the information gap. Since everyone doesn't know about the details, whoever buys it will be fooled. Can you provide me with an enchantment scroll? It's not like I'm forcing you to buy it. At this stage, the low-grade power enchantment scroll was a luxury item. If Klein wanted to sell it in a short period of time, it was practically an extravagant request, and in comparison, the runic crossbow was more popular and more easily accepted. There were many requests for the item in Klein's private messages. It was a private message from Alice. Up until now, Klein only knew that Alice also had a method to produce a runic crossbow. In fact, Alice could sell it herself without asking Klein. It was probably because she didn't want Klein to misunderstand her as robbing him of his business. "No problem, it's best if the price is on the same level as mine. That way, everyone can make money," Klein replied. All right. After Alice replied, Klein quickly saw her putting up a perfect runic crossbow in the trade channel. Apart from that, Klein noticed that there were more and more long-range weapons in the trade channel, such as crossbows and bows. There were also people putting up excellent runic crossbows. Although the quality wasn't as good as the perfect runic crossbow, the advantage was that the price was cheaper and more affordable. With the increase in long-range weapons, everyone's survival rate will continue to increase. Right now, it has been the best period to sell runic crossbows. The price will definitely drop in the future. I'll forge all 8 wind runes into perfect runic crossbows. Opening the crafting list, he used up 8 iron, 8 copper, and all wind runes in one go. He used up another 48 iron and prepared 30 sets of crossbow arrows for each runic crossbow. Perfect runic crossbows, all on the shelves. Seller, Klein 182.56. Trade, perfect runic crossbow. Seller's message. If you buy today, half a bowl of fragrant rice will be included. Klein chose the same promotional model. The price was the same as last time. Point 1 was still 8 runes in less than half an hour. The 4 runic crossbows were sold one after another. The 4 buyers, both men and women, sent Klein a private message asking for the complimentary fragrant rice. Klein simply gave them some fragrant rice and let them cook it themselves. Before he knew it, it was time for dinner. Klein slaughtered all the sand fish he caught during the day. He boiled 1 fish in soup and roasted the rest. The sweet fruit was ripe. Each fruit was plump and round, and its skin emitted a delicate fragrance. Klein picked one and peeled its skin. The outer layer was like an orange peel, and the flesh inside was like a dragon fruit. However, it had more juice and no seeds. He took a bite. It was sweeter than a black vine fruit, and the juice was richer. How often does the fruit grow? If it bore fruit with a high frequency, he would be able to achieve fruit freedom in the future with just this one fruit. Klein took small bites of the skin. It was a little sour, but it was within the acceptable range. He couldn't throw away the sweet fruit skin. He would use it as seasoning or dry it in the sun. It was still useful. The fox tugged at Klein's trouser leg and looked at him eagerly. It was the same for Little Wind. He was completely attracted by the sweet fruit and didn't even look at the roasted meat on the side. Klein smiled and threw down the two sweet fruits. He continued making dinner. Tonight, it was mainly grilled fish and fish soup. Generally speaking, drinking fish soup was mainly a savory flavored. It was unknown if sand fish could produce the same effect. The fish soup was being stewed. Klein added 2 more pieces of sweet fruit skin to enhance the flavor. On the grill, the grilled fish and roast meat emitted a tempting aroma. Klein grilled the fish in more than one way. There was also a perfect runic oven on the side. Inside was a hammertail sandfish with seasoning. This thing required 2 fire runes, 1 earth rune, 15 iron blocks, 5 copper blocks, and 1 silver block to synthesize. Adding 1 soul could last for 4 hours. It was square in shape, like a black box. In the upper right corner of the oven, there was a rotation button that could adjust the temperature and time. Apart from not needing to plug in electricity, it was similar to an ordinary electric oven. Klein randomly picked a piece, put the roast meat on the rack, and sent the link to Rogers a moment later. Rogers had already obtained it and replied to the message. Klein had already started eating. Fish soup, roast meat, roast fish, water. This meal was abnormally sumptuous. 1 man, 2 beasts, and a whirlwind. He ate until he was stuffed. Later, Klein continued reading his private messages as usual. Many people came to him for private transactions. There were all sorts of strange things. A perfect blueprint for making rice wine, an excellent blueprint for making fruit wine. The contents of a certain private message piqued Klein's interest. The other party had already posted the blueprint on the trading channel. The requirement for the 2 blueprints were different. The requirements for a perfect blueprint for making rice wine was for any healing medicine that a good wine is only made of water and meat. For the first 2 or 3 days, the 2 drawings were mostly food and water. I have all these things, and I want to exchange them all. With a wave of his hand, Klein bought them all. There was no shortage of meat and water, and no shortage of healing medicine. System notification, excellent single-horn sandhound meat, 12. System notification, excellent rice wine blueprint +1. System notification, common healing medicine, 12. System notification, transaction completed, perfect fruit wine blueprint +1. Once he obtained the manufacturing diagram, Klein learned all of it. He opened the manufacturing list that he found the synthesis list of the 2 wines. Excellent fruit wine 000 ml. Fruit 22/5. Rice wine 0/500 ml. Details. There is a need for rice wine brewing technology. The taste will depend on the materials that long-term consumption can strengthen the body. Perfect rice wine 000 ml. Fragrant rice 80g/200g. Wine starter 0/1. Water 3600 m/1000. Details. The taste is sweet and delicious. Long-term consumption can strengthen one's physique. I'm short of wine. Klein helplessly closed the production page. Without wine starter, he could not make rice wine, let alone making fruit wine. In fact, from his point of view, the fruit wine synthesis formula was a little flawed. If he could make rice wine, he could add fruit to it himself, and he could make fruit wine himself. In addition, if he made it with perfect rice wine and turned it into a fine fruit wine, it would be a loss. Synthetic fruit wine also had advantages. For example, it could be done in 1 step, without the need to soak for time. The sky was completely dark. Night. Most people's entertainment activities were chatting and blowing water. Why today? There were about 500 people left in the entire regional channel. I wonder how many people will be left after a while. Just as Klein had an idea, a system message popped up automatically in the interface. System notification. The various regional channels will be reintegrated. System notification. The various regional channels will be reintegrated. System notification. The various regional channels will be reintegrated. It appeared 3 times in AROW.IN just a moment. The number of people in the regional channels had returned to 1,000. Furthermore, the players in the regional channels were no longer arranged in a haphazard manner. Klein was directly pushed to first place. System notification. The player with the first overall score will automatically be promoted to the administrator of the regional channel. All the players in the entire catacombs received the news at the same time. The regional channel was reorganized. Everyone was jolted. The number of people in most of the regional channels instantly increased to 1,000. The regional channel instantly became lively. Wow, it's 1,000 people again. Quick, look at the first person. It's Klein. Big Brother Klein. Holy S it. Big Brother William is with us? The messages flew by one after another. Yes, they had just merged. Everyone was very active. System notification. The player with the first overall score will automatically become the administrator of the regional channel. A brand new system notification appeared. Wow, Big Brother Klein has the highest overall score. The foreign devil isn't as high as him. Impressive. As expected of Klein. Isn't this very normal? Another wave of messages appeared in the group. Everyone knew that Klein was ranked at the top among the players, at the very least. He was in the top 10, or perhaps the top 5. System notification. Every player's nickname is updated. IT will be displayed with name plus overall score plus combat strength value. System notification. Overall score is affected by various factors such as materials, production level, living standard, combat power value, etc. At this moment, 2 more system notifications appeared in the blink of an eye. The nicknames of each player changed. Everyone first checked their overall score and combat power value. Most of the players' overall score was between 50 to 80, while their combat power value was mostly between 20-40. After looking at their own scores, they naturally had to look at others. Everyone in the regional channel immediately looked at the top few. From top to bottom, Klein, 1206, 578, William Ritchie, 158,125, Alice, 112,100. When they saw Klein's exaggerated overall score and combat power, the entire regional channel fell into a short silence. The overall score was 1206, and his combat strength was 578. The gap between him and the second-placed William was too ridiculous. IT was to the point that some people's first reaction was that a major bug had appeared. I see that Big Boss Klein's overall score is 1206, and his combat strength is 578. That my display problem? Why aren't you guys talking? A message popped up on the chat interface. IT was like a spark ignited a barrel of gunpowder. The entire regional channel exploded. Big Boss Klein can't be that terrifying, right? Big Boss, come out and say something. It true. My combat strength is only 28. Can I survive because I'm a European emperor? William's overall score is only 158. Isn't the gap too exaggerated? This isn't scientific. The gap between first and second place so huge. William was already an expert in their hearts. However, he was completely unable to compare with Klein. They knew that Klein was powerful, but they had never had a concrete idea. After comparing the overall score and combat strength, it was simple and intuitive. Klein had won by a landslide. Before this, everyone agreed that William was 1 level behind Klein. Now, it seemed like it wasn't just 1 level. Mr. Klein, you really surprised me. William seemed to have just recovered from a shock, and he appeared in the regional channel. One of the top few in the regional channel. There would be a shiny ranking number when he replied. Big Brother Klein is awesome. Alice also appeared. She used to be in the same regional channel as William. She had merged with William and the other players at the same time. The World Channel was also talking about the merging of regional channels. The topic was focused on who would become the regional administrator. Then, they would compare the overall score and combat power value of their respective administrators. Our regional administrator's overall score is 142. IT should be very high, right? No, my regional administrator's overall score is 186. Combat power value is 133. Wow, they're all so high. My side is only 139. Just as everyone was discussing fervently, an inappropriate message suddenly popped up. Vying for the hammered MY regional administrator, Big Brother Klein, has an overall score of 1206, and his combat strength is 578. Who can compete with him? With that said, there was no argument at all. Fuck, are you serious? Did you press an extra number? I'm in the same zone as him, but he didn't spout nonsense. Klein is indeed so tall that IT scared me. +1, I'm also in a group. Big Brother Klein is really awesome. I'm already prostrating myself. How did this fellow do it? There was no point in arguing about the level. There was no doubt that he was ranked first. Klein silently watched everything. He never expected that a comprehensive score and combat strength value would completely expose his strength. He had become a regional administrator without a word, a dog with authority. System notification. You have become a regional channel administrator. System notification. Current regional channel has a comprehensive score of 188. System notification. A regional channel ranking will be held every 3 days. System notification. The video conference function has been activated. System notification. The first video conference is about to begin. Please be prepared, administrator. After the video conference is completed, all members of the channel will receive blessings tomorrow. Hints kept flashing in front of Klein. After becoming an administrator, the authority he had was explained one by one. The first meeting would take more than an hour to reach the target. Klein's attention was mainly focused on the blessing buff. IT didn't matter if he had a meeting or not. If it's beneficial, then let's have it. Klein set his gaze on the World Channel and realized that there were many function buttons. One of them was a video conference. From the looks of it, As long as he pressed this button, he would be able to initiate a video conference for the entire channel. After understanding this, Klein immediately spoke on the World Channel. There will be a video conference in a while. The system said that there will be a blessing buff during the conference. Everyone, please be prepared. Klein decided to remind everyone first, in case someone doing something inappropriate for children was leaked. The moment Klein sent the message, the shining administrator title above his head was very eye-catching, instantly attracting the attention of others. Wow, it's Big Brother Klein. He's alive. What's the blessing buff? Does it increase luck when opening a box? My girlfriend asked me why I stopped. I said that Big Brother Klein has spoken. Brothers, may I ask if I did the right thing? Everyone, hurry up. Don't let Big Brother Klein wait too long. Klein only gave them 10 minutes for the 1,000 people. When the time was up, regardless of whether the people arrived or not, Klein would start the video conference on time. Soon, the system showed that the number of people joining the video conference had reached 600. The number of people was still increasing, and there were less than 2 minutes before the video conference began. When the time was up, the video conference began on time. The scene in front of Klein flashed that a large screen appeared. A few meters away down on a large screen, there were 9 small screens. There were 8 small screens and surroundings, and each of them had a moving picture. The small screen in the middle was occupied by Klein alone. That IT was as though the camera was facing Klein, including his surroundings and little fox lying on his thigh. All of them was captured. Big Brother Klein, I finally met my real self. This environment is like heaven compared to where I live. Is this Big Brother's pet? It's so cute that I want to raise one. The surroundings became noisy, and everyone wanted to say something. They all expressed their envy for Klein. Klein could silence everyone, but he didn't want to do so. He signaled for everyone to quiet down. Hello, everyone. I'm Klein. I accidentally became the administrator of the regional channel. Some of you know me, and some of you don't. That's all right. Next, I'll make 2 main points. First, the regional channel has a comprehensive score. Everyone should be able to see it. There will be a regional channel ranking every 3 days. Although the system did not explicitly remind us, I guess a higher ranking might be beneficial. So, if everyone wants to trade items in the future, they should prioritize the regional channel. Second, I'm just an administrator. I won't give you extra care. I hope everyone is cleared. I'll explain it to everyone in advance so that you won't feel disappointed. One matter was another matter. They still needed to put some distance between each other. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if they were to exchange favors. Klein continued. Finally, this meeting will last for an hour before there's a buff. I have nothing more to say. Everyone speak freely. Point one by one. Don't make too much noise. Klein heaved a sigh of relief. The meeting fell into chaos again. But soon, someone proposed to speak based on the rankings. Everyone instantly fell silent. After Klein, the first person to speak was William. Although this fellow didn't speak Chinese, the system could translate it directly. When it reached everyone's ears, it could be translated into Chinese. William looked at Klein and said, Mr. Klein, I want to ask you something. Sure, Klein said coldly. If you want to ask me a question, I won't. Answer it for free. 30 pieces of wood, or 30 pieces of iron, or 1 piece of silver, or 1 piece of gold. I'll answer it once. Each person can only ask once. Information was also valuable. It was impossible for Klein to give information to others for free without any reason. There had to be a reward. Furthermore, the information that Klein mentioned was considered a treasure to others, but to him, it was something that had long been outdated. Therefore, Klein wasn't worried that others would surpass him. Not to mention surpassing him, Klein could make them unable to see his taillight. When they heard that Klein needed to ask a question for a fee, everyone fell silent for a moment. After all, in this catacombs world, there was a lack of material resources, and no one was rich. How could there be so much material resources to send? However, based on Klein's current strength, he must have obtained a lot of information. There was even a lot of important information that they had never heard of. This was a very good opportunity. If they missed this opportunity, there might not be a next time. Everyone was in a dilemma. Suddenly, William spoke. Sure, I'll give you 30 iron pieces in exchange for information. Although William was far inferior to Klein, he could still be considered quite wealthy. These pieces of iron were nothing to him. Compared to these, he had a lot to ask Klein. William could accept that his strength was inferior to Klein's, even by a level, but the difference was so great that he could not understand it at all. William asked after he had finished his deal with Klein, "Why is your combat power so much higher than mine? I have the perfect runic crossbow and the perfect runic blade, but why is it still so much lower than yours? I used to be in special forces and I was good at fighting." William looked serious and his tone was firm. He could not accept IT. It could even be said that he wasn't convinced. For he himself, who was so outstanding, to be so inferior to Klein in the catacombs world. Even in the previous world, there was no one who could shake him off to such a large extent. William, You only have 2 perfect runic equipment, of course. You can't compare to me. I have at least 6 of them on me. Klein replied with a smile. 6. Everyone was shocked. Good lord, most of the people in the group didn't even have a 10,000 destruction runic weapon. Mr. Klein, your questioning session is over. Klein raised his hand to stop William from continuing his questioning. William could only give up. However, his eyes were clearly filled with great shock. He must have been shocked by Klein's answer. Before putting down the mic, Klein briefly stated his thoughts and then asked the third person to speak into mic. Klein had never seen the third person before. His name was Rod. He was a slightly thin man with a thick black beard. Brother Klein, how do I tame a pet? After giving him 30 pieces of wood, Rode asked directly. This was another crucial question that AS expected. Those who were ranked at the top all had something. All you need to do is find the runic egg. You can bind the pet with a drop of blood at AS. For which one you can get, it all depends on your face. Understood. Rode didn't waste any more words and left after getting a satisfactory answer. At this moment that a mechanical pangolin slowly came to Klein's side. The crowd was in an uproar. Another one. Well, my luck is pretty good. I found 2 runic eggs in a row. Klein didn't want to say anything more. As he said. Some people were extremely envious. They didn't even have one. Klein actually had 2. After Rode, it was Alice. Before the meeting, she had specially combed her hair so that she wouldn't look too ugly. Alice asked after the 20 iron transaction was completed. Brother Klein, can you tell us how to upgrade the runic base? By the way, can you show everyone your base? I've always been curious. The runic base needs scrolls to upgrade. Klein thought to himself. This was a good opportunity to advertise, so he quickly changed the topic. Speaking of scrolls, the low-grade strength enchantment scroll I'm selling today is extremely effective. I used one before. Do you see this large iron rod? He took out the sand troll's weapon. He held it with both hands and lifted it up with great effort. If you had used a scroll before, you would have become divine power like me. The group might not be able to afford it. Klein mainly wanted to use their words to publicize it. Yes, it's indeed impressive, Alice said eagerly. Brother Klein, can you show us your runic base? Sure. Klein got up, went to the balcony, and flew out, but he constantly increased the distance between him and the runic base. The runic base that was like an ancient castle gradually entered everyone's sight. Wow, it's so beautiful. Sigh, how can Brother Klein fly? Alice was taken aback. From this perspective, Klein was actually floating in the air. Could be a flying device. As expected of Big Brother Klein, he has everything. Region Administrator, are you selling the flying device? The runic base is too cool after being upgraded. Our runic base is simply not a place for humans to live. The group of people seemed to have discovered a new continent and were on steroids. Klein flew a simple circle. When he returned, he continued to answer questions. After a while, Klein no longer answered any questions. Only then did the interview turn into a discussion. An hour quickly passed. Klein closed the video conference. The private messages backstage instantly exploded. There were all sorts of questions. Klein casually flipped through the messages before retreating, but he didn't pay any attention to any of them. After returning to the bedroom, Klein stretched his back, and Little Fox wagged her tail at Klein's feet. Klein smiled and patted the fox's little head. Then he hugged Little Fox and lay down on the bed. I wonder what the blessing buff will be like tomorrow. With this thought in mind, he fell asleep. The next day, Klein woke up from his bed. System notification. Blessing buff +1. Blessing buff. Lasts until the end of the day. Opening treasure chests, harvests, battles, and so on will receive luck rewards. The buff for the meeting came. Luck buff. Klein nodded secretly. He just didn't know how much luck buff was. Was it a constant value or a critical hit value? If it was a constant value, since it was a constant value, it would add a bit of luck. I'll only know if I try it. Klein's hands moved away Little Fox that was pressing on him. Woo woo woo. Little Fox called out lazily. Her foretails gently swept across Klein's cheeks. Get up quickly. I'm going to the next catacomb later. Klein stretched and got out of bed to wash up. He had planned on eating some fruit for breakfast, but when he reached the balcony, he realized that the bread tree's fruit had already ripened. It was still blooming after yesterday. There were only 8 of them in total. Each fruit was the same size as the wheat bread from before. The IT was milky white in color. From a few meters away, he could smell a faint fragrance that IT was like milk. Klein picked all the bread. System notification. 400G breadfruit +8. Their surface was very soft. The texture of his fingers was excellent. Breadfruit. Although it's called fruit, it's actually bread that IT has a sweet and soft taste, and it has a milky fragrance that IT has an excellent satiation effect and can quickly eliminate fatigue. Currently, it has a satiation index of 4 stars. Overall score, 68. It had a higher score than some crypt creatures meat. Klein smiled and said, being able to eliminate fatigue is the same as recovering energy. This thing isn't bad. Klein nodded in satisfaction. He looked at the description and said, looking at the taste, it's not bad either. Breakfast is bread and milk. Currently, there were 7 bottles of 250 milliliters pure milk in his inventory. Klein opened 2 bottles of milk and took 3 loaves of bread. He divided them equally between 1 person and 2 beasts. He finished his meal happily. Little Fox was still dozing off, but after eating the bread, she suddenly felt energized that it wasn't because of the food, but because of the special effects of the breadfruit. After dinner, Klein went to the runic beehive above the balcony. After 8 hours, the runic beehive was considered not be a deed. It had completely exceeded his expectations. Let's go collect the fishing gear again. Klein came outside the base. In a few seconds, he dug out the fish catcher. After an entire night, he had gained more than the first harvest. Hammertail sandfish +3, purpleback sandfish +2, long sandfish +2. System notification. Lantern sandfish +1. A brand new species had appeared. Klein grabbed the new species. It was white and chubby, and there was a small ball-shaped lantern hanging in front of its head. It was slightly bright even during the day. Lantern sandfish. Sandfish that only appear at night. The small lantern in front of the head will emit light at night. Consuming the small lantern can enhance night vision, and the meat is tender. Currently, consuming it has a 1-star satiation. Index. Overall score, 60. So far, it was the one with the highest score for the caught sandfish. I'll keep these for now. Klein only left behind 2 long sandfish. The rest of the sandfish were all placed in the feeding trough. Then he sprinkled some minced meat and rice grains. The long sandfishes were placed on the shelves as usual. They still required a single rune. After doing this evil deed, Klein took out his shovel and began digging for the day. In the 5 directions. There was nothing in the catacomb above. There were resources in the remaining 4 directions. Continue digging to the left. You will encounter 5 copper treasure chests. The quality isn't enough. Gather them in numbers. There are 4 anesthetic bats guarding them. There's lava in the catacomb below. You can find decent resources in the corners. Be careful of the lava sharks. They're not easy to deal with. Excavate the catacomb ahead. There's a spring that's about to run dry. You can harvest a large amount of plant resources. Excavate the catacomb behind. There's a large amount of rich, basic resources. Be wary of treasure chest monsters. Klein only cared about the catacombs on the left and behind. 0.5 copper treasure chests and rich basic resources. He chose one of the 2 options. After careful consideration, he still chose the bronze treasure chest. The danger factor of a single anesthetic bat was only 13. Its ability was that its biting and scratching had an anesthetic effect. It was fast in flight, and its weakness was that it was afraid of strong light. Unlike bats in the outside world, they had eyes. They were also used to moving at night. Klein dug out a black hole and put away his shovel. With the firestorm saber in one hand and the runic lamp in the other, he was the first to enter the 42nd catacomb. Just as Klein stepped on it, he immediately heard the sound of wings flapping in the air. 4 anesthetic bats were rapidly approaching from the front. They were very fast. Klein moved even faster till he raised the runic lamp. Blinding light focused in front of him. Screech! The 4 anesthetic bats were suddenly illuminated by the strong light. They immediately lost their sense of direction and couldn't even fly steadily. They stumbled and were on the verge of falling at any moment. Klein took his time and stepped on the ground. With the sharp boost from the floating propeller, he approached the 2 anesthetic bats in the blink of an eye. He raised his hand and slashed down. The 2 best anesthetic bats were reduced to ashes. The remaining 2 were killed by Little Fox and Little Wind respectively. 1 used her claws and the other used his head. After dealing with all of this, Klein scraped the remaining supplies clean and headed to the next catacomb. System notification. 2 long sandfishes have completed the transaction. Fire rune +1. Earth rune +1. Just as Klein was about to check the next catacomb notification, a system notification popped up. Yeah, it's such a bestseller, he said in surprise. I keep having the feeling that there are so many people in that catacombs who like to raise fish. He opened the transaction record. The buyer was a man. Not only do men like to fish, they also like to raise fish. That it's not bad to have hobbies. Klein quite admired the buyer. Even in a difficult environment, he still didn't forget to raise fish calmly. Perhaps this was called artistic conception and enjoying life at this moment. The buyer of the long sandfish had sent him a private message. Boss, it shouldn't be a second-hand thing, right? How can a fish be a second-hand product? I just caught it, and it's already on the shelves. Then I'm relieved that I'm a germaphobe. Klein thought that the other party had typed something wrong and didn't think too much about it. He switched to the regional chat channel. Who needs a perfect runic crossbow? It's in stock. Klein reforged a batch of runic crossbows and casually sent a message in the group that today's regional channel was even more active than yesterday. More and more people experienced the blessing buff effect. Most of them hadn't reached the treasure chest yet, but they were collecting them. During the battle, they could clearly sense the difference. Can I reserve it? Rode asked. I only have 6 runes on me. I can get to you first. Yesterday's channel updated the borrowing function. Later on, we'll trade. You owe me 2 runes, so you can pay it off in 3 days. Klein didn't lack runes for the time being. Moreover, the 6 runes had already been paid back, and road strength wasn't BAD, IT wasn't easy to die, so he could borrow it. The borrowing function was only effective in the regional channel and was mandatory. That was to say, once the stipulated date was up, the system would deduct it. If it wasn't enough, it would automatically go to the market to trade and then repay the creditor. If the market didn't exchange the required items, the system would evaluate and praise the remaining resources to pay off the debt. There was no need to ask for the debt, and there wouldn't be a situation where the debtor was the boss. All right, thank you, administrator. The 2 of them completed the transaction. Road gave Klein 2 wind, 2 fire, 1 water, and 1 earth rune that he owed 2 runes. Other than Road, a few more people jumped out. Some people paid on the spot, while others also relied on borrowing that if their combat strength wasn't low and the gap between the runes was within 2, Klein would be willing to lend them. This was called risk control, that if he lent money to everyone, it would easily turn into bad debts. After a round of transactions, Klein took out 4 runic crossbows and earned 26 runes. The 4 perfect runic crossbows cost 8 wind, 8 iron, and 8 copper. The net profit from the runes was 18. The other 3 owed him his 6 runes and would pay them back in 3 days. Could it be that no one noticed that Big Brother Klein's combat strength has decreased? It was still 578 last night, and today it's 505 - someone noticed this. Maybe there's some equipment that he's not wearing? Is his condition not good? Everyone was speculating. Klein didn't respond. With the night buff last night, his combat strength was naturally higher. He exited the regional channel. Klein then went to the trade channel to set up 6 perfect runic crossbows. Prices for wind, 2 fire, 1 earth, 1 water. In the market, there weren't many players who were willing to sell runes. Since yesterday, runes have been in high demand. But with the blessing buff today, it was easy to get runes out of the chest, so there was bound to be a wave of growth. Next catacomb. Klein closed the interface. He took out a small map. In the middle was his current location. He could look back at the 2 catacombs. These 2 paths aren't bad, although they're the most dangerous. I can obtain iron treasure chests and silver treasure chests. Klein looked at the catacombs on the left. The best item on the map was a silver treasure chest. The crypt tribe? Klein noticed another note in the catacombs where the silver treasure chest was located. If it's a tribe, it means that there are many of them. He subconsciously opened the map and searched for information on the crypt tribe, a tribe that yearns for peace in the catacombs world. They're in a state of deep sleep for a long period of time and possess exaggerated powers. If you disturb their sleep, it will cause them to be furious. You must use fire to calm them down. If you use water to bribe them, they are very willing to share their radiant fruit. Ability: condensing the glorious fruit. Weakness: fear of high-temperature flames. Danger factor: 42. Check the ability. Condensing the radiant fruit. Absorb the rules of light day and night and condense a fruit that takes 3 years to take shape. The risk factor wasn't high. Furthermore, it was a tribe. The Firestorm Saber's flames happen to be high-temperature flames. Coupled with my own fire ability, it can perfectly restrain the trant. I'll choose this path. Klein immediately chose the path. Although he didn't know what the radiant fruit was or what effects it had, it took 3 years to condense a fruit that was most likely something good. Klein looked to the left. A new notification appeared. Continued digging to the left. There are 8 zombie jackals and an iron treasure chest. The left catacombs was the only way. With Klein's current strength, he could easily kill a zombie jackal. With a wave of his hand, a ball of flame would burn all the zombie jackals to ashes. However, Klein was still in the early stages of developing his fire ability. In other words, Klein's control over flames was too weak. He had no way of controlling the size and range of the flames in the catacombs world. It was such a narrow space that it would be bad if he accidentally injured Little Fox and Little Wind. Therefore, Klein picked up the shovel and began digging to the left. Before he saw the black hole, the prompt in front of Klein changed. Not bad luck. The zombie jackals are moving to the next catacombs. There's no need to waste energy dealing with them. Klein was taken aback. There was a high chance that the blessing buff had taken effect. Regardless of whether he left or not, he continued digging. The 43rd catacomb, as expected, Klein didn't see any rotting corpses or zombie jackals when he entered. However, from the footprints on the ground, he could determine where the zombie jackals were heading to. It seemed like they were heading to the catacomb ahead. The crypt was officially a tribe of treants. The zombie jackals must have died. But is it good luck or bad luck? Klein was speechless. The zombie jackals were sure to disturb the Trent's sleep, but if he went there later, he may have to face the grumpy treants. One step at a time, and we'll burn down the treant tribe. Klein shook his head and walked towards the iron treasure chest. The inspection was flawless. Open. System notification. Iron treasure chest +1. System notification. Sponge +12. System notification. Earth rune +12. System notification. Fire rune +12. System notification. Perfect frost ring blueprint +12. System notification. Excellent runic toilet blueprint +12. Another runic equipment. Also, runic toilet. Compared to the frost ring, Klein was more concerned about the runic toilet. Before this, he had to leave the base to go to the toilet. After he was done, he would cover the ground. If Little Fox and Little Wind were watching from the side, he would feel uncomfortable. Furthermore, he couldn't be completely at ease while going to the toilet. He had to be on guard against any crypt creatures suddenly barging in particular. He was afraid that crypt creatures would suddenly burst out from underground, learn everything. With a wave of his hand, the two blueprints transformed into rays of light. The IT wasn't too bad to open the chest this time. Ignoring the runes, there were also brand new materials. Sponges. This thing could be used to make a magic cup. I believe that someone will be interested. Perfect frost ring. Water rune 16 halves, wind rune 15 to 1, silver 9 to 1, crystal 7 to 1. He had collected quite a lot of iron last night, and the runic crossbow and crossbow bolts he made today were quickly running out. Klein chose to synthesize the frost ring. After the synthesis was completed, a ring appeared in his palm. There were patterns on the surface of the ring, and it even circled once. Klein put the ring on his finger, which was just right at 8T this moment. His combat strength had increased from 505 to 552. If he had the night buff, he could increase his combat strength by another 70 to 80 points. Klein took out his firestorm saber and slashed at the ground. This slash didn't have any flames, and there were traces of frost on the ground. The cold air had already covered the sand. If he was slashed again, there would be flames this time. SSS. Not only did it not increase the flames and cold air, it would even cancel each other out. After trying out another weapon, Klein took out the electric furnace and fired it. The frost ring flashed with a faint luster. The artifact landed in the sand and pierced through. Klein squatted down to check where it had penetrated. Frost appeared and spread outwards. The frost ring was also suitable for long-range weapons, and it complemented the lightning bow and arrow perfectly. When the arrow lands on a living creature, the numbing and freezing effects will be pretty good at the same time, Klein said in satisfaction. Next, it was time to create the runic toilet and expand the runic base. The hall toilet was like a machine that was stored in the base and needed to be placed on the first floor. Klein picked a corner and chose to make it. A seated toilet appeared near the wall. The IT wasn't made of white porcelain, but was made of copper and iron. There was no water tank behind it, but there were water runes and wind runes. They were only at the edge of the cushion that he didn't see any earth runes. IT was probably below. Klein wanted to move the runic toilet away, but he realized that it was already connected to the runic base's ground. Make the runic toilet work. He needed to add a soul that a soul could be used 100 times. Which one of you wants to poop? Klein added a soul and looked at the two pets. The two little things looked at each other, dumbfounded. Little Wind, you do it. Klein grabbed Little Wind and said with a straight face, pull as much as you can. Little Wind lay on the runic toilet and stared at Klein. He had no choice but to listen to his master's orders. After a few minutes, Little Wind finally pulled out a little bit, but when he pressed the button behind him, a gust of wind blew past. The poop was swept into the passage and disappeared in the blink of an eye. There wasn't a single stain on the toilet bowl. That IT was very clean. This thing wasn't bad. Klein took out the construction hammer and built it around the toilet, using 30 stones. This way, the runic toilet and the two walls in the corner formed a circle. Done. Klein clapped his hands and put away the runic base. A hole the size of a fist appeared where the runic toilet bowl was. Looking down, it was several meters deep. IT should have flowed into the bottom. Klein opened the creation page again. He selected the exquisite magic cup. After a moment of creation, a long object appeared in his hand. The interior was soft and spongy. He would first create one, and if it sold well, he would create more. Klein couldn't help but think that if this thing was a runic device, like adding a fire rune, wouldn't it have its own heating function? Just thinking about it made him excited. Opening the trade channel, Klein's magic cup's demand this time was any 6 runes, or alternatively, any rune plus 6 sponges. The price was slightly higher. After all, he was the only one selling them in addition. He predicted that the number of runes would increase today. For example, someone would receive their salary this month, and their blood would rush to their head. They might really spend on impulse. Heading to the next catacomb, Klein arrived in front of the earthen wall that led to the underground Tran tribe. As usual, he checked the prompt to see that there was a silver treasure chest and some resources in the catacomb in front of him. This place has just experienced a crushing massacre, and the zombie jackal pack has just been crushed by the Tran tribe. It isn't a good time to enter. The underground Trans are in a rage. Sure enough, Klein curled his lips after reading the prompt and dug a tunnel first the same time. The magic cup that Klein had put on display had already attracted the attention of the entire channel. In fact, the runic bow and arrow that had been put on display had already attracted the attention of most people. Everyone was trying their best to gather the runes as soon as possible. Fuck, it really is a magic cup. I didn't expect a big shot to actually sell such an immoral thing. Is a magic cup an immoral thing? The big shot also has good intentions, that he brought us benefits with the great dream of freeing your hands, but you still don't appreciate it. Who has that kind of magazine? I'm going to buy one. Don't misunderstand. I don't want to buy a magic cup. When everyone found out the truth, they were all stunned. There were also some people who were eager to make a move. 0.5 minutes later, system notification. Magic cup. 1 system notification. Transaction completed. Sponge +6. Rune +1. Klein was quietly waiting in front of the black hole when the notification that the transaction was completed came. So fast? Klein really didn't expect it to sell so well. To this end, Klein made a few more magic cups. A minute passed, and 5 more magic cups appeared on the trade channel. The price remained the same. The notification from the catacomb in front had changed. Klein exited the trade channel and stepped into the black hole with his firestorm saber. The next catacomb was the tribe of the Trans. Klein came in front of the 44th catacomb. The moment he entered, he immediately smelled the lingering smell of rotting corpses that was very familiar. Came from a zombie jackal. Looking up, the ground more than 20 meters away was filled with rubble. He could vaguely tell that it came from a zombie jackal. The entire catacomb was about 30 meters deep. This was the largest catacomb that Klein had ever excavated. There were many plants on the ground, and they were lush and verdant everywhere. It was a world of difference from the other catacombs. For a moment, Klein thought that he had arrived at a paradise, but the next moment, a thought popped up in his mind. He really wanted to collect all the plants on the ground. Essay player. He couldn't help but think of the yellow race. Since they were tree men, it meant that they loved nature and plants, that it was best not to act rashly, or else they might not be able to exchange for the fruit. Klein suppressed his pig-like impulse. Klein looked at a thick tree. Although they tried their best to disguise themselves as harmless trees, their bark and branches were stained with the blood of zombie jackals. Klein knew that they were observing him, so he had to remain calm. Little Fox and Little Wind followed behind Klein. Suddenly, Klein stopped in his tracks. An old tree in front of him suddenly revealed a face. It had a face in the middle of the tree trunk, and its eyes were wide open with anger. It was filled with dignity and strangeness. You are the companion of that beast. Beast referred to the zombie jackals. Trans used the common language of the catacombs world. Not really. Klein pointed at the minced meat on the ground and laughed. I'm a hunter chasing after them. That I didn't mean to disturb you. Don't listen to him and tear up this damned intruder. I just fell asleep, and he's here to disturb us again. Yes, don't let him go. This fellow must be lying. More and more Trans appeared in all directions, densely packed. If he is let go, he is just a passerby. There is no need to kill the innocent. Since he was here to kill the zombie jackals, they are friends. There were also some kind-hearted crypt tree men who helped the Klein people get out of the way. The first Trant to speak frowned and hesitated. Are you guys really going to tear us apart? Klein was expressionless as he brandished the firestorm saber in his hand. Boom! A whirlwind-like flame surrounded the blade. The high temperature forced the approaching Trance to dodge in horror. There was an instinctive fear for their life. If it was an ordinary flame, the Trance would be able to deal with it most. It would only burn a few leaves. The firestorm saber, together with the high-temperature flames that Klein himself released, could devour their lives. My friend, don't be rash. Let's talk things out. Yes, let's talk things out. We have no ill intentions. Haha, my friend. We were just joking. Don't mind it. The originally ferocious Trance suddenly became obedient babies. All of their nerves tensed up and their expressions changed. It could be said that they were traveling at the speed of light. However, I was already frightened. Klein brandished the flame attached to the firestorm saber in his hand and waved it in front of the Trance. Unless I have mental compensation, my young soul cannot be appeased. The Trant patriarch stared at Klein for a moment and asked, Friend, what do you want? They should be honest and not move, but they were being blackmailed by others. I want the radiant fruit. Klein's sharp gaze swept over and warned some of the eager Treants. The Treant tribe leader hesitated. The radiant fruit would take 3 years to bear. It wasn't easy to come by. I can give you water. Klein knew that giving a carrot with a stick and giving them a way out would avoid unnecessary trouble. With so many Treants, it wouldn't be easy to deal with them if they were to fight. In the future, he might not even get any fruits. The Treant tribe leader calmed down and even smiled. We Treants love water. We can give you the radiant fruit in exchange. But how much water is there? Klein had 10 liters of water, so he took half and placed it in front of the Treant tribe leader. That's not much. The Treant was a little disappointed. It would be good if you could give me a radiant fruit. Klein agreed immediately, and the Treant leader retreated into the group. After some discussion, when he once again shook his way out of the tree branch, a thick arm made of tree branches extended out and hung a fruit that gave off a faint luster. It was the size of a fist and was silver-white in color like a marshmallow. Klein took the radiant fruit. System notification. Radiant fruit +1. Radiant fruit. The radiant fruit is only effective when consumed for the first time. The Treants use the fruit condensed from light and the essence of the tree. Consuming the fruit will completely improve your physique, giving you an extremely strong ability to recover from injuries. It was indeed a good thing. Klein chuckled and put away the fruit. The water inside had already been divided by the Treants. Everyone, I have another unkind request. Go ahead. The Treant chief stretched out a thin branch and sipped the water. Klein pointed at the iron and copper pieces on the ground and asked, "Can I take the things on the ground?" "Whatever." With permission, Klein began to pick them up. Iron +36, copper +28, wood +25, stone +20. Klein didn't stop. He had already set his target on the plants nearby. He was indeed very casual. Klein collected a lot of plants that were useful to him. The Treants' faces turned black when they saw this. They didn't care if this kid collected copper or iron, but now he was reaching his dirty hands at the plants on the ground. Just as they were about to get angry, Klein suddenly stopped. "I'll just take a little and not destroy your environment." Klein clapped his hands. It was still important to observe the situation. He was stuck at the edge of the underground Treant's eruption. The underground Treant was speechless. Just by taking a little, he realized that the area around him was already completely bare. It didn't fit in with his surroundings. "By the way, I still have something to take." Klein strode to the corner. The Treants didn't mind, as long as they didn't visit their home. Everything was up to him. Klein checked the treasure chest and received a harmless notification. "Open." System notification. Silver treasure chest +1. System notification. Wind runes +2. System notification. Water runes +2. System notification. Fire runes +2. System notification. Intermediate runic base upgrade scroll +1. Klein grabbed the first upgrade scroll. That was an intermediate level scroll that he checked. The details of the scroll. The intermediate runic base upgrade scroll was used to upgrade the base's runes to upgrade the perfect runic base. That required 20 water runes, 20 earth runes, 20 wind runes, 20 fire runes, 200 iron, 200 sand, 200 stones, 200 crystals, 20 silver, and 20 gold. The required materials far exceeded the low-level upgrade scrolls. Klein felt his scalp tingle when he saw how much he needed. The total number of runes alone was already 80, and without the basic materials, it was 200. The unit consumption was very high. He could slowly gather them, but he was in no hurry to level up. Klein put away all the items after the silver treasure chest was disintegrated. The Treant behind him were like thieves, afraid that Klein would continue to torment them. System notification. Magic cup 2. System notification. Transaction completed. Sponges +6. Fire rune +1. Earth rune +2. System notification. Perfect runic crossbow. System notification. Transaction completed. Wind runes +5. Fire runes +1. Water runes +1. Earth runes +1. Klein was about to check the notifications in all directions. 2 magic cups and a runic crossbow had completed the transaction. These 2 items were considered popular items. Naturally, the runic crossbow was needless to say. Now that there was an exploratory runic crossbow, the danger level would be greatly reduced. Although the magic cup was not a necessity, some people were willing to spend a lot of money to buy in such an environment. Most people were under a lot of pressure and needed to find a way to vent. The appearance of the magic cup was a good opportunity. Moreover, this item could be sold as a second-hand item in the future. There were people selling it in the real world, and second-hand items were even less of a problem in the catacombs world. Klein looked at the notification. He continued digging forward. There are some resources in the catacombs that can be harvested in front. There is a huge sand troll in the basement below. A beehive can obtain a large amount of honey, but the prerequisite is that you can endure being turned into a pig's head. Digging to the left will lead to a plantation. There are a lot of things inside. Be careful not to be too close to the scarecrow of fear. It was best to be careful when leaving the field. Be careful not to be tracked by the owner of the plantation. Digging to the right, there is a small iron mine. There were no treasure chests in any of the 5 directions. Klein pondered for a moment and chose the left. He carried the shovel to the left to dig. The underground trance were paying attention to Klein. My friend, that is the territory of the dirty gnomes. They're a bunch of stingy bastards that don't bring unnecessary trouble to yourself. The treeman patriarch couldn't help but warn him. Klein paused for a moment and continued digging. It's fine, I'm just passing by, but I don't care about anything else if the things are good. It's not too much to just pass by and pick some, right? Gnomes weren't very powerful crypt creatures, and Klein wasn't afraid of them. Is that so? The crypt treant was very suspicious of this fellow's character. He didn't even let go of the plants on the ground and made a bald spot. Klein ignored him and focused on digging. Puffing, he would eat the radiant fruit first. Klein's back was to the black hole, and his eyes fell on the doorway. He would not eat in the catacomb, mainly for fear of being backstabbed by the treants. The treants who had exchanged the fruit with him had been unwilling to do so. If he were to taste it in front of them, it would provoke the treant tribe. Klein took out the radiant fruit and took a bite. It was as though he had taken a bite of cotton candy. The flesh of the fruit instantly melted in his mouth. It's delicious. Klein's eyes lit up. Little Fox and Little Wind looked up at Klein with eager eyes. No, the taste is not good. It is so bitter. Klein gritted his teeth and immediately changed his mind. After all, there was only one fruit. He couldn't share it with his pets. He had to fool them. Woo woo woo. Little Fox despised him and didn't believe it at all. Little Wind was more innocent. When he heard the bitterness, he immediately lowered his head and lost interest. Klein swallowed it in a few mouthfuls. It was so vague that it didn't taste good. When the radiant fruit entered his body, there seemed to be a small flame in his abdomen. Klein opened the interface to check. His combat strength had increased again from 552 to 579, but the increase wasn't that much. Klein frowned. This was a radiant fruit that only bloomed once every 3 years. Its effect was a little weak, and perhaps it was mainly to increase his recovery ability. A.S. Klein thought of this. He picked up the Firestorm saber and gently slid it across his palm. His skin was tough now, so it was difficult for ordinary blades to leave a wound. The Firestorm saber was sharp enough, so he didn't need to use too much force until a wound appeared. Klein removed the Firestorm saber, but a moment later, there seemed to be streams of heat flowing through the wound. The skin and flesh constantly fused together, and in less than 5 seconds, a 7 to 8 centimeter wound was completely healed. This speed surprised Klein. That it was likely that his healing medicine wasn't as effective as his self-healing ability. That it was very exaggerated. That he walked down. Klein turned around and stepped into the black hole. It rose again and again. The combat strength of the administrator increased again. The moment Klein's combat strength increased, someone immediately reported it in the regional channel. Before the morning had even passed, Klein's combat strength index had already increased twice. 579 points. It wasn't much different from last night. Perhaps he had lent his equipment to someone else. Did someone buy Big Brother Klein's magic cup? Can you tell me how it feels? I am just asking casually. That I don't mean anything by it. After everyone discussed it, they believed that it was because of the equipment. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why it would go up or down at the same time. Klein had already arrived at the 45th catacomb. The catacomb here was far inferior to the previous catacomb. It was about 50 meters in height. After Klein entered, he was a high point. Looking down like a small hill, he saw a lush green plantation. There were many things, and with a casual glance, he could identify at least 4 or 5 species. That was the Scarecrow of Fear. His gaze landed on the middle of the field where the Scarecrow of Fear stood. It had a long nose and 2 open hands. It wore a tattered hat, and its clothes were similarly tattered. The Crypt Biology Illustrated Manual automatically popped up. Scarecrow of Fear, a crypt creature that likes to pretend to be a scarecrow. It is loyal to its master. Once it recognizes its master, it will unconditionally obey its master's orders. They often work with the gnomes to help them guard the fields. If a thief approaches, they will immediately use their powers to make the thief fall into fear until his mental breakdown. The Crowstorm's weakness is high myopia. Danger factor, 35. Klein didn't expect the Scarecrow to be a crypt creature. High myopia, that was easy to handle. Klein directly checked Crowstorm. Crowstorm suddenly jumps in front of the target and simultaneously makes a sharp, ear-piercing sound. It's as if the target will be confused by the sound. It's as if the target really sees the flock of crows dancing and falling into chaos. It can even be stunned for 5 seconds. Cooldown time, 120 minutes. It's actually a mental ability? Klein silently took out his lightning bow. Since he couldn't get too close, he would use a long-range weapon to deal with it. The Scarecrow of Fear was short-sighted. He could pull closer and shoot again. Klein walked down the hill and lightly circled behind the Scarecrow of Fear. With a flash of lightning, he hit the Scarecrow of Fear. Then, it was pierced through from the back to its chest by a bow and arrow that a numbing sensation spread through the Scarecrow of Fear's entire body. Following that, frost covered the Scarecrow of Fear, causing it to shudder. Its two hands were swaying, ready to fall at any moment. Klein immediately shot a second arrow and struck the Scarecrow of Fear once again. It fell forward. System notification. Soul +3. Klein received a response. He could finally be at ease picking this tempting planting field. He didn't know what kind of harvest he would get. The first type of wheat was more than half of the planting field. It was a common grain in the underground world. Sand barley. It was cold resistant and easy to plant. The taste was not good, but the yield was large. It was like wheat without a shell. Each fruit was plump and round. It was heavy and yellow in color. One could easily pick a handful of it. The gathering process was extremely simple. The second type of radish was spicy and juicy. It was rich in oil. When used as a soup, one could taste the taste of ribs and sugar. Half of the naked fruit was like a white radish on the outside. The upper body was big, and the lower body was like a hammer. There were not many of these things, but they were big enough. Each one of them was as thick as a calf, and each person on the list had a meal for 2 or 3 people. The third type was buried under the soil. It was called the golden potato. Each of them was round, and their skin was golden. A large string was dug up. The effect was good, the nutritional value was average, and the yield was large. The fourth type was the rapeseed that was different from the rapeseed. In real life, this type of rapeseed was cooked at high temperature and could be fried into delicious sesame oil. The fifth type was salted dried vegetables. The leaves were dry and didn't seem to have any moisture. The taste was slightly salty, and anyone who preserved them for an entire year wouldn't rot. If the salted dried vegetables were stewed in sufficient water, they would absorb moisture and turn into delicious vegetables. Faced with the 5 vegetable crops, Klein's grapes, which were gathered by Little Fox and Little Wind, were being planted at both ends of the field to keep an eye out for Klein. That he felt a little guilty even when stealing vegetables. Other than sand barley, the other 4 types of vegetables had to be uprooted when they were gathered. It was very fast. From left to right, from top to bottom, the fields became bare. System notification. Radish +1, system notification. Sand barley +100G, salted vegetables +4, system notification. Rapeseed +3, system notification. Golden potato +6. Klein didn't leave a single item where he went, and he was shocked by the results of the final count. The total were as follows. There were 48 salted vegetables, 88 rapeseed, 126 golden potatoes, 158 kilograms sand barley, 58 radish. It was a bumper harvest. So tiring. Klein looked at the sand in his hands and wiped the sweat off his forehead with the back of his hand, revealing the joy that only a farmer uncle would have when he had a bumper harvest. Although it was the harvest that gnomes planted, it didn't stop Klein from lamenting that the taste of the sand barley wasn't good. He had sufficient fragrant rice now, but he could keep a portion of it and sell most of it. The taste wasn't very good, but it would definitely be popular if it was used to satisfy people's hunger and enrich their staple food. There was no need to exchange it for runes, that he could exchange it for some basic supplies. A few kilograms of it could be exchanged for a lot of things. Klein whistled when Little Fox and Little Wind heard the order. They hurriedly ran to his side. They walked to the next catacombs. Klein said with a smile, "The 2 of you will be eating at noon. It's a bumper harvest today, so we can make a table full of good dishes." Little Fox and Little Wind danced with joy, their faces filled with the joy of a bumper harvest. They didn't know if or when the gnomes would discover them. If they did, would they chase after them? When he was in the planting field, Klein was looking at the information he discovered from the biological illustrations that the gnomes lived in groups. Without the use of tools, the gnomes were actually not dangerous. If they had tools, they would be a huge problem. This group of fellows were smart and cunning. They had outstanding engineers and inventors in their race. As long as they saw them as enemies, they would persevere and seek trouble. He first checked the hints in 5 directions. Perhaps they lived next door. Klein calmed himself down. If you continue digging to the left, you will enter the gnome's nest. There are many of them, and they have a large number of weapons with skills. They are not to be trifled with. If he were to directly eliminate them from the left, digging through them would be equivalent to walking into a quarry in the catacombs world. In the underground cave behind, a passing sand troll is sleeping soundly. It has some dry rations on it, so you can stealthily steal from it. Digging up, Avoid the location of the lava. Be careful of the lava crocodile's sneak attacks. There's an iron treasure chest. Digging up was the best choice. Not only was the reward the best, but there was also lava as a cover. Digging down might lead to the location of the lava, and it would be suicidal. He also needed to mislead the gnomes. Klein deliberately brought his two pets to the mud wall behind him. He deepened the footprints and then floated into the sky with a little fox and little wind. It isn't suitable to dig from here. You will dig up lava. Klein examined each and every one of them. It isn't suitable to dig from here. You will dig up lava. It isn't suitable to dig from here. You will dig up lava. The location is just right. It is 10 meters away from the lava. As the notification changed, Klein took out his shovel and began digging upwards. Little Fox hung in front of Klein, and Little Wind moved up behind him bit by bit. About 15 meters away, the tunnel was dug up. Little Wind jumped lightly on his shoulder and entered. Then it was Little Fox's turn. Klein was the last one to go up. The 46th catacomb. Klein steadied himself and immediately felt the heat around him. 10 meters away, there was indeed boiling lava. As far as his eyes could see, he could see a few figures. This was the lava crocodile's iron treasure chest. It was on a stone platform high up in the sky. Don't move here, I'll go up and get the treasure chest. With the sound of the propeller, Klein stepped on the ground and quickly flew up into the sky. When he flew past above the lava crocodile pounced from below, but it couldn't reach him. It fell back into the lava. Klein ignored it and landed on the stone platform to inspect the treasure chest. Just as he was about to open it, he suddenly heard some sounds coming from below. The lava crocodile had come out. Klein's heart stirred. He put away the iron treasure first and stuck his head out too. Take a look. As expected, the four limbs of the lava crocodile impatiently climbed out of the lava and opened its bloody mouth as it closed in on Little Fox and Little Wind. The lava crocodile's crawling speed was slow. Little Fox and Little Wind didn't panic in the face of the encirclement with their backs against each other. Let's not make a move first and see how they respond. Klein took the next step and jumped off the platform. He floated in the air and took out the lightning bow and arrow to hold the line in the air. He also had the intention of supervising the battle. If there were any accidents, he would immediately take action. Before that, he needed to temper Little Fox and Little Wind. The lava crocodile wasn't very dangerous. Its main advantage was that it was trapped in the lava. Other creatures couldn't move about easily in the lava without the threat of the lava. Protecting it, the danger level would be greatly reduced. Just as Klein had expected, after the two sides exchanged blows, the lava crocodile was completely no match for them. Little Wind crushed one of the lava crocodile with his assault hammer. Another one was sent flying by him. Little Fox relied on her speed to play. She had copper skin and iron bones, which could offset the lava crocodile's attacks. However, Little Fox's lethality didn't seem to be enough. Under Klein's observation, he realized that Little Fox's strength was too low. It seemed like he needed to strengthen Little Fox's strength in the future. He didn't know if he could give the strength scroll to Little Fox, but Klein had a whim, so he wouldn't sell any enchantment scrolls. The bow and arrow tore through the air, and the remaining two lava crocodile that wanted to escape were directly killed by the bow and arrow. System notification. Soul +3. System notification. Soul +3. All four lava crocodile died in one wave. Klein received a total of 12 souls. There was no sign of other lava crocodile in the lava. These fellows had paid the price for their arrogance. If they were to hide in the lava, Klein wouldn't be able to deal with them. At the team most, they would leave Klein with the iron treasure chest. He landed on the ground and retrieved the corpses of the four lava crocodiles. Lava crocodile meat +20, lava crocodile blood +4, 000 ml, lava crocodile bone +16, lava crocodile skin +4. Among them, other than the usual absorption of lava crocodile bones, the other three had special effects. Lava crocodile meat. The meat always exudes warmth and tastes fresh and tender. If taken frequently, it can increase high temperature resistance. The current satiation index is 73. Lava crocodile blood. It cannot be drunk. When flammable, its form will be the same as magma. Lava crocodile skin. Even if it is placed in lava, it won't be burned. It will be a very good firebed. Klein put away the few items before removing the low-grade enhancement power scroll from the trade channel. Little Fox, come over. Klein waved his hand, and Little Fox obediently came in front of him. Her small head propped up his calf. I don't know if I can let you use it. Try putting your paws on it. When Klein first used the scroll, it didn't allow him to choose a target, which was why he only thought of it today. Little Fox tilted her head in puzzlement. Then she lowered her pink little paws and pressed on the scroll for a moment. The patterns on the scroll began to glow, and just like when Klein used it, the entire scroll turned into ashes and fused into Little Fox's body. Klein was delighted. With that, Little Fox's strength would be greatly increased, and her lethality would also increase. Explosively, Little Fox was very happy as she rubbed against Klein's ankles again. Her strength was much greater than before. Klein was unable to win against her, and he nearly fell. Little Fox, your strength has increased by a lot. You have to control it in the future. Klein patted her head. Little Fox nodded with a half-understanding look. The next second, she turned around and sent Little Wind that was about to rub against his legs flying with a slap. Her strength has indeed increased by quite a bit. Opening the chest, Klein ignored the two little fellows that he took out the iron treasure chest and placed it on the ground that he had the blessing buff today, so there was no need to leave it open later. He blew on his palm. Then he opened it. System notification. Wind rune +1. System notification. Water rune +2. System notification. Wine starter +8. System notification. Crystal +2. System notification. Silver +4. System notification. Perfect runic greenhouse blueprint +1. The iron treasure chest was decomposed first. Klein grabbed the blueprint. The planter pot was the same, which meant that the scale was different. The perfect runic greenhouse could be built indoors or outdoors on a larger scale. Any soil could be fertilized, and it could speed up the growth of the plants. In simple terms, it was an extended version of the runic planter. Learn, Klein recited. After Klein finished studying, he took a look at the synthesis list. The perfect runic greenhouse was 20 meters long, 3 meters wide, and 2 meters tall. The IT needed 3 earth runes, 1 fire runes, 2 water runes, 20 wood, and 20 iron. The planting shed occupied a relatively large area. IT definitely wouldn't work on the second floor. IT could only be placed in the runic base on the first floor. Now that it was more than 20 meters wide and long, it could accommodate a planting friend. However, it was a little ugly and took up a lot of space. Klein placed quite a number of items on the first floor of the runic base, including the vegetables and food he had gathered in the previous catacombs. All of them were on the first floor. The second floor was relatively clean and belonged to the living area, and no one wanted to live in a mess. They were all piled up on the first floor. IT was better to be out of sight. Now that he had the wine starter, he could brew rice wine at noon. Klein put away all the items. The biggest harvest from unpacking this time was the greenhouse, but he had also harvested a batch of seeds from the vegetables. Excavated in the previous catacombs, the IT was just enough to plant them. However, if it was just reclamation, a single greenhouse was still insufficient, that he could only wait until the runic base was upgraded again before he considered expanding the greenhouse. The prerequisite was that the base's area could be expanded again after it was upgraded. He went to the next catacomb. Klein had 5 excavations left for the day. The IT was almost lunchtime, so he planned to dig another catacomb that if the terrain was suitable, he would choose to camp here. Most of the ground here was covered in lava, so the runic base couldn't be expanded. If you're digging upwards, you will break into the fire ant's nest. Although they cannot harm you, they will do damage to the runic base. There is a xenogeneic in the catacomb on the left. Be careful. The nearby withered vine monsters are hiding in the bushes, waiting for the greedy fish to take the bait. In the catacomb on the right, a few kobolds are preparing lunch. You can rush in to snatch their lunch and starve them. He wouldn't get anything if he dug forward, but if he dug backward, he would get a few wooden treasure chests. Klein decisively chose the left. There was another xenogeneic. Whether it was for sale or for his own use, it was extremely valuable. Looking at the information on the withered vine monster, Klein opened the illustration, and the results came out. Withered vine monster. Looks like a bunch of creeping creatures. They often lurk in the bushes, waiting for creatures to approach them. Then, they will use the iron-woven withered vines to entangle the creatures, dragging them into the bushes and strangling them alive before sucking their blood. Ability: 5 whips of lightning. Weakness: fear fire. Danger factor: 32, 5 whips of lightning. Quickly swing the vine to strike 5 times in a breath. IT also has a paralyzing effect. Lasts for 1 second. Cooldown time: 60 minutes. Since the withered vine was afraid of fire, everything was easy. Klein took out his shovel and dug 30 meters. The tunnel was dug through to a man, and 2 beasts entered the next catacomb. The 47th catacomb. Klein thought to himself, in front of him was an open plain. There were many crushed stones inside. There was a protruding stone pillar in the middle that if nothing went wrong, the xenogeneic must be above it. Apart from a few bushes, there was nothing else nearby. Was the withered vine monster hiding? Inside? It looked like walking towards the xenogeneic to the bushes would block the way. Klein stopped in his tracks. He was 10 meters away from the bushes. Even at such a close distance, he was unable to find the location of the withered vine monster. Its disguise was too brilliant. Klein was careful that there was a withered vine monster lurking inside. He only knew that there was a problem after checking the hint. Boom. The firestorm saber ignited as Klein slowly approached, less than 5 meters away. A reptile covered in withered rattan jumped out from the bushes. It wasn't attacking Klein, but it was fleeing backward. Soon, withered vine monsters began to flee from a few bushes. There was no need for Klein to make a move. The high temperature of the firestorm saber was enough to intimidate. That's scary? Klein laughed. Without needing him to personally make a move, the withered vine monsters had already fled. They huddled in a corner far away to guard against him. At the same time, they made some strange sounds, as though they were threatening Klein to not act rashly. Klein continued to check every bush to see that there was no longer any danger. It reminded him of the plants that looked like bushes. The branches were full, and the bright red fruits were indeed tempting, if one didn't know the truth. It was easy to fall for it. Then they would be ambushed by the withered vine monster, which looked like a bunch of twirling vines. Many vines were intertwined together. Their eyes were so red that they hid in the shrub. Their eyes were no different from fruits, allowing them to hide very well. Little fox, little wind, help me keep an eye on the inventory. Klein planned to finish collecting the xenogeneic and plants first. The stone pillar was 3 meters tall, and the xenogeneic was at the top. Klein flew into the air, took out his dagger, and slowly dug. Half a minute later, the system reminded him to add as many xenogeneics as possible. Klein was stunned at a high-quality xenogeneic. The previous xenogeneic was only at the ordinary level. The high-quality xenogeneic could be implanted into a living crypt creature and create a body as long as it was. Watered every day, an endless amount of meat could be produced, and the fresh meat produced would greatly increase in taste. Unlike ordinary xenogeneics, a high-quality xenogeneic could improve the taste of meat. That's right, a second meat field should be set up today. Klein especially went to check the teardrop bushes on the ground. The sour fruit tree was the exact opposite of the sweet fruit tree. It could produce very sour fruits. If one didn't have a good appetite, eating one would be an appetizer. Klein squatted down to gather them. System notification, sour fruit +3, system notification, sour fruit seeds +1. There were a total of 6 sour fruit trees. All the fruits were collected, and a total of 22 sour fruit seeds were harvested. Klein thought that since he was going to plant them anyway, he might as well transplant them all. He picked up the shovel and dug up the fruit trees one by one. Sour fruit trees +6. This was much more comfortable. Klein clapped his hands. He had felt a little awkward leaving something behind, but now it looked clean and comfortable. There was no hurry for the resources on the ground. He could do it after killing the 6 withered vine monsters. Klein smiled at the firestorm saber as he approached the 6 withered vine monsters. The withered vine monsters cried out in alarm. Each of them extended a thin and long withered vine. They were all trying to gain momentum and didn't wish for Klein to get close. Flames shot out. Klein stomped his foot and flew toward the withered vine monsters like a cannonball. Pa, 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 pa. The 5 lightning whips of the withered vine monsters decayed one after another. Their whips were indeed fast, but Klein only used the firestorm saber to lightly wave them. All of the whips were either cut off or burnt. The withered vine monsters screamed again, this time in fear. They huddled in a corner, shivering. They even looked like they were begging for mercy. Klein didn't say a word as he slashed the firestorm saber a few times. Like chopping vegetables, he chopped the withered vine monsters into pieces in a few moves. If he pitted them, perhaps it was their tactic. He didn't know there was an ambush, or perhaps he would be the one who was tied up just now. There was no room for mercy. The system reminded that the souls increased by 18 other than the soul. There was nothing left of the withered vine monsters. It was all burnt to ashes. Their physiques were too special, inferior to the trance. Otherwise, how could they have seen the flames shorten? Klein turned around and plundered the resources in the catacomb. 18 iron, 32 stones, 15 wood, and 42 wood. After collecting the resources, Klein opened the runic base. It was almost time for lunch, so he decided to set up the greenhouse first. Although Klein wanted to save up runic symbols to upgrade the base, he still felt that he needed to set up the greenhouse first out on the first floor of the base. Klein stacked the items to the side, leaving enough space that he opened the manufacturing list, chose the greenhouse, and confirmed the location to produce the creation. System notification. Earth runes 3, fire runes 1, water runes 2, wood 20, iron 20. System notification. The perfect greenhouse has been successfully constructed. A shed 20 meters long, 3 meters wide, and 2 meters tall appeared on the first floor of the base. The exterior was constructed of iron sheet and wood. The interior of the greenhouse had yet to be filled with soil. System notification. A soul could be used for 7 days. Klein wasn't surprised at all when he saw the system's feedback. After all, It could be planted on a large area, so it was normal to consume a bit more that he filled the soil first. Klein took the shovel and went outside to dig. The soil seemed to be more fertile than a few minutes later. After filling the soil, Klein added more xenogeneics. He returned to the greenhouse and operated it normally. He planted the fruit tree back and kept the seeds for now, that if the fruit tree could bloom and bear fruit normally. Then he didn't need seeds and could sell them. Following that, Klein planted all kinds of vegetables, herbs, and plant seeds in a 60 square meter greenhouse. There wasn't enough space, so Klein only had a portion left. The remaining portion had to wait for the runic base to upgrade and expand the greenhouse. It wasn't impossible for him to expand the greenhouse, but it would appear crowded. There were already a bunch of items beside him. Dundee needed to build another physical warehouse. Klein took out the warehouse that came with the upgrade to the architectural vertebrate runic base that IT didn't have it before the upgrade. IT needed to be built in-house. Previously, Klein didn't need any physical items. He could cut as much meat as he wanted in the warehouse and eat as much meat as he wanted. There was too much meat from crypt creatures, and it was used to make fertilizer. Only a small portion was used to eat. Now that he had a large number of vegetables, it was different. Klein chose a piece of land to build the warehouse by the wall. System notification. Iron 20, wood 20, stone 20, wind rune 1, water rune system notification. Physical warehouse has been successfully constructed. A brand new building appeared near the wall. The food warehouse was built by the base itself that IT didn't require a soul to take effect. Klein moved all the food into the warehouse and sorted it out. After going upstairs to cook, Klein clapped his hands and went to the second floor of the base. IT was a small balcony for cooking. The ingredients for lunch were more abundant, with meat and vegetables. IT was mainly a combination of fragrant rice and sand barley. Klein wanted to taste whether the taste of sand barley was really that unpalatable that he decided how many caddies to sell based on the taste. The food was cooked very fast, and it was still divided into 3 portions after being cooked. The staple food was rice, the soup was oil, the radish and a fish soup that deep-fried golden potatoes made chips, double savory salted vegetable stew, and simple barbecued meat. Klein casually matched the dishes, and they were all different in color and taste. The sandy barley didn't taste very good. After Klein had eaten and drunk his fill, he patted his stomach. This meal was quite satisfying. Every dish had its own characteristics. Although the appearance of the dish was similar to vegetables in real life, the taste was different. For example, golden potatoes were all cut into pieces and fried into chips. Golden potatoes were crisp and with a little bit of water in one bite. The fragrance filled the air that he left a few caddies of sand barley, and the remaining 50 caddies were all put up for sale. Klein still had the seeds of the sand barley on hand, so he could eat them if he planted them. Besides, they didn't taste very good. That IT was okay to eat them once in a while, that if he kept eating them, he wouldn't be able to take it. Let's go to the regional channel and ask. Klein opened the regional channel. IT was lunchtime. Most of the people had already stopped digging. They were all begging to exchange food. Some people had runes, and it was relatively easy to exchange runes for water and food. Many people needed it. Even if it was the blueprint, there were still people who were willing to exchange it. Klein watched for a moment, edited a message, and was about to send it. System notification. The overall score and combat strength value will no longer be updated in real time. That IT will be updated together with the regional channel rankings. Klein immediately fell into deep thought when he heard that. He edited a message and was about to send it. System notification. The overall score and combat strength value will no longer be updated in real time. They'll be updated together with the regional channel rankings. It was equivalent to saying that it would be updated every 3 days. This is good for everyone. Their combat strength will not be known in real time. Klein secretly approved that real-time updates were a little annoying. After 2 rounds of combat strength increases today, there was another large group of people sending private messages. They directly crushed the backstage. In the channel, everyone only exchanged a few system reminders, and another group of people begged for food and drinks. Roger and William had extra food to trade with a few people. But compared to the number of people, it was very small and far from enough to IT this moment. Klein sent 2 consecutive messages into the channel. I have an extra 30 caddies of sand barley here that can be exchanged with ordinary resources. Half a caddy of sand barley can be exchanged for 50 units of materials that IT can be iron, copper, wood, and stone. That if you want to exchange for them, the copper fitting must be above 30. You can also exchange for them with precious materials. Silver, gold, and crystals only require 2 units. You can also exchange for them by mixing them. 0.1 unit of rare materials is equivalent to 25 units of ordinary materials. Klein wanted to keep 20 caddies of sand barley to exchange for runes. The moment the message was sent, the regional channel fell into a brief silence. The next second, that a large number of messages appeared. Fuck, Big Brother Klein, I want to exchange. Administrator, I don't lack food. Can I exchange? 30 caddies of sand barley. Big Brother, you're too generous. Fuck, I don't have enough. Who wants to exchange with me in a joint venture? Everyone gets half of the sand barley. They were simply shocked by the amount that it was difficult for others to ask for a mouthful of rice. Then, they looked at Klein, who was actually able to take out 30 pounds of surplus grain. Since Mr. Klein is selling it, I won't embarrass myself with what I have. Everyone, exchange with him. William also appeared. If there's no shortage of food, I suggest that you exchange it first for those who need it. If there's excess, others can exchange it again. Roger made a suggestion. Klein replied in the channel. I'll only give everyone 10 minutes to exchange. If there's no shortage of food, you can wait for me to put on a rack of sand barley. He switched to the trading channel. He put 20 caddies of sand barley on the trade. The product settings were not open to the public, and only the members of the regional channel could see them. The requirements for exchanging items could be set freely. Klein set it according to the requirements. The inventory was set at 60 units. Each person could only trade once. Finally, he shared the product link to the regional channel. System notification. Sand barley, 0.5 kg. System notification. Trade. Completed. Iron plus 15, copper plus 15, wood plus 9, stone plus 11. System notification. Sand barley, 0.5 kg. System notification. Sand barley, 0.5 kg. System notification. Transaction completed. Silver plus 1, copper plus 15, wood plus 10. One after another, the feedback after the transaction was completed jumped out that in the blink of an eye, half of the inventory was left. Some people cooperated to exchange, but their speed was relatively slow. In less than a minute, all 60 inventories were exchanged. The resources that worker Klein obtained were as follows. Gold 8, crystal 13, silver 23, iron 652, copper 488, wood 386, and stone 374. Thank you, Administrator, for the sand barley. Thank you, boss. Many people were sincerely grateful. There were people who exchanged in the channel, so naturally, there were people who were slow to get it. Sob, 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 I didn't exchange for it. Get lost, transvestite. I didn't exchange for it either. Oh, I'm hungry. Does anyone have any extra food? These people immediately cried out. Klein edited another message and sent it again. I still have 20 caddies of sand barley. This time, I'll only exchange for runes. Any rune can be exchanged for 2 caddies of sand barley. Exchange within 10 minutes. 150 ml of water is complimentary. Compared to exchanging 1 rune for 2 pieces of meat, 2 caddies of sand barley could last for 2 to 3 days. There's also a gift of clear water. It could be considered a more favorable price. Another 20 caddies? Fuck. As expected of a big shot. Big shot is awesome. Quick, I want to exchange. Seeing Klein throw out another 20 caddies of sand barley, they couldn't help but guess how much resources Klein had left, as expected of a man with a comprehensive score of more than 1,000 people. Klein continued to go on the shelves and hung up the link that in the blink of an eye, the money was snapped up again. Once again recorded, 2 wind runes, 3 water runes, 3 fire runes, 2 earth runes. After 2 rounds of exchange, IT was 1 step closer to the requirements for intermediate rune base upgrade. Scroll. Iron, copper, wood, and stone had already exceeded 200 units. Each rune required 20 pieces. The wind runes and fire runes were sufficient. He was only short of 3 earth runes and 4 water runes. Soul requirement was 30. There were already 50 souls, which was far more than needed. Gold, silver, and crystal required 20 units. Currently, he was only short of 1 crystal. Taking advantage of the lunch break to gather the materials, I'll level up the runic base. After Klein finished clearing the materials, he opened the trading market. First, he settled on the crystals. After a simple search, he found quite a number of players who were selling them. 1. The trade requirement is 1 meat, or 200 milliliters of water. Klein chose to trade with meat. He gathered the materials. He was left with 3 earth runes and 4 water runes. Klein scanned his surroundings. Most of the runes were only used to exchange for weapons or blueprints. They rarely exchanged for food or water. There were a few times, but the moment they were put up, they were immediately snatched away by others. Klein racked his brains for more than 10 minutes and only succeeded 3 times. He exchanged for 1 wind, 1 water, and 1 fire. When he lost his patience, a runic crossbow and a magic cup were successfully sold. System notification. Excellent magic cup. System notification. Transaction completed. Water rune plus 2. System notification. Perfect runic crossbow. System notification. Transaction completed. Wind rune plus 5. Fire rune plus 1. Water rune plus 1. Earth rune plus 1. The 2 messages were one after the other. The runic crossbow and magic cup were purchased by the same person. The materials for the intermediate rune base upgrade scroll were still not gathered. Point 2 earth runes short. Klein decided to lower the price of one of the runic crossbows from 8 runes to 6 runes. Colleagues, continue scrolling through the trading channel. 15 minutes later, Klein didn't need to wait for the runic crossbows or magic cups to be sold. Roger and another member of the regional channel returned the runes one after another. They could have given 2 different runes. However, Klein emphasized the need for earth runes. Roger returned 1 earth rune and 1 water rune. The other person also had 2 earth runes. Only then was the materials needed for the intermediate level upgrade gathered. At that moment, Klein removed the intermediate rune base, upgrade scroll, and held it tightly. Once used, the resource consumption would be huge. I wonder what will happen after this upgrade. He was more or less looking forward to it and excited. This wave will consume more than half of my wealth that I hope that the upgrade will bring a pleasant surprise. Come, use the scroll. Klein read. Another large amount of materials had been deducted. Klein felt his heart ache. The scroll in his hand glowed with silver light. It was similar to the last time that IT turned into a lot of ashes. The number of ashes increased like a black mass of mosquitoes. They flew in all directions. The entire runic base began to tremble slightly. Wherever the ashes went, the ground, ceiling, and walls were growing larger and taller. IT was a visible change in speed. Little Fox was slightly calm. She had experienced it the last time. Little Wind looked around, not knowing what to do. System notification. The runic base has been upgraded. System notification. Perfect runic base. Rare runic base. The trembling of the runic base gradually lessened. IT regained its stability. Is this the upgraded base? Klein looked around. The runic base was completely different from before. The interior was resplendent like a hall. Now he was upgrading the hall on the 2nd floor of the runic base. Just the size of the hall had doubled. The entire floor was no longer square. IT seemed to have become circular. Klein came to the back and found another room. Furthermore, the bedroom was very spacious. There were glass windows, and the bedroom had more light than before. Klein went to the stairwell again. Looking down, it was no longer just the 2nd floor, but a full 5 floors. The area has expanded quite a bit. There are 3 more floors. Klein was surprised and delighted. He went down to the 4th floor to check. There were bedrooms, kitchens, and a hall. The area was larger than the previous floor. Then he went down to the 3rd floor. The layout was slightly different. The entire hall was like a training ground with targets, sandbags, and the like. The floor area continued to increase as he went down another floor. The 2nd floor was empty, and the area expanded a little. Finally, there was a ground floor. The area had increased the most, roughly 3 times the original size. All the buildings that had been built before were still there. The 1st floor was a little messy, but after the upgrade, it became a little empty. Let's take a look outside. Klein pushed open the large iron door and walked out of the runic base. Phew! He flew into the air. The entire catacomb was large and tall enough. The upgraded runic base occupied more than half of the catacomb. The highest point of the base was almost touching the top of the catacomb. Height, 30 meters. This, Klein floated in the air and spoke in surprise. He asked, has the style of an ancient castle transformed into the style of a tall tower? The entire runic base's style had changed drastically. From the outside, one could clearly see that the base was divided into 5 sections. From the bottom to the top, it was gradually shrinking. That IT was like an ancient stone tower. Many patterns were carved on the walls outside. They were lively and ancient. The overall color was not monotonous. The gold was the main color, while the dark was the supplementary. From afar, it looked majestic and magnificent. Klein flew around the runic base, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he became. Returning to the interior of the base, he discovered some different details. There were changes to every floor. The food warehouse that was built in the afternoon, the exquisite murals on the walls, the sanitation department's one-click cleaning, and the items department's one-click arrangement. All of this made Klein believe that spending a large amount of resources to level up was worth it in the afternoon. Klein woke up from his soft bed. Lunch break was over. He continued digging for the day. Remaining number of excavations for the day. For Klein walked out of the runic base. The huge runic base transformed into thousands of beams of light. They converged into a ball. Finally, it turned into the metal ball in Klein's hand, and no matter how many times he did it, he would always be surprised by the magic of the runic base. Then, he didn't know how to build a building and turn it into a thumbnail. That he ended his lamentation and looked at the prompts in 5 different directions. Continue digging to the left. It's empty. There are decent resources waiting to be collected in the catacomb above. In the catacomb below, a few sand trolls are having an unobstructed meeting that if you're interested, you can join in. Mother sand trolls like to torture small creatures. Dig ahead, and you'll find a silver treasure chest. Be careful of the observer-eyed devil above. Don't make eye contact with it, or you'll have a mental breakdown and become infected with madness. Take the silver treasure chest and leave. Dig backward. There's an iron treasure chest. Don't be deceived by the treasure chest monster. Forward or backward? Klein pondered for a moment before opening the illustration manual and searching for the observer-eyed devil. He needed to figure it out before making a decision. The search result appeared. Observer-eyed devil. A beholder that grows out of the soil, that it's green all over, has 4 tentacles and a large mouth. It has a tongue that can shoot out of its mouth. And its body is filled with eyeballs. And no matter which direction you look at it from, you will always meet its gaze. Unless you have sunglasses, it's best not to look at it. Ability, insane sight. Weakness, unable to move, danger factor. 48. Ability check, insane sight. When looking into each other's eyes, the target will fall into a state of insanity and completely lose consciousness. The stronger the mental immunity, the longer it can last. The image of the observer-eyed devil was a little disgusting. It was definitely a nightmare for people with agoraphobia. There wasn't a single part of its body that wasn't an eyeball. It's quite dangerous, but as long as I don't look at it, I'll be fine. Since it's hanging above me, as long as I look down at the ground, it won't be a problem. Klein decided to take a small risk and dig for the silver treasure chest. He would close his eyes later and not give the observer-eyed devil a chance. The observer-eyed devil's tentacles and tongue weren't particularly long. With the height of the catacomb he was digging, there was a high chance that they wouldn't touch it. Furthermore, the tentacles and tongue were weak in attack and had low lethality to him. He wasn't a little lowly. However, before digging, he needed to give instructions to the 2 little fellows. Little Fox would probably listen to him. A S for Little Wind. This fellow was very curious. He didn't want it to foolishly raise his head to look at it and cause trouble. Klein asked solemnly, "Do you remember what I said just now?" Before heading to the next cavern, Klein gave another solemn instruction. Woo, woo, woo. Little Fox wagged her soft tail and nodded obediently. She would listen to anything her master said. Little Wind nodded with a half-understanding look, but in fact his eyes were rolling. "Little Wind, if you dare to disobey me, Little Fox and I will strip you and eat you tonight," Klein said fiercely. Hee hee. The little fox turned around and stared at Little Wind, letting out a strange laugh. Little Wind felt a chill run down his spine as he hurriedly stretched out his forelimbs to cover his eyes. Thud. Without the support of his forelimbs, he fell forward. "After you enter, follow me, don't look up." "Let's go." Klein patted their heads and took the lead to step into the black membrane. The 48th catacomb. Drip, drip, drip. Water was dripping down. Is there water up there? Klein subconsciously wanted to raise his head. He realized that something was wrong. I almost forgot. The corner of Klein's eyes twitched. Little Fox and Little Wind had already entered. He lowered his head and looked back. The 2 little fellows lowered their heads to look at the ground. When they saw the water droplets, they had the urge to raise their heads. "Hold it in," Klein said in a muffled voice. Not to mention them. Even he was curious about what was up there. "Let's go." Klein looked straight ahead. Out of the corner of his eye, he could vaguely see a blob of green stuff not far away. In addition, the catacomb wasn't very tall. It was probably about 10 meters tall. Of course, this was just Klein's intuition. He wouldn't raise his head to take a look. From the moment he stepped into the catacomb, he had already sensed that the surrounding environment wasn't quite right, that a normal person would raise their head to take a look when they saw water dripping down. Wouldn't raise their head to take a look? He would definitely die if he raised his head. That if he had sunglasses, Klein could give a try. He could also kill the observer-eyed devil while he was at IT. IT would be good to earn some souls. For now, he should proceed forward. Klein carefully explored the surrounding environment. There were some decent resources on the ground. He first searched for resources. He proceeded forward. He encountered a mud pillar that blocked his path. IT was about 1.5 meters tall. IT resembled a palm at the top. IT closed its 4 fingers and pointed its index finger at the air. Klein kicked away the mud pillar and continued forward. This thing was hinting at him to look up again. Any other person would have been hit. Who could resist curiosity? It was unknown if it was an icon created by the observer-eyed devil or if it was naturally formed. Klein continued walking for more than 10 meters before he came across a large tree. He checked the details. Dead sand. Tree. Dead, lifeless. The dead tree was very tall. Klein's gaze followed the tree, trunk up. He quickly stopped when his gaze was leveled. "Don't look up." He took out his firestorm saber and chopped down the withered tree. Bam! Now he could see the height of the withered tree and the situation at the top. The IT was 6 meters tall, and there was nothing above it. All that was left were withered branches. System notification. Wood plus 10. Klein put away the wood and continued to search for materials with his head lowered. Suddenly, a crystal fell from the sky that IT rolled to Klein's feet. Above, Klein held it in again. He silently picked it up. System notification. Crystal plus 1. He had already seen the silver treasure chest. 30 meters away, he took a step forward. Thud. Another crystal fell in front of him. What's going on up there? Klein couldn't help but mutter. Old man's reminder. Don't look up. He possessed his body and picked up another crystal. Following that, with every step he took, he would drop a crystal. There were a few times when he almost hit him. He picked it up along the way. Klein even guessed that the observer-eyed devil was up there. Perhaps the crystal was thrown down by the observer-eyed devil. As long as he didn't look up, the other party would definitely want to constantly attract his attention, and there would be an endless stream of crystals. After walking another 10 meters, Little Wind couldn't help but want to raise his head. However, he was slapped in the head by Little Fox, and he immediately became obedient. There were a few times when Klein deliberately raised his head, made a feint, and lowered his head. With that, the crystals continued to fall. By the time he reached the silver treasure chest, he had already obtained 32 crystals. If Klein's guess was correct, there might still be quite a number of crystals on the ceiling of the catacomb. Unfortunately, if he didn't have any misgivings, he would definitely have looted everything. This is a silver treasure chest. It's harmless. Klein squatted down. He opened the treasure chest. System notification. Silver treasure chest plus 1. System notification. Wind rune plus 2. System notification. Water rune plus 1. System notification. Gold plus 4. System notification. Perfect high school runic shower blueprint plus 1. System reminder. Perfect runic hand shield blueprint plus 1. Klein put away the other items. He held a blueprint in each hand. He looked at the details. Perfect high school runic shower blueprint. A daily runic device that requires a small amount of water to be used. The device will spray out water vapor and use the least amount of water to clean the sludge on the body. Perfect runic hand shield blueprint. A combat runic device. Small in size, it can be worn on the wrist. When activated, a wind shield will be produced to counteract a certain degree of attack. The two blueprints had their own uses. Klein learned them all. The synthetic materials weren't complicated. The shower needed wind runes, water runes, and fire runes, while the hand shield needed wind runes and earth runes. Unfortunately, he, who had just been squeezed dry, was unable to meet the requirements of the production. There were no other resources in the catacomb. Klein swept the area briefly, took out his shovel, and prepared to find a direction to dig. That moment. A series of shouts came from above. A T sounded like they were coming from afar. The tone was strange, but it wasn't the common language of the underground world. Is it the observer, devil? Klein thought for a moment before saying, it really has been up there the entire time, that if I don't look at it, it probably has no choice but to shout to pique my curiosity. Klein found it funny. No matter what method you use, I won't even look up at you. I can't dig up and behind. There are only 4 directions left. Klein looked through them one by one and chose to continue digging forward. There was a pretty good crypt creature there. I'll choose it for the second living meat field. Huff, huff. The tunnel became deeper and deeper. Ah. From behind came the ineffectual roar of the observer-eyed devil. Klein smiled. He'd be pissed, too. Tossing for so long, the fish just don't lift the head to see one eye. How could it not be angry? Keep digging. It's all hail. There's an iron treasure chest under the ice. There's a snowdrift ox in the snow. Don't stay here too long, or you'll freeze to death. The golden prompt in front of Klein jumped slightly. The shovel fell that a black hole that led to the next catacomb appeared. Klein had already seen the terrain of lava, so it wasn't surprising for the ice and snow environment to appear again. As for the snowdrift ox, he had just checked the illustrated manual. Danger factor. 35. It was able to condense an ice armor on its body, but it could be hidden among juniors. For intruders, it was often a charge that would cut the enemy in half. It made a living by eating snow. The meat was tender, and due to frequent exercise, its body was much thinner and chewy. Its weakness was that it was easy to get carried away, so it didn't look at the road when charging. Any color would provoke it would charge forward until the end, knowing that it would stop if it bumped into a hard object. Its ability was to charge forward at an extremely fast speed that a sturdy armor would often shatter in a single hit, giving it immense strength. Klein had the air superiority, so he could use the lightning crossbow to subdue this fellow. He thought for a moment before saying, load the arrows with anesthetic first. In front of the forbidden zone, he changed the crossbow arrows from time to time. The incompetence and fury of the observer-eyed devil could be heard from behind, but it still didn't give up. Pitiful worm, Klein muttered. Be careful when you enter. Let's go. Klein turned around and instructed the two little things. He took a step forward, and the environment in front of him changed. The howls of the observer, devil, were isolated behind him, and they could no longer be heard. Hiss, it's so cold. Klein shuddered. The cold assaulted his face. The 49th catacomb. Everywhere he looked, there was ice and snow. From time to time, snowflakes would fall from above. Klein raised his head and took a glance. It was also covered in ice and snow. Snowflakes didn't appear out of thin air, but kept falling from the top. As for why the top was covered in ice and snow, who knew? Where could the snowdrift ox be? Klein's gaze quickly swept past the towering snowbank. The snowdrift ox's entire body was snow-white. In this environment, it was indeed easy to hide. In such a cold environment, I really can't carry on for too long that I have to leave in 10 minutes. Klein lowered his head to look at Little Fox and Little Wind. They weren't feeling well either. Little Fox was fine, but she had thick fur on her body. Little Wind was bald, and he wasn't in a good mood. Buck up, Klein berated. Following that, the propeller behind him spewed out air as he flew into the sky. The snowdrift ox couldn't fly, so Klein had the advantage of being in the air. Little Fox was fast, so there was no need to worry. Little Wind could drill into the ground. Something's not right that if it were to freeze into ice, Little Wind won't be able to drill down. Klein's heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to lift Little Wind into the air, he suddenly heard a snort. Moo! There was a long sound. Klein's heart skipped a beat. He looked in the direction of the sound, and indeed saw a snow-white snowdrift ox charging forward. It exhaled hot air from its nose, just like a train from the old era. The fellow's eyes were it lowered its head and charged forward. It was extremely fast. Its horns were more like two scimitars, curved inwards, and had sharp edges and horns on the outside. As long as it hit something, it would not be strange for it to split into two. Whoosh. Little Fox quickly dodged. Little Wind was slow and was directly hit. Fortunately, Little Wind was a small creature, and at most, it was kicked away. Little Wind's anger value immediately filled up. Amplification. Little Wind expanded rapidly. He turned around and struck the snowdrift ox. The snowdrift ox also turned around to charge a second time. There was a crisp sound. The snowdrift ox and Little Wind retreated respectively. Neither side was injured. There were two obvious marks on Little Wind's sturdy armor, which showed how sharp its horns were. Shoo! Klein found the opportunity and pulled the trigger. The crossbow arrow brought up a bunch of blood. It easily pierced into the snowdrift ox's body. The snowdrift ox howled in pain and became even angrier. A minute later, the snowdrift ox crashed to the ground. The anesthetic and numbing effect had taken effect. Klein continued floating in the air, checking the location of the iron treasure chest. There's an iron treasure chest under the ice. And snow here. After a scan, a notification appeared. Klein took out his shovel. After some thought, he took out his firestorm saber. Boom! The flames were ignited. He aimed at the location where the treasure chest was. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The ice and snow melted. The bottom of the iron treasure chest was revealed. Its surroundings were frozen solid by the ice. That a moment later, he put away the iron treasure chest. He opened up the runic base. A man and two beasts entered the runic base and felt a little more comfortable. I'll finish making the meat field container first. Klein constructed a square container from the original location of the meat field. It was even larger. He then placed the snowdrift ox into the container. The snowdrift ox widened its large crimson eyes and attempted to attack with its horns. The effects of the medicine have passed so quickly. Klein opened it again. All right, since it can already move, I'll implant it with a xenogeniac. Prevent it from dying from excessive blood loss. Klein took out a superior xenogeniac. Just like last time, he cut open the wound and implanted the xenogeniac. Snowdrift ox's eyes were filled with fear as it used its last bit of strength to struggle. In just a moment, the bones collapsed, and the flesh was soft. It turned into a puddle of bright red meat that constantly squirmed. System notification. Soul +3. Klein poured 1,000 milliliters of water into it. We'll see the results tomorrow. He clapped his hands and walked to the iron treasure chest by the side. Open the chest. There's poison gas hidden inside this iron treasure chest. Open it carefully. Klein brought the treasure chest outside the base. He put on the gas mask, took out the animal skin, wrapped it tightly around his exposed skin, and put on gloves. After opening the chest, he suddenly retreated. He had to be careful. The poison gas didn't mean that he had to inhale. It could be harmful to his skin. It could also harm his hair and make him bald. The dark green poison gas gradually dissipated. Klein observed from afar, but he still didn't know what was inside the treasure chest. There are remnants of the poison gas over there. Don't come any closer. The poison gas has completely dispersed. After waiting for half a minute, the notification changed. Only then did Klein go forward and look at the items inside. System notification. Iron treasure chest +1, system notification. Wind rune +1, system notification. Water rune +1, system notification. Ice cream fruit seed +2, system notification. Perfect runic refrigerator blueprint +1, system notification. Excellent strength wrist guard blueprint +1. Klein grabbed the blueprint and learned everything. After a while, he said, I already have a perfect strength wrist guard. This excellent strength wrist guard is of little value to me. However, I can produce a batch and throw it on the market. At present, he hadn't seen similar rune wrist guard equipment on the market. IT could fill the gap in the market and make a profit. The other production of the runic refrigerator required wind and water runes. The function was naturally to be used for refrigeration, that if nothing unexpected happened, the soul would definitely be added as an energy source. Klein looked at the ice cream fruit seeds. Klein was rather curious about the new seeds. Since they were called ice cream fruits, could the fruits that grew out be like ice cream? They could still be used to make ice cream. Ice cream fruit seed, a small tree seed. The flesh of the fruit is sticky, like mud, that if it can be frozen, you can obtain delicious ice dash cream that IT will be refreshing and uncloying. Just as Klein expected, it could indeed be made into ice cream. This thing is good, and I'll expand the greenhouse today and plant it. Klein had no intention of eating ice cream right now. That was because the surrounding environment was too cold. The temperature and humidity of the underground world would change according to the location of the catacomb. If it was cold here, other places would be hot. Wouldn't it be wonderful to taste ice cream? When the time came, Klein thought for a moment before saying, the snow outside can also be used. Klein took out his shovel and went outside to dig for snow. When the snow melted, it could be used to irrigate it. After scooping up a water tank, he hid in the runic base for warmth. The inside of the base was much warmer than the outside. After almost recovering, he continued shoveling snow and ice. Klein got a few large stone vats to fill with snow. The snow was relatively clean and with great difficulty. It wouldn't be a problem for him to drink the melted snow water. Klein went in and out and finally filled up 10 water tanks. The top layer of snow in the catacomb was swept clean that a water tank had a capacity of 60 liters. When it melted, the snow water would definitely be less than 60 liters, but a water tank could have a capacity of more than 600 liters. It could be used for watering or drinking. After bathing, it could precipitate some substances and be sold as secondhand bath water. Previously, a bunch of people were fighting over secondhand hot spring bath water. There were fewer harmful substances in the snow water, so it should be more popular. Let's go to the next catacomb. Klein put away the runic base and took out his shovel. He checked 5 directions. There was nothing too special in each direction. There were only treasure chests in 2 directions. In the catacomb on the left, there's an iron treasure chest and some resources that it's easy to obtain resources. In the catacomb on the right, there's an iron treasure chest that can yield good items. There are 2 passing bear goblin mercenaries resting. Perhaps you can have a good talk with them. There was danger on one side and nothing on the other. However, the treasure chest on the right had a hint that it could yield good items. Klein decided to go to the right. Bear goblin mercenaries? He opened the illustration manual and looked it up. Bear goblin, a cousin of the goblins and the earth goblins, one of the goblins that live for battle and violence. They plunder and hunt. They aren't afraid of death. They believe that a howling soul can be a 4-wind god. If you offer enough, they're willing to be hired. They value their promises and fulfill their duties after being hired, even if it means sacrificing their lives. Ability, violent strike. Weakness, simple-minded. Danger factor, 40. There was nothing special about their ability. When they were enraged, the power of their attacks would be greatly increased. Can I hire them? Klein's heart stirred. The last time he encountered a gold-digging dwarf, he wanted to gather information, but the gold-digging dwarf had to leave, and the underground Trant tribe was unhappy with Klein. The Trants weren't willing to tell him about the information he sought. Now that he met a bear goblin that could be hired by the system, perhaps he could give it a try. Klein decisively chose to dig to the right. The tunnel gradually grew longer. About 30 meters, a T was dug through. 1 person and 2 pets entered the next catacomb. The 50th catacomb. Klein, Little Wind, and Little Fox had already appeared, immediately attracting the attention of the 2 creatures not far away. They were sitting by the bonfire, grilling meat. When they heard something, they immediately got up and grabbed the mace beside them. They were also careful of Klein and the 2 pets. Klein was also sizing up the bear goblins. Their faces weren't exactly like bears. They still had the face of goblins, but their noses were like bears. Their bodies were covered in brown fur. They were 1.78 meters tall and had a muscular body. Their ears were long, and their lower teeth had a bunch of sharp teeth that stuck to their upper lips. Their eyebrows were thick, and they grew upwards diagonally, exceeding their heads. They looked a little fierce. Passerby. A bear goblin on the left asked in a muffled voice that IT spoke in the common language of the catacombs world. Yes. Klein looked at the roast meat on the bonfire and said with a smile, "Do you mind if I stay here?" The bear goblins looked at each other. The bear goblin on the right said nonchalantly, "Whatever." They continued to sit down to roast the meat, but their voices were lowered as they whispered to each other. From time to time, they would glance at Klein. This was especially so for Little Fox and Little Wind. When the bear goblins looked at them, their eyes glowed green that if Klein hadn't been there, they might have pounced on them and roasted Little Fox and Little Wind. "It's good that they didn't attack me." Klein smiled and took out a barbecue rack. He lit a fire and took out a few large pieces of raw meat. The meat in the bear goblin's hands was probably a large it was very small, and it was probably only enough for them to take 2 or 3 bites each. In comparison, the pieces of meat on Klein's side were large and numerous. The bear goblin's eyes immediately widened. It was even tempted to commit robbery. Klein continued grilling. He sprinkled all sorts of seasonings on it, and the smell wafted towards the bear goblins. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva, and the roasted rat in their hands immediately lost its fragrance. "Do you want it?" Klein said with a smile. The bear goblins nodded repeatedly, then quickly shook its head. "I want to hire you. Is it enough to use this roasted meat?" Klein said with a smile. The bear goblins nodded repeatedly before quickly shaking his head. "Hire us?" The bear goblin scratched his head as though he was in a difficult position. "Why? Is there a problem?" Klein raised his eyebrows. "We still have something to do today, so we can't accept the hire." The 2 bear goblins were very distressed. They also had a keen eye and knew that Klein wasn't someone to be trifled with. His side was the base of the Snowdrift Ox, so they were planning to take a detour. For Klein to be able to come over unscathed, he had to be capable. Otherwise, based on their usual habits, they would have already started looting. "It won't take long. I just want to ask you a few questions." Klein shook the roast meat in his hand. The 2 bear goblins discussed for a moment before informing him that they would be leaving after eating their fill. Klein agreed to the request and threw the barbecued meat to the bear goblins. "SSS. Delicious. Delicious. Too delicious." The 2 bear goblins couldn't wait to eat the barbecued meat. They were full of praise. Klein clapped his hands and said, "Mr. Bear Goblins, don't just focus on eating the barbecued meat. We should get down to business. First, let me ask you a question. Are you able to travel freely through the catacombs every day?" "Of course." "The second question is, why didn't you take the treasure chest?" "Treasure chest? What treasure chest?" The bear goblins looked up in confusion, as though they hadn't noticed the iron treasure chest not far away. Klein continued asking, as though he was deep in thought. He asked, "Third question, how far is the distance from here to the underground city?" "Which direction is it in?" "Underground city. We're not sure about that. We've only heard of it, but we've never been there." "Haven't you guys explored it before?" The bear goblin shook his head and said, "The catacombs world is huge, and the passageways are complicated. Furthermore, there are frequent changes that we don't dare to run around randomly. It's easy to lose our way and be trapped in the wilderness." "There will be changes?" "Yes, it might happen once every few days, or it might take more than 10 days that we won't be able to find our way back." The bear goblins had already finished all the roasted meat and were burping. "The Snowdrift Ox over there." A bear gnome pointed at the catacomb that Klein had come to. "Killed it," Klein replied indifferently. "Then we don't have to take a detour." The bear goblin got up and came before the mud wall. He began to dig rapidly, and it was extremely efficient. Klein continued asking questions from the side. The 2 bear goblins were also simple-minded. They often asked questions and didn't know anything. Fortunately, he had gained some intelligence in general and didn't waste the roasted meat. The 2 bear goblin mercenaries left. They had gained a lot from this conversation. According to the bear goblins, they wouldn't go too far every time they went out. In a few days or a dozen days, the tunnel in the catacomb would change. In the tunnel, there was an existence that Klein treated as a wall of air. The bear goblins referred to it as the geomagnetic pulse. The soil that the geomagnetic pulse passed through would be extremely hard, no matter how much strength one had. It would be impossible to excavate it. The geomagnetic pulse would change direction in a short period of time, causing the passageway to change. In addition, they just couldn't see the treasure chest. In the catacombs world, there were many items left behind from ancient times, such as runic eggs. If they were lucky, they would be able to excavate them. After they dug the passageway, they would also be able to see a black hole. As for its exact existence, it was also said to be due to the geomagnetic pulse. It was also related to the gods. In short, it was very mysterious. There was no way to know for sure. Klein followed them into the tunnel after the bear goblins passed through and wanted to enter again, but he was repelled. This tunnel led to the ice and snow catacomb. Klein originally wanted to see if there were any bugs, but the result was obvious. After he exited the passageway, the sand quickly healed. Klein had also probed the bear goblins about why he could only pierce through the membrane in one direction. The bear goblin wasn't surprised and informed him that some life forms were special AS for the reason. He still had no idea. The iron treasure chest was on a sand pile, not far away. Klein went forward to examine it. It was harmless. He chose to open it. System notification. Iron treasure chest +1 system. Notification. Map. Medium-sized +1. System notification. Earth rune +1. He didn't have a blueprint, but there were enough runes. Furthermore, he had a medium-sized map. That a map was indeed a good thing. Klein spread out the map. In the middle was a red dot marking where he was. The IT extended outwards and was densely packed with caves. Klein took out a piece of charcoal. He drew a circle around some important resources and continued planning. Here, Klein raised his eyebrows. He saw a novel item. A lost charm bloodline. What's this? Klein drew a circle around the charm bloodline catacomb. There was only one excavation opportunity left for the day, that if he wanted to dig up the lost charm bloodline, he could take this route. The rewards would be greater. There was also a golden treasure chest. Klein used a charcoal pen to draw out a route. The prerequisite was that the geomagnetic pulse didn't fluctuate. Klein put away the map, took out his shovel, and began digging into the catacomb on the left. There's a nest of sand bees in the catacomb on the left. They can gather a large amount of honey. That there's also an iron treasure chest and some supplies at the bottom of the hive. Overall, the supplies weren't very good. If he didn't have a map, why would he be more willing to go to the right? There was only an iron treasure chest there. 2 minutes later, Klein arrived at the 51st catacomb. That he had used up the number of excavations that day. Klein immediately saw a huge beehive that it was about 1 meter in diameter. The sand bees came in and out in large numbers. The iron treasure chest was below. That if he walked over, he might get stung. Burn it all in one go. If I had tracked them away, Klein thought of a solution. Use the runic beehive. He wondered if the attraction of the runic beehive to the sand bees was greater than their beehive. Klein came to another section of the catacomb and opened up the runic base. The runic beehive was hanging on the balcony of the 5th floor of the base. Klein took off the runic beehive and flew to the highest point of the base. It was also at a position similar to the spire, and he hung up the runic beehive that he added a. Sold T activated the runic beehive. He stood where he was and watched for a moment. When he saw a swarm of sand bees flying towards him, he hurriedly left. Other than some of the sand bees that were still inside the hive that hadn't arrived, any who didn't return home outside was lured away. Not bad. Klein hid far away and looked at the runic beehive again. That a large number of sand bees were circling around the fake hive. Some of the sand bees that had just returned from collecting honey sent the thick honey in before flying out again and burrowing into the soil. Some of the sand bees even returned to their original hive to steal the honey. They even bit the sand bees that were still inside the hive, were even changing the smell on their bodies. Klein was secretly astonished. Different bees had different scents. If they encountered a hive with different scents, they would definitely fight to the death in less than a minute. More sand bees were assimilated. With that, the two groups of bees became Klein's laborers. The ground beneath the hive was littered with the corpses of sand bees. That moment, Klein went to retrieve the iron treasure chest. The sand bees went back and forth on it. They weren't near the beehive they recognized. They didn't sting people. Other than the iron treasure chest, all the available resources in the catacomb were taken away. Klein returned to the base and opened the iron treasure chest. System notification. Iron treasure chest +1. System notification. Perfect shovel blueprint +1. System notification. Water rune +1. System notification. 250 milliliters pure milk +2. A perfect manufacturing drawing appeared inside. Unfortunately, it wasn't a runic device. However, it was still better than nothing. That he really needed to change to a better spade. He learned the manufacturing drawing. Perfect shovel. Iron 535/10. He chose to make it. That a brand new shovel appeared in his hand. That it felt pretty good. That it wasn't too heavy. Klein tried digging it in just a moment. He had dug up 3 times the amount of sand. Digging in the future would save him a lot of effort and time. Klein buried the fishing machine underground and returned to the 1st floor of the runic base. Next to the greenhouse, he expanded another greenhouse. Total cost: 3 earth runes, 1 fire rune, 2 water runes, 20 wood, 20 iron. The newly built greenhouse could be merged with the old greenhouse. There wouldn't be a partition in the middle. Then, he added a soil into the greenhouse. That he added soil. That he planted all the remaining seeds and fertilized them one by one. That the vegetables and fruits planted at noon had already grown into small seedlings, and the speed wasn't slower than the planting pot. Next is winemaking. Klein happened to open the treasure chest today to obtain 8 grain distillers. which could be used to make rice wine. 0.1000 ml of fragrant rice wine required 200 milliliters of rice wine, 1 koji wine, and 1,000 milliliters of water. Klein made 3 portions of rice wine in one go. After deducting the ingredients, 0.3000 ml of fragrant rice wine appeared in the wooden barrel. Klein didn't really like drinking wine. However, rice wine could be used as a seasoning that in his spare time, he could also drink a few glasses. With rice wine, he could make fruit wine. 1,000 ml of fine fruit wine required 5 fruits of any kind and 500 milliliters of rice wine. The fruits chosen were sweet fruits. After making the fruit wine, Klein compared the taste of the two wines and preferred fine fruit wine. The taste was sweet, as though he was drinking a soft drink. System notification. Wind rune 2, water rune 2, iron 15, copper 10, silver 2. System notification. Perfect runic refrigerator has been successfully forged. A large iron box the size of a person appeared in front of Klein. It was made of copper and iron. It was rectangular and had an ordinary surface. That it was divided into 2 layers. The upper layer was the fridge. The lower layer was the freezer. Klein opened the upper and lower layers one after another and discovered that the complicated patterns were inside. System notification. 1 soul can be operated for 30 days. The energy consumption wasn't high and was within the acceptable range. Klein chose to add 1 soul. The runic refrigerator vibrated slightly and entered operation. He reached his hand in and quickly felt a chill. Now I can drink iced Coke. Klein took the remaining 4 bottles of Coke and placed them in the freezer. Then he placed the fruit wine, picked fruits, and so on in the freezer. I wonder when the ice cream fruit tree will produce fruit. Klein closed the freezer. Thinking of the ice cream fruit seeds he had just planted, he couldn't help but imagine the taste of the ice cream fruit. There was still a long day ahead. After Klein finished digging, he could spend another leisurely afternoon. He first went to the trade channel to take a look. Someone had put up runes. If it was to exchange for water and food, he would immediately make a move. After a few rounds, he obtained a wind rune, a water rune, and a fire rune. The frequency is higher than when the runes were put up at noon. It looks like the blessing buff will bring a greater rune benefit to everyone. Klein came to a simple conclusion that he browsed the trading channel and opened private messages backstage. Many people wanted to buy runic crossbows, and they hoped that Klein could lower the price. Klein replied that he wouldn't negotiate over the price. There were also people who mentioned that Klein had lowered the price of a runic crossbow at noon. Why did the price increase again? Klein used the excuse of the price being wrongly typed as an excuse. After browsing through the private message, he went to the World channel to take a look. Breaking news. Edward and Cynthia dug up a low-grade rune base upgrade scroll today. They are currently purchasing runes and resources. Everyone, quickly go to the market. Have any of you found toilet paper? Can you give me a few? I'm taking SHD and don't want to use what is toilet paper anymore. I can't afford to hurt my anus. Do you need a good rune planting pot? Search the trade channel. There's only one. Advertise on behalf of me. Those who are interested can privately chat with me. IT can be divided into the regional channel business and the world channel business. We are an advertising alliance. Please recognize us. The price is absolutely favorable. Edward and Cynthia have announced that they want to obtain the first regional channel ranking. Currently, only Klein has upgraded the runic base. The others haven't found the scroll. There was a lot of information. Klein quickly browsed through it. There were many people who wanted the planting pot. There was only one world channel, and had already seen many people with seeds. I want to share the market for the planting pot. Klein opened the trade channel and checked the prices of others. Price for runes. An excellent formula for the synthesis of runic planting pots was 1 earth rune, 5 iron, 5 copper, and 5 stones. I can earn quite a bit. It just so happens that I need to move the jobs in the planting pot to the greenhouse. That way, there will be 5 empty planting pots. Besides, I have an advantage. I've already added souls. Even if it's secondhand goods, no one will mind. Klein did as he was thinking. That he first planted the plants. Having a greenhouse in the future would be enough. The planting pots were too scattered, and it would be a waste of soul resources. First, let's go to the region to look for me. And is there anyone who wants it? Why did he say that? He entered the region's brain and sent a message. I have 5 used planting pots here, all of which have added souls. They can operate for at least 27 to 28 days. Does anyone want them? They only need 4 runes. As soon as the message was sent, there were people popping up in the channel one after another. Alice, Brother Klein, I want them. Can I trade it now? I only have seeds that I was just about to go to the market to buy it. That it's even better if you have a soul. Roger. Unfortunately, I just bought it. Compared to Mr. Klein's planting pot, I feel like I'm losing out a little. William, I want one too. Since there were people in the group who wanted it, he naturally sold it to the group members. He could earn some runes and also increase the overall score of the area. Klein made a deal with the first few people who asked for it. He sold 5 spare planting pots, 0.10 earth runes. For water runes, 3 fire runes, and 3 wind runes were what he gained. This time, they weren't allowed to borrow beforehand. That was because the reason for all the bubbles was that the regional channel was gradually becoming lively. Everyone's harvest today wasn't bad, and they were all in high spirits. Do Edward and Cynthia know? The two of them are in another regional channel. Edward is the administrator of the regional channel, and the two of them are also lovers. Today, they were lucky enough to drop 2 runic base upgrade scrolls. This time, their channel's overall score will definitely increase by a lot. What's the big deal? We can crush them with just a big shot. It's not a good comparison. After all, it's a comparison of the overall score of the entire channel. Everyone, do your best and try not to drag us down. Sigh. It hasn't even been a day, and there's already no one left in our group. Can anyone borrow a few runic equipment? I'll return them to you guys after I finish digging the next catacomb. The topics were one after another. It was more common to borrow equipment among group members today. Because the lending function had been activated, there was no need to be afraid of others being shameless. But at most, they would lend equipment that they didn't need, and one knew if they would die in the next catacomb after lending it out, that if they died, there was no way to exchange for the equipment, and the system wouldn't force them to take it back. Klein thought for a moment before saying, "Does anyone need an excellent strength bracer? Runic devices can be worn on both arms, and they can increase a lot of strength. The ones that are needed can be reserved at IT. Would be best to forge 2 at a time, at a price of 4 runes each." When he mentioned equipment, he immediately thought of the bracer that arrived in the afternoon. Currently, he had 2 perfect and excellent production methods to make strength bracers. Before he could find a higher grade bracer, he was only willing to sell a 2nd grade excellent strength bracer, and the main material to make an excellent strength bracer was a set of earth runes. Do you have a bracer? This is a rare item that I've never seen on the market. I want a pair. William was the first to reply. He didn't doubt Klein's words at all. I want one too. Brother Klein, you've hidden quite a lot of good stuff. Roger's harvest in the afternoon was clearly not bad. Not only did he return the loaned runes to Klein, he could also trade continuously. I want a pair. Alice quickly followed suit. Currently, all the perfect runic crossbows on the market came from her, and Klein's runic consumption was high, while Alice had many synthetic devices. She could be considered a rich woman. A few more people came out from the area. They ordered 9 excellent strength bracers from the beginning and the end. Klein currently had 10 earth runes, which was enough to satisfy the order. When all the excellent strength bracers were in their hands, they immediately tried it, out one by one. Wow, this item isn't B8D to MY strength has increased by a lot. Good review. Alice was the first to give a review to the buyer. It's indeed possible, but unfortunately, I can only buy one. Roger also returned with his feedback. Then it was William and company who gave a good review. They originally thought that the increase in strength wasn't much, but they didn't expect that after wearing it, the strength of their arms would increase by at least 3 to 5 times compared to before. They were certain that Klein had another trick up his sleeve. IT had to be equipment that he didn't need, which was why he was selling IT. A certain extent, this fellow still had a monopoly. Klein drained all the runes in the regional channel and turned to the market channel to put them up for sale. All the earth runes were wiped clean. A total of 5 excellent planting pots and 10 excellent strength bracers were created. The price didn't change, and the requirement was still 4 runes. Among them, Klein took out a bunch of strength bracers and threw them into the auction channel. So far, Klein hadn't used the auction channel. He went into the auction channel to take a look at it in the afternoon. There were quite a number of stores that were auctioning online. Many people were advertising their products in the auction channel. Klein put a pair of excellent strength bracers on a rack. He also set the auction price. Item: 2 excellent strength bracers. Starting price for random runes. Increased price: 1 random rune. Auction time: 10 minutes. Message from the seller: combat rune device. When worn on the wrist, it can increase one's strength by several times. Interested players can search for strength bracers in the exchange market. There are 8 more for sale. First come, first served. The item was put on the shelf. The new item on the shelf will be displayed on the first page. In the blink of an eye. A large number of players entered the auction channel at the end. Rune devices that could increase one's strength. Many stores had requests for them. Someone immediately placed the lowest bid. After that, no one made a move. Klein wasn't worried. That was because everyone was waiting for the last minute, or even 10 seconds or 5 seconds. It was useless to raise the price at the beginning. The last second of bidding was the key. The auction time was about to arrive. In the last few seconds, 9 runic symbols were auctioned off consecutively. IT wasn't that others were stupid and wanted to auction it off at a price higher than the market price. IT was that the strength bracers that Klein had put on the trading channel had been snapped up within 10 minutes. With the buff today, the number of runes that players could use increased slightly as they searched for items that could be exchanged. The price of the strength bracers wasn't high, and the increase was obvious. Naturally, their popularity was high in Klein's private messages. Many people continued to ask for the bracers. There was nothing much to say. He continued to forge and put them up. By evening, Klein had sold countless planning pots, strength bracers, and runic crossbows. Even the magic cups were all sold out today. It could be seen that with the blessing buff, the increase in the number of runes was very significant. There were even people who wanted to exchange runes for basic materials. In short, Klein was busy until the sky turned dark, and the 4 elemental runes increased drastically. Currently, there were wind runes 58, fire runes 52, earth runes 56, water runes 48. It was even more than the runes he had before the base's upgrade during the day, and he hadn't seen them in the warehouse, so he could only boil water. After washing, he had used up almost a vat of snow water. That vat of bath water didn't go out. After half an hour of precipitation, the water quality wasn't too bad, and it wasn't particularly dirty. With the experience from the last sale, he didn't have any burden. Any exchangeable resources were all good things, and he absolutely couldn't waste them. However, before putting it up to sale, he first had to ask the group members in the regional channel, tea night in the regional channel. The atmosphere for chatting was very good. Most people could only chat when they were bored. They either exchanged information or traded items. Sometimes, they even had to pick up flints. FCK, I was so unlucky just now that a group of green-skinned midgets suddenly came in. I don't know what kind of creatures they are. They pressed me to the ground and measured my soles with a wooden stick. You met them too? Are they 1.34 meters tall, fast, and in large numbers? I met the same thing in the afternoon that I don't know which guy offended them. It's already good that no one died. They seem to be looking for someone. Anyway, they're all babbling and can't understand what they're saying. Measuring the shoes must be comparing the footprints. Also, the green-skinned midgets are annoying me, as if they want to see what I ate. It's disgusting. What? He's just going through your feces. The green-skinned midgets even asked me to lower my pants to investigate. Who in the group would dare? Admit it. A few people were talking about the green-skinned creature. Klein saw it the moment he entered, so how could he not know what was going on? It must be that the gnomes had already discovered that the field had been wiped clean by him. Then, the followers traded information. Finding a person was equivalent to comparing the size of their footprints. The gnomes weren't bad. All they needed to do was to find the culprit who could match the footprint. I have 50 liters of second-hand bathwater here. Does anyone want it? Klein sent an urgent message as the latter sent it. Once the message was sent, the area immediately fell silent. Ha 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 ha. Does anyone want Big Boss Klein's bathwater? Don't tell me that I kind of want it. The last time I saw someone use a hot spring bathwater, it was the same. How do I exchange it? Actually, it's good to filter it. Besides, there's Big Brother's aura on it, so I have to get a portion. There was teasing, but there were also people who really needed it. Alice suddenly said, Big Brother Klein, can I exchange for all of it? I haven't showered in a long time, but I don't care if it's secondhand. Alice suddenly appeared and completely let go of her sense of shame. Can I? QAQ. Sure. The quality of the water is all right. If you heat it up again, you can definitely bathe again. Klein sent 2 messages in a row. Klein smiled and said, if you really want to buy all of them in one go, I can give you an additional 500 milliliters of snow water. After you bathe, you can use the snow water to wipe yourself. Great. Thank you, Brother Klein. What's the price? Please say it. Klein smiled and said, gold, silver, or crystals. I'll give it to you for 5 units in total. The last time she looked at the sanitation system, he had sold 100 liters of second-hand bathwater for 1 rune. Alice smiled and said, yes, that I'll make the deal with you right away. That I haven't showered in a few days, and I feel terrible all over. Alice was so happy when she thought of being able to bathe. What if she had Klein's original smell? She had a strange smell and couldn't care too much. The 2 of them completed the transaction. Klein received 3 silver pieces and 2 crystals. After the transaction, Alice sent him a private message. Brother Klein, if there's any bathwater to be sold next time, please consider me first. I love secondhand bathwater. All right. For long-term cooperation, I can give you a discount on the price. Klein had a strange expression as he agreed to the deal. This darn world had forced a beautiful girl into such a state. Should I call her second-hand bathwater contractor in the future? Klein felt guilty about selling gutter oil. It was already dawn when he woke up. After coming to the catacombs world for an entire week, Klein had gradually gotten used to IT. IT wasn't just him. Most of the players who had lived until now were already used to it. He got up and washed up. Klein ran to the first level to check in the second meat field. He cut off a piece of meat and checked the details. Perfect Snowderfox beef. After a special modification, the meat that was already full of flavor has a perfect texture It's super tender, fat, but not greasy, and rich in nutrients that IT can sweep away fatigue and restore energy with a score of 85. That current consumption is 5 stars. Overall score 85. 85 points. Klein exclaimed at his current location. He saw the meat with the highest score. How delicious was this? Such tender beef that I have to eat a steak for breakfast. Klein cut 2 large pieces of snowdrift ox beef. The meat was fine and clean. The texture was like snow. There was no smell of blood. From now on, there was a faint fragrance. The snowdrift ox beef had a fragrance to begin with. After being modified, the fragrance was even deeper. With just a taste of his fingers, Klein was already craving for a mouthful of it. He was certain that it was possible to eat it raw. He brought 3 pieces of beef to the kitchen on the 4th floor. He started a fire out on the rack, frying pan, that he put in the sesame oil from the rapeseed. He heated it up and put in the beef to grill. It would definitely be good to make a beef hot pot. Klein licked his lips. Little Fox and Little Wind sat obediently in front of the table, waiting for everyone's breakfast to be served. He simply put in a little rose salt and black pepper onto the steak, AS described. The steak was too tender. IT felt like the intertwining of the tongue and taste buds that a little more fruit wine, that a simple breakfast ended. Klein went out to collect the fish catcher and the runic beehive again, that he was busy. The fish catcher still had a harvest, and he once again received 8 sand fish as usual. The long sand fish were on sale. The runic beehive had stopped operating last night. The sand bees returned to their beehives. They had no way of obtaining honey from the runic beehive. When the runic beehive stopped functioning, it would seal the entrance and exit, and the sand bees that were squeezed inside would be blown out. System notification. Honey plus 3072 ml. When Klein took out all the honey, he was shocked. He had only harvested 148 milliliters of honey yesterday, and this was nearly 20 times the amount. The tedious tasks were done. They set off for the next catacomb. This moment, Klein stood in front of an earthen wall as his gaze focused. There's a pool in the catacomb behind us. There's an unexpected surprise beneath it. If you obtain it, you'll undergo a metamorphosis, or you might be dragged into the water by the evil radiant pond water monster. Thankfully, the passageway hadn't changed. From the looks of it, the Lost Charm bloodline was under the pool. There's still the radiant pond water monster guarding IT. IT won't be easy. Klein followed the usual practice and first checked the illustrated handbook of the radiant pond water monster. There was no such monster. All right, the incomplete illustrated handbook doesn't include the radiant pond water monster. This will make things even more difficult. Klein still chose to go to the catacomb at the back. Since the hint only told him to be careful, it meant that he could fight the radiant pond water monster himself, or perhaps. As long as he didn't get close to the pond, the radiant pond water monster would definitely not be able to deal with him. As long as I empty the water or bury it, I don't believe that I won't be able to get anything that I hope the pond isn't too deep. Klein's heart skipped a beat. He had already thought of an extreme solution. Diving. That was impossible. When he was underwater, his equipment had the effect of myopia. Even his firestorm saber had to be mute. His fire ability wouldn't be able to be released underwater at all. Only a fool would use his weakness to touch the enemy's strength. Klein thought for a moment before saying, make a hand shield before setting off. IT might be able to play a defensive role. Klein opened the creation list. He selected a hand shield. Perfect runic hand shield. Wind rune 5/8, earth rune 5/6, iron 5/437, copper 5/356, silver 2/20, confirmed forging. There was a small round shield in Klein's hand. IT was about 15 centimeters in diameter. The cylinder was silver white in color. There were black and blue patterns that outlined it. The front of the shield was engraved with a pattern that symbolized the wind. The back had a firm claw clasp. The whole thing was light. Klein placed the hand shield on his left forearm. He imagined the enemy's attack and blocked it with his left arm. When he was in a defensive state, the hand shield would emit strong winds and form a temporary wind shield. The color was earthy yellow, which might be related to the earth runes. Overall, every time Klein used the perfect runic hand shield, it seemed to be enveloped by a semi-transparent dome-shaped shield. Little Fox, try to attack me. Klein pushed aside a few of his shields and gave an order, woo woo woo. Little Fox reminded Klein to be careful before moving quickly, that IT was the first time she attacked from the front. Klein instinctively wanted to dodge, but he immediately thought of a hand shield and raised his left arm. Whoosh, his demeanor condensed. Clang. Little Fox's sharp claws were blocked by the wind shield and was sent flying. In addition, she constantly changed her direction to attack, and she would be sent flying every time. Klein almost instinctively raised his left arm to block Little Fox's attack. After contacting it more than 20 times, Klein was finally able to do so. This round of contact was mainly to form a conditioned reflex. He didn't want to lose focus and forget the advantage of a hand shield when he really encountered an enemy. This defense is pretty good that if Little Fox were to use her full strength, it wouldn't be so easy to break through. Klein knew that Little Fox was afraid of hurting him, so she was restrained when she attacked. Let's go to the next catacomb. He took out the perfect shovel. Huffed at a 50-meter-long tunnel. Its efficiency was much faster than an ordinary shovel. The sand was preserved well that it might even be used to fill up the pool later that a man and two beasts entered the black hole. The 52nd catacomb. Klein sized up the entire catacomb that it was 60 to 70 meters in length that it was about 30 meters in height. There were many plants that he had never seen before, and they were growing quite well. Klein's gaze landed on the small pool in the middle. When he got closer, he noticed that the pool wasn't very big. The pool was nearly circular. It had a diameter of about 3 meters. As for the depth, it couldn't be seen with the naked eye. However, it could be seen at the bottom of the pool. Furthermore, at the center of the pool, there was a ball of liquid floating in the AI. It gave off a faint luster and was very eye-catching. It lost charm bloodline. Klein only took a glance and immediately averted his gaze. There was no water monster below. The pool that was polluted by the radiant pond water monster cannot be drunk or touched. Be careful of the water monster at the shining pool. It is spying in the dark. The notification was bouncing. Klein held the lightning crossbow in his left hand and the firestorm saber in his right, that he deliberately stood by the shore in an attempt to lure the radiant pond water monster to attack. If he didn't come out, Klein wouldn't be able to deal with it. He couldn't even find its location. Looks like I have to force it. Klein thought of the perfect hand shield and felt slightly relieved. He put away the firestorm saber. He took out the perfect shovel. There were at least 10,000 liters of water in this pool. It would be a little troublesome to empty it all. It would be faster to divert the water elsewhere. Klein first went to a large pit beside the pool. Then, he dug a drainage channel between the pool and the pit. Splash! The water flowed downwards. The water was quickly diverted into the large pit. When Klein was digging the water diversion channel, he had to be on guard against the radiant pond water monster in the pool. This fellow simply didn't want to come out. It could be that it didn't understand Klein's operation. It could also be that he didn't know that Klein had discovered it. In short, when Klein finished his setup, he felt the same water rapidly flowing from the pool. When it stabilized, the water decreased by about half a meter. Klein filled the diversion canal with sand, separating the pond and the puddle. He then went to dig in another direction and did the same thing. This time, the hole was deeper and the diversion canal was deeper. Whoosh! A figure pounced towards Klein on the shore. It's really getting anxious. Klein had already expected this. He quickly put away the shovel, and a lightning crossbow appeared in his right hand. Flames! Lightning flame arrow! He raised his left arm. The earthen yellow wind shield quickly condensed. Whoosh! Enveloped Klein from behind. Klein captured the appearance of the radiant pond water monster. It was covered in fur and had a face that resembled a monkey. It had completely white eyeballs and was about 1.67 meters tall. It spread out extremely quickly. It had sharp fangs and sharp claws. Clang! The claws landed on the windshield, but they didn't break through its defense. Klein not only blocked it, but he also charged forward forcefully, forcing the radiant pond water monster back. Its strength is average. Klein quickly made a judgment and raised his lightning crossbow. The radiant pond water monster had yet to fall back into the water. It was a moving target in the air. Klein proposed to predict where it would land and pulled the trigger. Lightning flame arrow. It brought with it a bunch of blood. The radiant pond water monster cried out in pain and shrank underwater, but its figure was nowhere to be seen. Klein narrowed his eyes to examine it. Does this fellow have the ability to hide underwater? This camouflage technique is a little high. This time, Klein quickly found the radiant pond water monster below. Although it was moving silently below, it was bleeding profusely, revealing a flaw. No wonder there were no hints when I checked. It's constantly moving. This thing was definitely translucent in the water. Klein ignored it and continued digging the water diversion channel. The arrow from before had frightened the radiant pond water monster, so it didn't dare to disturb him again. Another wave of water was drawn away. Its depth continued to fall. Klein could tell from the estimation that the pool was only 3 to 4 meters deep. Now, there was about half of it left. Your time of death is not far away. Klein stared at the radiant pond water monster and wondered if it was trembling underneath. The new pit was filled. Once again, the diversion channel was cut off. The third pit continued. Klein had only dug a few times. Suddenly, he heard Little Fox's it, and Little Wind had already rushed out. It turned out that the radiant pond water monster had climbed onto the shore and was preparing to escape. Little Fox and Little Wind attacked one after another, preventing the radiant pond water monster from leaving. This fellow was simply fast and quickly ran toward another puddle. It's too late. Klein stomped on the ground, and the floating propeller spewed out powerful winds, increasing its speed to the maximum. T wasn't the lightning crossbow in his hand, but the firestorm saber. Slash. With just one slash, the Radiant Pond water monster was split into two. System notification. Soul +4. Klein estimated the strength of the Radiant Pond water monster. He didn't use high-temperature flames, so he could still retrieve its corpse, that he then dissected it. System notification. Radiant Pond water. Monster meat +6. System notification. Radiant Pond water monster blood +2, 000 ml. System notification. Radiant Pond water monster skin +1. Klein looked at the details of the three items. Only blood had special effects. Radiant Pond water monster blood. By smearing blood on your body, you can increase your affinity with water. The resistance you receive underwater will be greatly reduced. The effect is fine. Continue digging. Klein's gaze was more focused on the lost charm bloodline below, the greatest treasure in the local treasury. The water's surface continued to descend. There was only a meter left to the bottom of the pool. Klein stopped digging the water diversion channels. Instead, he created water tanks and used large buckets to scoop the water from the pond. Polluted pond water cannot be drunk or touched. Tea has a certain degree of corrosiveness. These were the details of the pond water. A qualified locust player. The pond water was also a resource that IT was fine if he couldn't drink it, but it could be used as an attack tool. Other people would scatter lime and poison powder, but he wouldn't have a problem sprinkling the water. IT would show a pool of corrosive water falling head-on, making it impossible to guard against it if it injured the eye. The effect would be even better. In addition, Klein could put it up for sale. There was enough water in the pool, so the price didn't need to be too high. Special attack tools could be exchanged for a large amount of supplies. Klein had created a large water tank. There was only a portion of sewage left. Klein flaunted his strength on the surface of the water and grabbed the target. If it was a ball of soft fluid, it would swim between his fingers. Lost charm bloodline, not activated. An evil creature cannot touch it. Activating and consuming it will change one's bloodline. Only then will one have the qualifications to learn and cast the charm spell. Activating the bloodline requires 30 wind runes, 30 water runes, 20 fire runes, and 30 earth runes. Changing the bloodline and casting the charm spell. As expected, it was related to runes again. Activate. The 4 elemental runes in Klein's hands were around 40 to 50 each, far exceeding the material requirements. System notification. Lost charm bloodline has been successfully activated and can be consumed. Klein swallowed it without hesitation. It was like an egg yolk falling into his mouth. Gulp, it flowed into his throat. The air current revolved around his limbs and bones as long as Klein willed it. Blobs of air could be gathered anywhere. Other than that, there were no other changes. Klein could clearly feel the increase in the fire energy in his body. Furthermore, his control over fire had increased by leaps and bounds. Fire. Klein raised his right hand, and a huge ball of fire was released from IT accurately hit the stone wall in front of him. Boom! A huge hole appeared in the stone wall. As expected, my ability to control flames has improved by a lot. Klein was pleasantly surprised. Was this the power of the lost charm bloodline? Klein laughed excitedly and flew back to the shore. There were still many pools of water in the other 3 pits, which were directly connected to the trade channel. Trade item, 100 liters of polluted pond water requirement. Any rune inventory, 150, seller's message. Corrosive, cannot be drunk or used for bathing. The seller will not be responsible. It can be treated as sulfuric acid. Imagine if you were to face a powerful crypt creature and start splashing water, blinding its eyes, and then using a slide shovel. Would you be able to easily kill monsters? Klein only set up the item and did not immediately put it on the shelves. He had to scoop out all the water first. The inventory was still unclear. According to his estimation, the entire pool had more than 20,000 liters of water. It was a water tank that had been filled with 60,000 liters of water. There should be 140 to 50 left. He busied himself for quite a while. Finally, he obtained the inventory, put it on the shelves. After Klein put on the shelves, the pond water was set up to be displayed by the members of the regional channel. He first went to the regional channel to shout. After all, he was the one who set the rules, so he had to abide by them. If there was something, the first wave of transactions had to be done in the group. He entered the regional channel. With his sharp eyes, Klein saw William talking about the green-skinned midgets. He browsed through the chat logs online. It turned out that William was talking about the gnomes for a few minutes. He browsed through the chat logs online. It turned out that when William was exploring the first catacomb of the day, he had just finished counting his gains when a few gnomes attacked him in the catacomb. There was no way to communicate between the two sides. William simply slaughtered them all. Everyone also learned that the green-skinned midgets were actually called gnomes. They were discussing whether gnome meat could be eaten. They were all praising William for being fierce. William, be careful. Gnomes are narrow-minded that if you fool their companions, they will keep coming to find trouble with you, that it's best to clean up the footprints before digging a catacomb. Klein couldn't bear it and reminded them out of kindness. The gnomes were the trouble he had caused, he was fine. Everyone else in the area would be harassed. This was a reminder to everyone. All right, I'll remember it. I'll clean it up before I leave, William quickly replied. After a few seconds, why are you so familiar with the gnomes, Big Boss Klein? That's right, that there's also the cleaning of footprints. It feels like a repeat offender. Big Boss, quickly teach us. Tell me, did you provoke them? FCK, that's really possible. There are so many gnomes that don't you have any ability to provoke them? Group leader, quickly confess. Was it you? King got caught by the gnomes while fencing last night. This was like poking a hornet's nest. Everyone came back to their senses. Why didn't anyone suspect that it was Klein last night? I was careless. Klein sighed inwardly. Since he had been exposed, he should openly admit it, he replied to everyone. I did accidentally provoke the gnomes. Their actions have nothing to do with me. It really was you. Administrator, compensation for mental distress. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After all, no one died and no one was injured. Wake up! In order to compensate everyone, I'll put up a batch of good stuff for everyone. Why did he share the connection to the pond water to the regional channel? He was clearly going to sell it, but it was as if he was giving out benefits. Inventory 152, one of the enemy subduing magical equipment. The quantity is great and cheap. IT can be used multiple times. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You only need one rune to buy a pool of corrosive water. Klein shouted with all his might that he tapped into each of them. After a moment, people began buying. The main reason was that it was cheap and everyone could afford it. System notification. Polluted pond water, 100L, system notification. Wind rune +1, system notification. Polluted pond water, 100L, system notification. Water rune +1. Klein's settings were that no one was limited to one set. He had a total of 152 in stock, and in the blink of an eye, he had already sold more than 30 of them. Brother Klein, I'll buy it. I'll try one too. This thing looks pretty good. Alice, William, and Roger were always the three most enthusiastic buyers. After selling more than 40 copies, someone tested the corrosiveness of the pool water and gave it good reviews, once again triggering a frenzy of buying. In just 10 minutes, the pool water was sold out. Supplies: 37 wind runes, 42 earth runes, 38 water runes, 35 fire runes. It was equivalent to activating the Lost Charm bloodline without consuming any runes. The area channel was still talking about the gnomes. Klein silently withdrew that he still had to plunder all the resources in the catacomb. Iron +26, copper +12, wood +32, stone +36. Other than that, there were many types of plants here. Klein gathered them one by one. He didn't care if they were useful or not, he collected them all. These resources might be useful in the future. After clearing the resources, Klein continued digging for the day according to yesterday's plan. The next catacomb had to be dug down. There was an iron treasure chest in the catacomb marked on the map. IT wasn't dangerous. Klein checked, as usual. There's an iron treasure chest in the catacomb below point 2. Death Whispering Beasts came here not long ago. Use strong light or flames to disperse them, but it's best not to kill them. Death Whispering Beast. Can I kill them with my own hands? Klein was taken aback as he immediately opened the illustrated book. Searching, there was a result this time: Death Whispering Beast. It is a 6-legged reptile. Its entire body is twisted and full of tumors. The cableway outposts often hang up black rooms to block the light. They continue to be loathed by many crypt creatures and are born with curses. When they are killed, they will cast curses on the perpetrator. Ability: Language of the Weak. Weakness: Strong light and flames. Danger factor: 32. Check the ability. Language of Death. After being killed, it will cast the language of the weak. It will cause the perpetrator to fall into a state of weakness for an entire day. Its ability will be reduced by 30% at most. Curses can be stacked. Klein lowered his head and thought. A maximum of 30% doesn't depend on luck? This curse can be stacked. It was a little troublesome that if he could kill them, it would be very easy. The danger factor was only around 30 points, so 2 strikes would do. Klein thought for a moment before saying, I might have to trouble you guys later. Klein's gaze fell on Little Fox and Little Wind. IT shouldn't be a problem for them to block the curse for their master, right? Of course, it might not be necessary. All he needed to do was drive them away. Little Fox and Little Wind had suspicious looks on their faces. What bad idea was Master thinking of again? This strange smile was too strange. Klein picked a good spot and dug down. The tunnel quickly descended. Not long after, a black hole appeared. Klein quickly descended with Little Fox and Little Wind in his hands to in the 53rd catacomb. Klein floated in the air as he looked down to in the corner. There was indeed a cloud of black fog. Looking inside, he could only see two figures through the fog. As the two figures rapidly crawled, the black fog followed like a shadow. It couldn't be said to be black fog. It was more like a group of black locusts that emitted a faint buzzing sound. The location of the treasure chest, Klein didn't see. It was most likely blocked by the two death whispering beasts. Klein landed on the ground. He put down Little Fox and Little Wind. The two black death whispering beasts quickly approached. Klein raised his firestorm saber. He activated the flames. Boom! Having experienced the high temperature of the flames, they immediately retreated. They were careful. Klein knew very well that the two death whispering beasts hadn't given up. They were hiding and spying on him, that if he revealed any flaws, they would definitely charge at him. Oomph! Klein raised his firestorm saber and walked towards their position step by step. With every step, the death whispering beasts had to retreat. They were also smart. They separated left and right. Furthermore, they didn't completely retreat. They only stood 10 meters away from Klein to observe. Why? He already saw the iron treasure chest. After checking, there was no problem. The pig squatted down to pick it up. When he squatted down, the death whispering beast on the left immediately took action and approached him. Klein immediately stopped, and it retreated quickly. Coward! Klein snickered. He bent down again. The death whispering beast on the right rushed up again. Klein used flames to chase it away again. The fellow retreated obediently, but the death whispering beast on the left was restless again, as though it was about to rush up at any moment. Do you really think I won't dare to kill you? Klein was furious that it was like a maggot that kept courting death, wanting to disgust people. Klein originally wanted to drive away the two death whispering beasts after he obtained the iron treasure chest, who would be willing to be weakened if they were foolish. Even if he let Little Fox and Little Wind do it, it wasn't necessary that he wouldn't kill them if he could. But the death whispering beasts had to go overboard and completely infuriate him. Fine, I'll kill you first. Klein's face darkened as he berated them. Little Wind, Little Fox, kill them. Woo woo woo. Yay yay yay. Little Fox and Little Wind didn't have any qualms as they charged left and right. Klein wasn't worried that they wouldn't be able to deal with them. This was also the plan from the beginning, that if he had no choice but to kill them, he would let the two pets do it for him. The two sides fought. Klein supported them from the side that he took out the runic lamp, shone it on one side, and helped Little Fox. The strong light gathered into a beam that shone on the black fog. The black fog immediately dissipated by more than half, revealing the appearance of the death whispering beast. It had 6 legs and a bloated body. Its face was ugly and twisted. Pus flowed from its body. Dark green pus boils were about to explode at any moment, and 2 of them had already exploded, splashing out white and green pus. The sticky pus scraped into lines and dripped down like snot. The death whispering beast quickly used its 2 forelimbs to cover its face. That it was as though its bare face had been exposed. Klein frowned and nearly vomited. It was the ugliest crypt creature he had ever seen. Little Fox was already charging forward, but when she saw the death whispering beast's appearance, she braked. It's fine, I'll help you wash your claws later, Klein said loudly. Little Fox hesitated for a moment, but the death whispering beast was infuriated by Little Fox's reaction. That it roared and pounced over.
And that's the end of today's chapter from the Dimensional Diary. If you enjoyed wandering these worlds with me, don't forget to like the video, share it with fellow adventurers, and subscribe so you never miss the next story that unfolds.